Chapter 1441, Under this kind of towering tree were entrenching auspicious beasts. Legendary immortal grasses were everywhere while untouchable deities lived on top of the branches. It seemed that this tree had turned into 3,000 worlds. To have this tree was to have everything. This is the oldest bloodline, it's too old for any records. Li Qie chuckled, it doesn't matter if everything is dead or have turned to ash. Even if nothing else exists, this bloodline will continue to be passed down. He seemed to be enjoying his own masterpiece while looking at the tree and revealed a satisfactory grin. The old tree has turned into ashes along with its bloodline source. Who would have thought that this bloodline would continue to be passed down? This is simply unbelievable, but I suppose this is something that can surpass common sense in itself. There were virtually no records regarding Yi Xiaoxiao's bloodline. Li Qie only heard some legends about it here and there. However, there were only a few words or phrases, it was impossible to trace. Moreover, the majority of them were false and far from the truth. In the beginning, he wasn't sure of her bloodline since it had never appeared before. However, as time went on, he became more certain. Despite the questionable legends, it didn't mean that this bloodline didn't exist. After so many years, it had finally appeared in this world again. This was the Trent's most unique bloodline, their origin blood that had been there since the olden days. After a while, the sky-blotting tree disappeared while Yi Xiaoxiao remained seated in a meditative pose inside the maelstrom. This galaxy slowly dimmed. Even the gray color was no longer there. At this moment, the sky was still quiet like before, it was still a world of death that renders others breathless. She eventually opened her eyes. She was still the 14-year-old girl with an innocent pair of eyes. Xiaoxiao was still herself. The only thing different was the blood energy flowing through her. It was extremely ancient and emitted a simple yet eternal sensation. If one couldn't see the person and only their blood energy, they would take Xiaoxiao for an ancient being that had lived for countless years. She stood up and the entire galaxy and its stars shattered into powder instantly. The immense galaxy disappeared completely as if it had never existed in the first place. Xiaoxiao saw this and was stuck in a daze for a bit. It took her some time to regain her wits. She went back to Li Qie's side only to let him observe her before smiling. Congratulations, congratulations, your blood has finally truly awakened. This place was necessary after all. What is the name of this bloodline? She gently frowned and looked much more mature than before. It's an undocumented one. Li Qie pondered for a bit before answering, however, there are some legends and myths about it. You can call it the Nirvana Genesis tree or Nirvana Genesis bloodline. She murmured, Nirvana Genesis bloodline. She was very unfamiliar with this name even though her bloodline had awakened. Li Qie spoke with a smile, time to go back, we've been here for a long time now. He considered this trip quite fruitful since he obtained everything he wanted. Now, there was only one more worry left. After settling this matter, it would be time for him to leave Heaven Spirit with Su Yonghuang. Okay. Xiaoxiao quietly nodded. Even her talkative self was now strangely quiet. The awakening of her bloodline had brought her too many things, and she couldn't digest all of them right away. Meanwhile, Godhalt had suddenly turned quite lively with cultivators rushing in from everywhere. Even though cultivators would visit Godhalt normally, the sheer amount of visitors that came overnight this time was unprecedented. It wasn't only because someone like Meng Jintian had arrived. In just one night, some secret news spread out at an astonishing pace across Heaven Spirit. An eternal immortal medicine has been found at the Divine Tree Ridge. No one knew who spread this information so quickly. In short, many people heard it right away. An immortal medicine for eternal life. No one would dare to dismiss this rumor. They immediately reported to the ancestors in their sections. This was especially true for the powerful lineages since they valued it more than anything else. Immortality was the pursuit of many god kings and even immortal emperors. Thus, anyone would be compelled to pay extra attention after hearing this. Although no one knew where this information came from, many chose to believe it. Everyone knew that the ridge was full of spirit medicines of the highest quality. If such a route for immortality were to exist, it had to be at the Divine Ridge. Despite the initial skepticism, many great powers still chose to send their disciples there. Some great characters from the previous generation personally came out as well. They would rather believe it than to miss the opportunity. Even if it didn't exist, they wouldn't lose anything by visiting Godhalt. However, obtaining the immortality medicine would be the greatest of harvests. This was the mentality that cultivators held, causing the ridge to be filled with people and become exceptionally lively. The calm continent was quite rowdy with ships coming and going. Some rode the waves while others crossed the sky. Rumble. As many journeyed towards the continent, a loud explosion detonated along the coasts and lifted a huge tidal wave, shaking the sea. This sudden explosion shocked many people. They used their fastest speed to run out since they thought a sea monster had appeared. Splash! Peaks suddenly rose from below. A huge continent appeared out of nowhere on the sea. It was enormous with rolling hills and animals. The highest peaks were covered with mists and clouds as waterfalls ran straight down to the bottom. To the astonishment of the crowd, this particular stretch of land suddenly emerged from the sea. They didn't know where it came from at all. Is this a paradise? The majestic sceneries attracted the gazes of many cultivators. No, it isn't. An old paragon noticed a tablet on a particular mountain of this continent and startlingly exclaimed, "It's the true Marshall Island." True Marshall Island. Many were surprised to hear this name. Many had heard of this island in Heaven's Spirit, but very few were able to see it in person. In Heaven's Spirit, there was a popular phrase, "Charming spirits have the celestial pavilion and the sea demons have the true Marshall Island." It was referring to two lineages that have always been very low-key. The true Marshall Island was created by the true Marshall Sea God. It was extremely mysterious and rumored to be able to move, so they could appear at any location in Heaven's Spirit. Despite its elusive nature, no one had ever dared to underestimate its power. When talking about the island's strength, one must start with the sea god. According to the tales, he was from the same era as immortal Emperor Min Ren. It went on to say that after the emperor ascended to the throne, the true Marshall Sea God challenged him. The battle that ensued was heaven-shattering. The 9 worlds trembled because of it. Even though not many were qualified to personally watch it, rumor has it that it was a tie. Because of this, the sea demons praised true Marshall as the only sea god comparable to the prime sea god. Chapter 1442, The emergence of the true Marshall Island attracted a lot of attention in addition to rousing many speculations. In a short period of time, conflicting opinions appeared everywhere. Everyone knew that this island was mobile and could appear anywhere in the Heaven Spirit world. However, it still rarely showed itself to the world. Because of this, few had seen it in person. Normally, it was completely untraceable so no one would know where it was. Because of this, this power was full of mysteries. Today, its sudden appearance at Godhalt made many people curious. The older crowd was even more shocked because they knew it wouldn't appear so easily. Its emergence in full view of everyone meant that a grand event was about to happen. The appearance of this island made many people think about the recent gossip. An ancestor-level character wondered, could it be that Godhalt really has an immortal medicine of immortality? On the second day, an even more shocking piece of news came. The true Marshall Goddess is personally coming to Godhalt. This resounding news exploded across Godhalt. Many arrogant characters were shaken. Some youths had never heard of this character, so they curiously asked their astounded elders, "Who the heck is the true Marshall Goddess?" With a pale expression, a shaken elder slowly answered, "The daughter of the true Marshall Sea God. She's a genius who was once the most likely candidate to become the next sea god." This news left many people breathless. Those who knew about this name was aware of just how significant it was. The people in the world let their imaginations run wild as she personally entered Godhalt. She was the favorite daughter of True Marshal. Rumor has it that at a young age, she had already displayed exemplary talents that even exceeded her own father when he was younger. Her cultivation was also exceedingly high, so she was famous across the 9 worlds. Many people held her in high esteem and thought that she would have the best chance of becoming the next sea god. In fact, there were rumors that claimed that it was a certainty because back in that era, she had used her father's trident and was accepted by it. After all, the trident wouldn't accept someone just because they were the current sea god's daughter. Gaining its recognition meant that they had the potential to become a sea god. In that era, with her father and his legion's protection on top of being accepted by the trident, it seemed that her becoming a sea god was almost a fact. However, for some unknown reasons, the true martial goddess suddenly disappeared from sight. No one had seen her again, so people stopped talking about her. People gradually forgot about the goddess. No one knew why she suddenly disappeared instead of becoming the next sea god. Today, the missing goddess had returned in order to visit Godhalt. How could people not be shocked when such an existence was arriving? The sea demons were especially ecstatic and applauded this new development. Her return held great significance for their race as a whole. Could it be that she wants to become the next sea god this time? This means she'll be competing against the 7 sea goddess and sea shield prince. Some sea demons were happy while others sad. In the midst of all the discussions, someone had arrived at Godhalt on this particular day. This woman with a matchless demeanor descended from above like an immortal from the 9 heavens. Anyone would be swooned after being in her peerless presence. Lunar Grasp Fairy. A god monarch saw her supreme figure at Godhalt and was immediately captivated. The news of her arrival spread across Godhalt in just one day, sending the entire continent into a furor. Lunar Grasp Fairy. Some heard of her personal arrival and took a deep breath while others started shuddering. Meng Jintian's biggest threat is here. A god monarch slowly commented, in this generation, his biggest threat isn't Li Qie, it is the Lunar Grasp Fairy. He must surpass an invincible existence like her or else he will never become emperor. Jintian's reputation was illustrious and was brothers with immortal Emperor Ta Kong. However, his spotlight was completely stolen when Lunar Grasp came out. In Heaven's spirit, she was a legend and its pride. Before Empress Hong Tian ascended, the fairy was already a supreme character in the 9 worlds. The emperor wasn't qualified to compete against her at all. There was no need to say more about the empress, she had defeated countless geniuses in her life. However, Lunar Grasp was still able to become one of the strongest rivals of Hong Tian. This was indicative of her strength. What is going on in this generation? Some prodigies were shaken after hearing this news. First, there's Meng Jintian, and then the Prince of Darkness and True Martial Goddess. Now, even the Lunar Grasp Fairy is out. Do all the era evaders want to come out? Many geniuses felt dejected with the fairy's appearance at Godhalt. Some were even drowned in despair. They once had aspirations in this generation. Some wanted to become emperor while others wanted to become the next sea god. However, the appearance of these great characters immediately disappointed these hot-blooded geniuses and drove them crazy. They simply had no chance against these apex existences. Both the throne and the trident were completely out of their reach. Li Qie brought Xiao Xiao out of the inner world and returned to Crane Beak. Sima Yujian, who was guarding the peak, heaved a sigh of relief after seeing their safe return. His trip was now over, so they left the Undying Gate. The gate master personally saw them off for 500 miles. Li Qie waved his hand and flatly said, "Go back." The gate master respectfully bowed again and sincerely said, "When you come to our sect again, we will welcome you from with great hospitality." He was truly grateful towards Li Qie. Li Qie smiled and gently shook his head, "I'm afraid another meeting will be difficult. You need to look out for yourself. With enough luck, you can revitalize your sect. If this isn't possible, you will continue down the path of decline." I understand. The gate master spoke, I have firmly engraved your words in my mind. I will definitely do my best to revive the undying gate. Li Qiye simply smiled. The gate master had both ability and ambition. Alas, he was born at Godhalt. Without enough luck and help from others, it was easier said than done to weather the storm and revive the sect. Nobody can do anything without the necessary means. I'll stop here then. The gate master said, Godhalt will shine with your presence. I trust that it won't take long before you will be able to stand evenly beside someone like the Lunar Grasp Fairy. You mean that she is here at Godhalt? He batted his eyes after hearing this. The gate master respectfully replied while bowing his head, yes, Meng Jintian, the Lunar Grasp Fairy, and the true martial goddess have all arrived. Rumor has it that an immortal medicine has come out in Godhalt. Recently, the spirit abyss began to move as well and ordered many disciples to find it. Even the Prince of Darkness has come out, so maybe this type of medicine does exist. Perhaps you could try looking for it too. However, after his message was received, he looked up and saw that Li Qiye's group was long gone. He stood there for a long time before gently sighing and turned back. Although the second half of the message wasn't heard, the trio headed straight for the Divine Tree Ridge. Xiao Xiao asked, Ego King, why are you in such a rush? Li Qiye was silent for a moment before answering, I want to see someone. Lunar Grasp Fairy. She was quite discerning despite her young age. She spotted the change in his expression after the fairy was brought up by the gate master. Yes. Li Qiye nodded, I have some unfinished business that is overdue. Oh. Yi Xiao Xiao blurted, don't tell me you have a crush on her. Even though I have never seen her before, I have heard of her beauty. She's no different from an immortal. Is it because you have heard this too that you now have a one-sided crush on her? Chapter 1443, Li Qiye didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing her quip, but he still chose to answer seriously, the Lunar Grasp Fairy is indeed very beautiful, she's just like an immortal. He sighed after stating this. Mu Yueli, what a difficult name to forget. They had experienced a lot back then, so it was time for him to face the music. In the future, he needed to visit the end of the world. This might be a path of no return, so he needed to settle all grudges and matters of the past. Will you really go and see her? Xiao Xiao found this surprising. Rumor has it that after she adopted a secluded lifestyle, no one has been able to see her face to face. Li Qiye only chuckled at her skepticism and didn't reply. The trio arrived at the Divine Tree Ridge once more and visited the citadel. This whole area was currently bustling. One could see cultivators everywhere among the pretty peaks and deep valleys. The culprit was the news of the immortal medicine. After this news spread out, everyone tried to find the medicine. Many experienced cultivators and alchemists headed for the Divine Tree Ridge right away because this was the most likely location for this immortal medicine to appear. Because of this, the normally desolate terrain of this place was full of people. Even though they knew that it was quite dangerous, especially the deeper locations with the risk of seeds turning them into withered, they still chose to continue their search. This was a chance to make a fortune, even if they couldn't use it for themselves. Selling it to someone else meant that they could live the rest of their lives in peace. The trio's arrival at the ridge immediately attracted a lot of eyes. Fierce is here. Someone couldn't help but shout after seeing Li Qiye in the distance. Li Qiye was currently extremely notorious across the world. Anyone who heard his name would quiver inside. They quickly made way for him. Wherever he went would become quiet since no one dared to gossip about him. After he destroyed Jintian's avatar, many put him on the same level as Jintian. Among the younger generation, both the Sea Shield Prince and the Seven Martial Goddess were put one level lower than him in terms of fame. Hey, Ego King, I didn't realize you are now so famous and awe-inspiring. Xiao Xiao noticed the quiet atmosphere and revealed a charming smile after giving Li Qiye a side glance. At this moment, she was the only one who would dare to talk to Li Qie in such a nonchalant manner. Li Qie leisurely responded, "An invincible person like me should indeed be awe-inspiring. Please, enough with the boasting. When it comes to compliments, you'll want a mile after getting an inch." Xiao Xiao stared at him with disdain. "You can be happy all you want right now. Wait until after I become an invincible tree father. The first thing I'll do is take you down completely so that you can never get up again." Having said that, the little girl aggressively postured with both hands on her waist as if she was about to suppress Li Qie. He simply smiled and shook his head after seeing this. "Even if you become an invincible tree father, no, even if you become an immortal emperor, you can only be pressed down before me." Bah! What a shameless pervert! She looked at him with fierce eyes as if she wanted to kill him. "Little girl, where did your mind run off to? Stop thinking about those things when you are so young, focus on cultivation instead." He mocked her with a grin after hearing her strange response. "I'm going to kill you, Ego King." She became angry like a cat that had its tail stepped on and immediately lunged at him. Li Qie laughed and continued forward at a faster pace. It didn't take long before the trio reached the Divine Tree Citadel. They didn't enter just yet since the sky-blotting Terminus ancestor opened his eyes. Terminus looked at Xiao Xiao and said, "Young miss, congratulations, congratulations. The path to the Grand Tao has been opened for you. In the future, the Traiants will shine because of you. Thank you." Xiao Xiao naturally knew what he was referring to and felt quite excited. "If you need anything at the Citadel, come and find me." Terminus happily laughed. He was already a heaven-defying character, and he only grew stronger after taking root here. Normally, even if a God King or someone like Meng Jintian personally came, he wouldn't give them the time of day. However, he held Xiao Xiao in a good light. If it wasn't for Li Qie, he would have made her his disciple instantly and personally became her Tao protector to watch her turn into an unstoppable tree father. She tilted her head to the side and mused before asking, "I can find you for anything?" "Yes. As long as it is within my capabilities, anything is fine." Terminus laughed again. "Okay, I do have something to trouble you with." Her pretty eyes beautifully blinked. Terminus cheerfully replied, "Let's hear it." He was clearly spoiling her. "It's very simple." Xiao Xiao smiled and pointed at Li Qie, "Help me take this Ego King down and force him to submit." "Humph, we'll see if he can still be all arrogant then." Terminus didn't say anything since he didn't expect this type of request from her. "Well, I'm afraid I can't help you with this." He eventually let out a wry smile and gently moved his face back and forth. He naturally knew who he was facing. Even if he wanted to, he lacked the ability. "Humph, you just told me to find you for anything, but now you changed your mind." She pouted and was clearly unhappy. "Anything outside of this?" Terminus showed an embarrassed expression. "I can take charge of anything else at the Divine Tree Ridge. I don't want anything else but this." Xiao Xiao then murmured, "I just want to see the Ego King be suppressed." Li Qie gently knocked on her forehead and smiled, "How can there be no other things? You can ask him about where the immortal medicine is and ask for his help to get it." "Oh, right." Xiao Xiao's eyes lit up with sparkles. Terminus looked quite bitter after hearing this, but he maintained his wry smile. "Young noble, you have everything at your disposal, so you know better than anyone else whether the ridge has a medicine for immortality or not. The 9 worlds are only secular places, how could there be a medicine for eternal life? This only stemmed from some baseless and foolish rumors. There really isn't a medicine for eternal life?" Xiao Xiao was curious about the topic since she had been hearing about it after coming to Godhalt. "Really?" Terminus shook his head again. "How could there be this level of medicine in the 9 worlds? If it does exist, immortal emperors would have taken it away already, it wouldn't be the turn of those foolish ones." Xiao Xiao felt that Terminus didn't need to lie to her. Li Qie chuckled and added, "There probably isn't any medicine for immortality. However, I personally know that there is an amazing divine medicine in the Divine Tree Ridge. Alas, my memories are still vague. I believe it might be at something valley. Well, Terminus let out a hollow laugh. I don't know much about this either because the Divine Tree Ridge is so large. Is that so? Lucia grinned. You have taken root here for a long time now, yet something like this can elude you? Young noble, you are too funny. Terminus quickly laughed again. I am only a little tree with limited abilities. The land under my jurisdiction is also very little. The Divine Tree Ridge is one of the 12 burial grounds, and it is too mysterious. My foolish self can't even grasp a tiny bit of it. Terminus spoke very modestly at this moment since he didn't dare to show the slightest bit of arrogance in front of Lucia. Under normal circumstances, even god-kings would have to lower themselves before him. Lucia only smiled. He didn't continue to tease him. After all, he wasn't omnipotent. Goodbye. Xiao Xiao waved at Terminus as they headed for the citadel. Lucia intended to find a place for the two girls to stay so that he could go and see someone. Before he could arrange for their accommodations, however, he was stopped along the way. The streets in the citadel were vast, yet they were immediately stopped at this crossroad. A large number of experts completely surrounded them. Chapter 1444, in just a short period of time, this crossroad was completely surrounded with Lucia in the center. He was besieged by several hundred experts. This sudden development left all the other cultivators present eager to see what was going on. The people surrounding Lucia were from the Spirit Abyss. Their aggressiveness displayed their malicious intent. Lucia chuckled without a care. He wasn't surprised at all. A male disciple walked out from the group. He was quite handsome and gallant. It was clear that this was an incredible prodigy. It's Huang Yuxuan, the Abyss Spirit Beastmaster's first disciple, the Abyss First Brother. Anyone who had a little influence in Heaven's Spirit knew of this young man. It was because virtually all cultivators who visit Godhalt would go to ask the Spirit Abyss for help. Huang Yuxuan would be the person who receives all of these characters, so many have seen him before. Some even had ties with him. You are the famous Lucia. Yuxuan came forward and chillingly glared at Lucia, clearly showing his murderous intent. Is something wrong? Lucia smiled. He was too lazy to look at him. This arrogant and disrespectful attitude fueled Yuxuan's murderous intent. At Godhalt, who would dare to disobey their abyss? It didn't matter who they might be back at their own regions, they had to ask the abyss for help in this place. But now, an outsider was acting so presumptuously that it fueled Yuxuan's will to kill even more. This was a direct challenge to the abyss prestige. Lucia, you are indeed amazing, a hero of our times. Yuxuan coldly said, our abyss also respect the heroes and prodigies of the world. However, the rules cannot be bent. Godhalt has its own rules. Our abyss would welcome you as a guest at Godhalt. However, you came and protected an assassin who murdered our disciples, not to mention you killed more than 10 yourself. You need to give us, and the deceased, an answer. It didn't matter whether people knew him or not, they secretly praised his reasonable and graceful words. It didn't tarnish the abyss reputation at all. Moreover, they glanced at each other and lamented. Lucia was indeed a fierce man, he would always kill wherever he went without scruples even if the opponent was from an imperial lineage or a sea god sect. Now, at Godhalt, he even killed disciples from the Spirit Abyss. Many cultivators who came would always act sensibly towards the abyss. Even the most incredible genius wouldn't oppose them. After all, even a strong dragon would have trouble against a local serpent. And I killed them, so what? Lucia maintained his smile. He didn't bother to deny their claim. Such a casual response left everyone speechless. This was true to his overbearing nature. It was as if he didn't need a reason to kill people and couldn't care less if their sect came for retribution. People could only wryly smile at this display. He didn't bother to explain himself and only showed a completely indifferent attitude. Fierce was indeed unique, he didn't care for reasons. Yuxuan was livid because Li Qie was showing utter disdain for their sect. He took a deep breath to suppress the anger rising in his heart and coldly spoke, "Li Qie, our abyss is still a reasonable place. If our disciples were wrong, then very well, we will swallow this anger. However, if you murdered the innocent, your own fellow cultivators, and protected the assassin, the abyss had a reputation for being a bully at Godhalt." However, Yuxuan's choice of words was very appropriate and level-headed. It was no wonder why he was chosen to be its successor, he was indeed capable of bearing this responsibility. Li Qie interrupted him as he was too lazy to argue, "There's nothing to talk about. I killed them, I don't need a reason to do so. Speak if you have something to say or fart if you have gas. Even if you are here for revenge, just act quickly. I'm very busy. The tides have completely reversed today." The abyss was known to be the ruthless bully. However, it was the reasonable party this time while an outsider had turned into the arbitrary oppressor. Good, good, good. Yuxuan was trembling with anger from Li Qie's attitude. This was supposed to be his role, but Li Qie stole it from him today. This wasn't something that their abyss could tolerate. It's good that you have admitted it. He coldly spoke, "As a reasonable party, we shall give you a way out. First, hand over the assassin, second, confess your crime to our abyss. My seniors are currently staying at an inn in the citadel, so go there and surrender yourself. As long as you can do these two things, we will forego this grievance out of consideration for you being a top genius." Eyes darted everywhere out of confusion. Many couldn't believe their own ears. Since when was the aggressive abyss so reasonable? Did the abyss just change its personality completely? A cultivator spoke with disbelief, since when were they this easy to talk to? Just think about it, no sect could handle dozens of disciples being killed, let alone the abyss with its ruthless reputation. At Godhalt, it was their place to rampage, no one would have a turn to do the same to them. If someone dared to kill their disciples, they would incur the abyss' most ferocious wrath and wouldn't be able to leave Godhalt alive. And yet, they said that as long as Li Qie confessed, everything would be over. This was a great concession, a showing of their magnanimity. Well, that's because you should look at who it is. An expert from the previous generation insipidly said, "You can try to do what Li Qie did. Not to mention killing their disciples, just offending them alone would end in your entire family being killed. Fierce momentum is unstoppable since he can slaughter anyone in his way. It is understandable that the abyss would choose to compromise." Any knowledgeable person understood that Li Qie's fame was currently on the same level as Meng Jintian's. The abyss actions, in this case, made sense. Li Qie simply smiled and casually responded, "Just come and attack me, there's no need for this confession. I have already shown my mercy by not destroying your abyss. All of you should be going to bed with a beaming smile from being so lucky, yet you are here asking for me to surrender. Did your brain stop working?" This retort truly made others want to vomit blood. Everyone here was completely tongue-tied. They all felt that after killing so many disciples, just apologizing to end things would still be quite an awe-inspiring tale for Li Qie. Anyone else would have apologized already. However, he was claiming that the one who was showing mercy was him and not the spirit abyss. He was the one who was sparing the sect from certain destruction due to his kindness. Who could stand this? Li. Yuxuan was livid. Today was very humiliating for him and his sect. They only wanted Li Qie to hand over the assassin and confess his crimes of killing their disciples and crippling an elder. This was already shameful enough. Things were a bit different this time around. Their sect didn't wish to ruin their grand plan over trivial matters, so they had to make these concessions. Nevertheless, they still needed him to show some goodwill in order to alleviate the blow to their prestige. Who would have thought that Li Qie simply wouldn't give them any face and treat them with complete disdain? Yuxuan couldn't restrain himself any longer as he shouted, "Today, whether you want to or not, you must apologize to our fallen disciples or we swear to never let this go." Chapter 1445, Many people trembled after hearing Huang Yuxuan. An oath feud with the spirit abyss was no joke, since this was a sect that would stay true to their word. One shouldn't even dream about leaving God Halt alive after receiving this declaration. Is that so? Good, I got it. If there is nothing else, scram. Of course, come if you want to fight. I have other stuff to do after I kill you all. Li Qie spoke in a carefree manner. People helplessly smiled after hearing this. At this minute, it looked like Li Qie viewed the Abyss group as nobodies. It was as if he could kill them on a whim. However, no one dared to question him. They understood that his strength was not simply boasting, he actually had the ability to do so. It wasn't just Yuxuan, all of the disciples from the Abyss glared at Li Qie with fury in their eyes due to this blatant humiliation. One of them couldn't help but scream, "First brother, our Abyss must kill him at all costs." This wasn't something their sect could let go. Another loudly chimed in, "Yes, first brother, we swear to fight to the death, this is an irreconcilable blood feud." They were normally the imperious ones. Since when was it someone else's turn to shit and piss over their heads like this? Yuxuan took a deep breath as his eyes flashed a cold glint. "Li Qie, I know you are very powerful, but if you still refuse to apologize, it will be a fight until one of us dies. Our Abyss will not let this go." Li Qie gave him the side eye and replied, "With just your group. Come together, it won't be until one of us dies, all of you will be dead for sure. It's about time to die." Such disdain left all the disciples here furious. They shouted, "First brother, let's kill him." If the Abyss took this lying down, they wouldn't need to show their face anymore. No one at God Halt would put them in their sight again. Yuxuan shouted, "Fine. Li, today, we would like to see your amazing techniques." He held a spear in his hands. It was too late for deliberation. The Abyss would not swallow this anger. "Unfortunately, I don't have a method to show them without killing all of you. I'm giving all of you one last change, get going or I'll massacre you all." People could feel a cold tingle travel down their spines after hearing this. They had no choice but to take a deep breath. All of them could smell the stench of blood in the air. Fierce battle record was too bloody. He massacred 1 billion teeming fish, destroyed Wyvern and the Blood Shark village, and finally the Regal Valley. Whenever Fierce declared his killing intent, everyone understood that he wasn't messing around, he would actually kill everyone. Yuxuan was trembling with rage after being viewed as an ant by Li Qie. Their valley should be the ones with this mentality, not him. This was beyond humiliating. "Okay, Li Qie, you're strong enough. Today, our disciples will not stop until one of us dies." Yuxuan screamed, "Our Abyss and you shall not share the same sky. Yes, to the death." The disciples cried out in unison, "We will use our blood to maintain the divine prestige of the Spirit Abyss." The disciples had no choice but to fight. If they were to show fear, those from their sect would never be able to raise their heads in front of Li Qie again. Commendable courage. Li Qie smiled, "I'm very moved by such hot-bloodedness. Unfortunately, it is unwise to oppose me. However, since all of you wish to die, I shall help you. Come together, I will give you a chance to attack so that you won't die completely indignant deaths." Yuxuan commanded, "Activate the formation." He didn't need to waste words any longer since the Abyss and Li Qie has completely broken all pretenses. There was no more leeway, it would be a fight to the death. With him as the lead, they formed a great formation with a murderous intent that soared to the sky. This chilling aura spread throughout the world with a sanguine touch. Many held their breaths while observing this scene. Someone quietly whispered with a lack of confidence, does Huang Yuxuan's group have any chance at all? I'm afraid not. Fierce is too monstrous. The wisest thing to do when you meet someone like him is to run instead of opposing him unless death is on your mind. An expert who had seen Li Qiye in action before shook his head. Alas, the abyss cannot let this go, so Yuxuan can't escape death. They can't be blamed either due to their position as rulers of God-Halt. A paragon who knew that Li Qiye had slaughtered god monarchs before emotionally commented, if Li Qiye can be suppressed, Yuxuan will at least have a chance to escape. Otherwise, there's not much else that can happen. Buzz. The group activated their divine reflections. It shone brightly and appeared like a great tree blotting out the sun. Roar. A gigantic divine beast rushed out from this mirror. A beastly aura engulfed the world with its coming. After seeing the beast, someone exclaimed in horror, a Pishio. The divine reflection of the spirit abyss. Remember, the Dream Empyrean are the ones who can exert these reflections to their highest potential. They can even derive a divine beast out of it. Such an accomplishment is indeed amazing. A sea demon spoke with a tinge of envy. A divine reflection was unique to charming spirits, they granted them a great advantage over the other races. The reason why they produced so many grand completion immortal physique users and physique laws was also due to their divine reflections. In Heaven Spirit, the Abyss and the Empyrean were considered to be the most gifted lineages at using their reflections. Some even believed that they were able to use these reflections to their maximum potential. Bang! One Pishio stepped out after another to form the formation. The rest of the disciples disappeared, leaving behind only gigantic beasts to face Li Qiye. This was Huang Yuxuan's Pishio formation. It relied on their reflections to turn into Pishio laws. They would utilize the power of these legendary divine beasts to kill their enemies. These monsters exuded a terrifying aura, especially the one from Huang Yuxuan. It was even bigger with a body of a mountain. One stomp from it could render any enemy into a pulp. Pishio formation, quite an illustrious one. An expert commented, I heard Huang Yuxuan used this formation to trap the extreme young monarch back then. The monarch couldn't break out even after spending 3 days. It's a pity that this group has met the wrong person. There's no way that this formation can trap him. Roar. All the Pixius in the formation roared at the same time. Their cries echoed across the world. Just this was enough to scare all of their enemies. Rumble. Next, the earth quaked with loud blasts as the beasts advanced. Their sheer numbers and size made everything else seem insignificant. Even the most powerful cultivator would be torn to pieces. In fact, ordinary paragons would be aghast when faced with this type of formation. It could even contend against god monarchs. Li Qiye simply smiled and slowly reached out with his right hand in the face of the incoming horde of Pixius. Boom! His right fist spontaneously combusted. With a series of explosions, it started to tremble as if he couldn't control his own fist. Boom! In a split second, this fist was burned to the limit and exploded. This explosion was very powerful, like a sun that used up all of its refined sun fire. All of the power within erupted right away. Such a violent explosion had unimaginable power. A terrifying refined sun fire rushed out like a towering flood towards the Pishio formation. This fiery storm immediately drowned the beasts, causing them to disappear in a flash. Whoosh, whoosh. The solar storm eventually returned to his right hand alongside all of its power. At this time, everything was annihilated, not even ashes were left behind. Huang Yuxuan and several hundred disciples from the abyss disappeared completely. Chapter 1446, Extreme Yang Fist. Li Qiye unleashed it in a nonchalant manner. This was a fist that used the pure destructive power from the source of the sun. Just this fist was more than enough to instantly annihilate Huang Yuxuan and several hundred disciples from the spirit abyss. They evaporated from this world without leaving behind any ashes. It was as if Li Qie had completely erased all traces of them, as if they were never here in the first place. Li Qie had perfect mastery of his myriad Dao fists. It could even be said that the various fists have been trained back to the level of their origin and have assumed the form of their immortal physiques. Even though these fists still had quite a gap compared to the actual physiques, their power was still quite unimaginable at this particular level. With respect to the extreme yang physique, if he chose to cultivate it, it would be even more powerful than the physique from the extreme yang school since he had access to the physique scripture. For example, if it was the same technique at the same cultivation, his extreme yang physique would absolutely crush the extreme yang monarch's physique. Due to his own understanding of the physique scripture, his fist techniques had a similar power to the school's extreme yang physique. This was why these fists were so frightening, especially after being trained to the limit. Li Qie could do whatever he wanted. He could even fuse them together to exponentially amplify their effects. The cultivators at the scene were completely awestruck after seeing the complete annihilation of the Abyss force. When the fight first started, they had already expected for the Abyss to fail. If the result was a bit better, some would even be able to escape. Alas, no one expected this utter defeat. They couldn't even block one move from Li Qie before being completely erased from this world. The Pishio formation had trapped the monarch before, but it felt incredibly vulnerable in front of this one punch. Just thinking about it left people shivering in fear. At this moment, Li Qie's power was as clear as day to the crowd. Back during the fight between Li Qie and Jintian's avatar, it was still quite difficult to gauge Li Qie's strength. After all, Jintian's might made it difficult for people to compare. However, these several hundred disciples here were a much better reference point. In order to judge Li Qie's strength, they only needed to consider the gap between themselves and Huang Yuxuan. This comparison made them break out in cold sweat. Even the paragons from the previous generation were horrified. Shortly afterward, they were certain that they wouldn't be able to block a single move from Li Qie. This disparity in strength had become too obvious and considerable. Many quietly retreated and stayed far away from Li Qie. They simply didn't dare to provoke fierce. After killing the Abyss forces, Li Qie leisurely mumbled, "Too weak." He uttered the words in a casual manner and didn't pay it any mind. It was as if this event was no different than trampling an ant. No one dared to breathe out loud at this moment lest they incite his wrath. Perhaps it would bring about a familial extermination. After a long time, a cultivator suddenly realized something and quivered in fear. Li Qie isn't suppressed, he's not affected by God-halt. The listeners shuddered in fear. Just how strong was fierce to not be suppressed at God-halt? They wanted me to apologize, right? Fine, I'll go then. Li Qie's gaze fell upon the inn named Illustrious and went there with the two girls in tow. Many people were slack-jawed after seeing him walk in that direction. On top of the slaughter just now, he even wanted to go to the Illustrious inn to cause more trouble. He wanted to pull out the roots. A powerful paragon couldn't help but say, the Abyss messed with the wrong person this time. To provoke fierce like this is really inviting destruction. They're too used to being arrogant, it's about time someone gives them a taste of their own medicine. Some were secretly gloating with glee. It was virtually impossible to not be annoyed with the Abyss after coming to God-halt, but they had no choice other than to play the part. Only the truly powerful would be fine with not giving the Abyss any consideration. The majority had to pay tributes and protection fees. This prompted dissatisfaction for many. Alas, this was God-halt, and it had become a custom of sorts. People could only endure this tradition. So now, when Fierce was causing trouble for the Abyss, many felt very happy. Even though they didn't dare to express this publicly, they were feeling quite good inside. It was about time for someone to teach this overbearing sect a lesson. The Illustrious Inn was the largest inn at the Divine Tree Ridge. It was opened by the Withered and built on top of a tree that pierced the sky. At this time, the entire venue had been reserved by the Abyss Sect Master, the Spirit Beast Master, who was receiving guests. Of course, only those with great backgrounds were eligible for such treatment, such as ancestors from imperial lineages. The Beastmaster was drinking tea with an ancestor at this moment. The ancestor was from the ancestral Terra, an immensely prestigious background. If this was any other place, a sect master wouldn't be qualified to sit, they wouldn't be on the same level as this ancestor. However, at Godhalt, even a behemoth like the ancestral Terra had to give the abyss some face. After all, the disciples of the ancestral Terra were still suppressed by Godhalt. They needed the abyss help to lift this suppression. There was a darker side to all the tributes and gifts that get handed to the abyss. Those who enter Godhalt without visiting the abyss wouldn't receive any help from them. Moreover, this sect would purposely cause trouble or even rob them. A common fate would be getting killed in order to keep this a secret. This was precisely why many cultivators went missing at Godhalt. Outside of the dangers looming on this continent, a considerable amount of outsiders were robbed and killed by the abyss. In fact, the majority of visitors were aware of this, but no one dared to expose it since they still needed the abyss assistance while visiting Godhalt. The Beastmaster was talking about worldly affairs while keeping this ancestor company. Rumor has it that this person's heavenly reflection could summon various divine beasts and use their power. Because of this, others referred to him as the Spirit Beastmaster. At this time, the Beastmaster suddenly put down his teacup and looked outside. His eyes immediately turned cold. Two people came inside the inn, Li Qie and Yi Xiaoxiao. Although the master had never met Li Qie before, he had seen his portrait. He knew what happened the moment Li Qie showed himself. You must be that Spirit Beastmaster. Li Qie stood there and glanced around before staring at the Beastmaster. Many cultivators were watching from afar. They all followed Li Qie here and hoped that he would be able to teach the abyss a lesson. Li Qie. A murderous glint emerged in the Beastmaster's eyes. He understood that his disciples were finished off. This made him gnash his teeth in anger. At Godhalt, who would dare to touch their tiger's whiskers? But now, not only did Li Qie kill their disciples, he also killed the Beastmaster's direct disciple, the next sect master. Yes, that's me. Li Qie leisurely smiled, I heard your abyss wanted me to confess my crimes. The Beastmaster coldly uttered, it's too late for that now. Oh, I see. Li Qie chuckled before continuing, I didn't want to confess anyway. It's only the spirit abyss, there's not much to it. The spectators had grown accustomed to his arrogance. They felt that this was only natural. It would be strange if Li Qie wasn't this aggressive. Chapter 1447, The Spirit Beastmaster was enraged since Li Qie directly put down the abyss in front of everyone. Although he tried to endure this anger, it was simply impossible. He stood up and barked, Li Qie, do you think you can do whatever you want at Godhalt? No, not just at Godhalt, I can do whatever I want in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Li Qie chuckled in response. You. The Beastmaster had no retort for such an unreasonable answer. He could only point his shaking finger at Li Qie. Li Qie grew bored of this and said, I'm a merciful person, far from a murderer. I will give you one more chance to scram lest you risk sect destruction. As long as everyone from your abyss takes the long way around me wherever I go, it won't be too late to save yourselves. Be smart, tuck your tail between your legs and I can act as if nothing had happened. And if we don't? The Spirit Master was unable to breathe from anger. If you don't? Even though I am merciful, I will still mercilessly annihilate your spirit abyss, for no one is allowed to block my path. These words made many smell a thick stench of blood. The spectators couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This person had a penchant for mass murder, yet he still claimed to be merciful. No one would believe such words. The Beastmaster cried out, Li, on the basis of you killing my disciple alone, our abyss will swallow this, not indignation. Li Qie swiftly interrupted him, you better swallow it. Otherwise, I will visit your sect when I'm free and personally trample it. The crowd began to understand that Li Qiye wasn't messing around. His declarations so far have been quite serious. This made them gasp in response, since Fierce has stayed true to his words so far. It was very domineering to make such a statement at Godhalt. Keep in mind that even without the suppression of Godhalt, rumor has it that an ancient ancestor was slumbering at the bottom of the abyss. Even though they had never produced an immortal emperor before and people didn't know what kind of ancestors they had, there were still stories about how this sleeping ancestor is one of the most terrifying charming spirits. Because of this, others were very wary of this sect. In this world, not many would dare to talk about destroying the abyss unless they were immortal emperors. Young friend, your tone is quite big. While the Beastmaster was trembling with rage, his old tea companion spoke. Li Qiye leisurely asked without a care, "Who are you?" "I don't remember my name anymore. However, when I was younger, people used to call me the Dragon Scale Bamboo." Dragon Scale Bamboo. Many shuddered after hearing this title. One of the strongest ancestors of the ancestral Terra, the direct disciple and nephew of the Dragon Bamboo Vice Ancestor. He also has the Dragon Bamboo Vice Ancestor's bloodline. A paragon was startled. Such a powerful ancestor had quietly arrived at Godhalt. This made people realize exactly what was going on. The ancestral Terra was considered the strongest Tyrant lineage since they had produced 3 tree fathers. Their vast territory was protected by these 3 ancestral trees, so this was a location considered impregnable even for immortal emperors. Outside of the 3 trees, the Terra also had a frightening character, the Dragon Bamboo Vice Ancestor. Legend states that he was only half a step away from becoming a tree father. More importantly, this Vice Ancestor had understood the mysteries of the Trent's Earth origin, so he could also take root in the earth just like a tree father. Because of this, there was a belief in Heaven's spirit. When this Vice Ancestor takes root, even emperors can't kill him. He was just like a tree father in this regard. Due to his existence, their defense was great, but he was also able to attack other lineages. After all, when tree fathers turned into ancestral trees, they could only protect their own territories and wouldn't initiate expeditions to conquer others. However, it was a different story for the Terra due to this Vice Ancestor. His existence meant that no one could attack their sect, yet they could declare war against any other lineage due to having ample firepower. No idea. Li Qiye responded frankly. I'm just a nobody, so it makes sense that you don't know me. Dragon Scale answered, however, I want to tell you, young friend, that Heaven's spirit is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Before becoming emperor, you should restrain yourself. There are many characters stronger than you. The crowd glanced at each other after hearing this. His words seemed to carry good intentions like an elder teaching his juniors. Change my attitude? Li Qiye couldn't help but smile, I'll keep acting however I want. A tiny sect like your ancestral Terra should know better and not meddle with others for no reason. I'm not someone your sect can afford to provoke. Moreover, don't try to use the abyss to test me. Last time, I didn't completely suck that Terra King Jr. dry. Keep on provoking me and I'll not only devour him, I'll absorb your Terra as well. Coincidentally, I have a seed that requires a fertile land like the Terra for it to grow. Li Qiye boisterously laughed at this point. No one could say anything before this act. Eventually, one person murmured, that's fiercest for you, always arrogant and completely unscrupulous. Dragonscale's expression turned ugly after hearing this. Of course, his words early didn't come from goodwill, it was only a stratagem. He came to Godhalt because of a mission given to him by his master. In his eyes, nothing could be better than Li Qiye fighting the abyss. Everything was an act. Dragonscale slowly spoke, Sect Master, this madman is incurable and must be put down. The Beastmaster glared at Li Qiye with ferocity and exclaimed, Li Qiye, my spirit abyss swears to oppose you, one of us shall die. With you alone. Li Qiye cheerfully replied, I heard your Prince of Darkness has recently come into being. Tell him to roll out here and accept his death. After I cut off his head, all of you will understand that I am not joking around. The Beast Master shouted, Kill him. He was ready to fight to the end at this very moment. In the Beastmaster's opinion, there was no way out for their abyss. Regardless of how powerful Li Qiye might be and the ultimate price they must pay, they must fight to the very end until he is dead. In fact, outsiders might not know, but this wasn't only for vengeance. When Jintian visited their abyss and their prince came out, one of the main reasons was to deal with Li Qiye so that Jintian could smoothly become an immortal emperor. Clank! 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 A series of saber hymns resounded. Several hundred combatants in black appeared with the saber as their weapon of choice. They had stern expressions and emitted chilling auras. They surrounded Li Qiye while stomping on the ground. Black runes emerged and were interwoven to form a grand formation. Dark Enforcement Squad. An expert felt a chill after seeing these newcomers. These are monsters who specialize in taking down outsiders. This was another reason why the Abyss was so powerful at Godhalt. They had the means to take down visitors who were immune to the innate suppression here. The Dark Enforcement Squad was one of the methods. They were specially selected at a young age and underwent special training by being buried in the depths of the abyss. They withstood the power of Godhalt and were incubated at the same time. Because of this, their natural heavenly reflections had the power to debilitate. Once their reflections shone on someone, they would be subjected to the power of Godhalt again. Buzz! The squad instantly took form. Their natural mirrors emerged and shot out dark rays like the coming of night. These rays instantly locked onto Li Qiye. Clank! It was as if a gigantic lock was placed on his body while he started to glow due to the dark light. Is he now suppressed? Others shivered as they watched on. Many were afraid of this squad due to this particular ability. Once suppressed by Godhalt, the victims would be lambs to the slaughter. Chapter 1448, Buzz. When all of these heavenly reflections shone on Li Qiye, they suddenly fused together until only one was left. A black hole emerged from this mirror-like innate gift. A hand as black as ink came out from within this black hole. Its darkness could even absorb all the nearby light sources as if nothing could escape its grasp. Boom! The black hand directly came crashing towards Li Qiye. It was direct and overbearing without any technique or variation, it was just raw suppression. All the cultivators in the citadel trembled as this hand came pressing down. They felt that it was coming from the deepest part of the Divine Tree Ridge. This power neither belonged to cultivators nor the Grand Tao and definitely not the Abyss. It seemed that this force belonged to the ridge itself. It was completely unfathomable and capable of suppressing the world and deities. It looked like the Abyss had control of many mysteries unbeknown to others. This was why they could stand strong at Godhalt for so long. Burying healthy babies in the depths to incubate them. In the end, they are only monsters. Li Qiye simply smiled when facing this incoming suppression. He didn't waste any actions and crushed the void with his palm. A series of clanking noises resounded as if a Tao chapter had been unlocked in a natural manner. In the blink of an eye, his palm was holding all the power in the world, it was as if the grand vein of the ridge was under his control. Bang! The black hand that was pushing down on him suddenly disintegrated after he made his move. The suppressive power vanished instantly. Whoosh! Whoosh! The dark rays from the reflections that engulfed Li Qiye rushed towards the single mirror. Ah! A series of screams resounded along with the noises of something breaking. The reflections of the dark enforcers collapsed while their bodies emitted buzzing sounds. In the blink of an eye, they turned into dried corpses as if something had robbed them of their strength, blood, and life. Everyone felt their hair standing on end after seeing the enforcers fall. No one knew what Li Chia did. Trying to suppress me by borrowing the ridge's power despite having such a shallow understanding. Li Chia smiled, your abyss only touched the surface of the mysteries at Godhalt. How hilarious, you actually wanted to use this power against me. Fine, this power belongs to the ridge, so I shall return it to the ridge. You think that burying babies in the ground and letting the ridge's power incubate them is equivalent to controlling the ridge's power? If it was this easy, the ridge wouldn't be one of the 12 burial grounds. To the Beastmaster's chagrin, Li Chia stared at him with disdain. The Dark Enforcement Squad had always been frightening, the nemesis of all outsiders. Anyone who dared to oppose the abyss would be suppressed by these enforcers to the lowest cultivation level. At that point, they would be completely helpless against the abyss. However, their triumphant squad appeared incredibly fragile before Li Chia. Li Chia grasped some of the ridge's mysteries. A great character who knew the origin of the enforcers felt a chill and exhaled a cold breath. These enforcers were buried in the depths of the abyss when they were babies. Rumor has it that this place could reach the earth veins of the ridge. They used the earth veins to incubate these disciples so that their bodies would be filled with the ridge's power. Because of this squad was able to suppress outsiders by borrowing the ridge's power. Unfortunately, they met Li Chia. He had a much better grasp on the mysteries here compared to the spirit abyss. Li Chia dispersed all of this power early. Once this happened, everything the disciples had was instantly sucked out and returned to the earth veins. This was why they turned into dried corpses. The Beastmaster furiously howled, Li Chia. Don't even think about leaving Godhalt. His heart was bleeding. It wasn't easy for their sect to train a group of dark enforcers. A group required several decades or even centuries of grooming. But now, all of them were killed by Li Chia. This was quite a blow to the abyss. I have heard these words already. Li Chia waved his arm and said, you should be thinking about whether or not you can leave here alive. The Beastmaster screamed, even if we are down to the last man, we will still take your head. Li Chia didn't really mind the raging opponent, I should decapitate you on account of these words alone. However, your head is already spoken for. Dragon Scale, sitting next to the Beastmaster, couldn't watch any longer. He stood up and coldly uttered, you are being too presumptuous. With me here, you are not allowed to do as you please. He came this time in order to cooperate with the abyss. Moreover, their ancestral Terra also thought about delivering Li Chia's retribution, so how could he let go of this good opportunity? Come, come. Since you want to die so badly, I'll help. Li Chia smiled and gestured towards Dragon Scale, this is good, beat the young and the old will come out. I still want to absorb that dragon bamboo completely. You are mad. Dragon Scale couldn't handle these disdainful words towards his master. He took one step forward and, with a loud blast, he instantly took root and revealed his true form. At this moment, a gigantic green bamboo appeared before everyone. Its body pierced the clouds while each leaf could blot out the sky. There was actually a half-dragon entrenched on this large tree. It was thick and spanned thousands of miles just like a mountain range that was connected to the tree itself. It huffed and puffed thunderously while exuding a terrifying aura that raged across the area. Its draconic affinity carried a deterring force that caused many cultivators to retreat from the battlefield. This was the true form of the dragon scale bamboo, the combination of a half-dragon and bamboo. In fact, the tree was its real body. The dragon was there because of its dragon bloodline. Even though this blood was quite thin, it was still powerful enough to turn into a half-dragon with scales. You're far below Mengjintian, I only need 2 or 3 fists to destroy you. Dragon Scale might look strong, but Li Chia only gave him a dismissive glance. Dragon Scale didn't like this disdainful look from Li Chia, so he trembled with rage. He was, more or less, a great awe-inspiring character at Heaven Spirit, but Li Chia made it sound as if he was only an ant. Senior, I will help you. We'll kill him together. The Beastmaster declared and opened his heavenly reflection. With a deafening explosion, a phoenix appeared from the Beastmaster's mirror. Its aura swept through the sky as it danced. One can imagine how powerful a phoenix was. Its might made many people feel dreadful. With the beast's emergence, a cold glint appeared and moved at an imperceptible speed that surpassed time itself. It aimed straight for the Beastmaster's throat. Screech! At this moment of life and death, the phoenix from the mirror cried out and instantly clawed at the glint at an unbelievable speed. However, this sword attack carried an unstoppable bloodthirst that could pierce any foe's body. Clank! When the phoenix seized the sword, a hymn echoed across the world and the bloodthirst erupted like a flood breaking a dam. The sword continued to soar forward even with the claws holding onto it. The friction sent sparks flying. This unstoppable sword left no room for escape. The Beastmaster's throat was instantly pierced. Chapter 1449, Blurred, the Beastmaster's eyes widened. He opened his mouth wide to speak, but nothing came out. Even at his very last moment, he still didn't see his murderer. In the blink of an eye, Sima Yujin flashed into existence and swung her sword to decapitate him. There was no doubt that her target was the Beastmaster. Her previous attempt ended in failure, but he couldn't escape this time. The towering bamboo shouted, "Junior, you want to die." It was shameful that someone had killed the Beastmaster right under his nose. With a loud howl, the half-dragon clawed at Yujin. Its monstrous claws were like 5 sharp peaks. The earth seemed as if it would be shredded like a piece of paper under this attack. Boom! Before it could catch Yujin, a swift fist easily repelled it. "Your opponent is me." Li Qie chuckled after successfully neutralizing the claw attack. Dragonscale shouted, "Li Qie, everyone says that you are strong. I'll see just how strong you are then." With a loud bang, the dragon that was coiled around the bamboo disappeared. Rumble! The tree actually grew even more and covered the entire divine tree ridge. Everyone gasped and they saw this gigantic tree because it emitted a draconic energy that engulfed the world. It was as if a dragon was about to come back to life. This tree resembled a dragon at this moment. After fusing his bloodline with his body, Dragonscale was able to obtain a new, explosive power. "Junior, die." A dragon claw descended from the sky. It was actually growing from the bamboo itself. The earth quaked before its coming and the entire citadel turned dark. Even this great city seemed tiny in comparison. This claw seemed capable of instantly shattering the land, turning it into ashes. Oh God, is he trying to destroy the city? People were scared out of their minds. The more cowardly cultivators rolled around and quickly fled from the city. Boom! Li Qie's right fist slightly shook and a monstrous flame came out along with a punch. Rumble! The world trembled even more. The entire continent was robbed of its brilliance. When he unleashed this punch, countless suns slowly rose and replaced the continent with a new source of light. The extreme young fist and sacred spring fist were combined. The former was overbearing and should have more than 100 suns. However, under the empowerment of the sacred spring fist, more suns were derived from nothing the instant he punched forward. This awesome power could easily be imagined. With loud explosions, the large dragon claw was instantly annihilated. The sound of something burning could be heard as the entire tree was ignited. It couldn't prevent this particular fire from ravaging it. Crackles. Imagine a scene of the largest tree in the world being incinerated by countless suns. This was an extremely magnificent scene of fire. It looked like an erupting volcano that headed straight for the 9 heavens, burning the sky in the process. This shocking flame illuminated the entire divine tree ridge. Ah! Dragonscale screamed as he was being burned alive. Despite spewing out a large amount of water, he still failed to extinguish this fire. The spectators were creeped out to see this living tree that could be burnt to death at any moment. Boom! At this second, the bamboo tree that couldn't withstand it anymore opened its mouth and spewed out a divine seal. This seal immediately poured out some divine water. With buzzing sounds, the flame disappeared while the tree returned to his first form. However, he was completely black like a piece of charcoal. The divine seal continued to float above his head. It was quite profound, no one could understand it in a short amount of time. "Little animal, you are forcing my hand." Dragonscale screamed while his blood energy surged and poured into the seal. Boom! A different towering tree appeared right behind Dragonscale. Its presence heralded a sacred and supreme aura. It was as if an untouchable sovereign had awakened with enough power to suppress the 9 heavens. Under its sacred aura, all other existences seemed insignificant. A tree father. Many Tyrants shouted and slowly prostrated in unison after seeing this. What is that? A sea demon who had never seen this type of seal was startled. It's an ancestral seal that belongs to a tree father. The ancestral terra is indeed incredible. A charming spirit paragon slowly explained, "It's unbelievable that they can produce a seal before their tree father passes away." Sea gods had the trident while tree fathers had their ancestral weapons. These weapons were quite powerful as well since it could borrow the supreme power of their forefathers. The difference was that these weapons were personally refined by the tree fathers. Refine the seal, transform into the root, form a weapon. This was the process a Tyrant disciple must take on the path to become a tree father. The day when this weapon takes form would be when they become a tree father capable of borrowing the power of their race's forefathers. This allowed them to oppose the trident of the sea demons. However, when these tree fathers returned to the void, their ancestral weapons would also dissipate from this world. In this aspect, the ancestral terra was quite amazing. Although they couldn't keep an ancestral weapon behind, they used an incredible method to save the ancestral seal, the basis of the weapon itself. It's only an ancestral seal, what's so great about it? Li Qie revealed a contemptuous smile. With a clank, a saber as white as snow appeared in his hand. Its light lit up the heaven and earth. An immortal emperor, true treasure. Even those who didn't know anything could sense an imperial aura assaulting the world, causing them to shudder. A tree father might be strong, but an emperor was invincible. Plus, Dragonscale didn't have a complete ancestral weapon in his possession, it was merely a remnant seal. It was far inferior compared to the benevolent saber in Li Qie's hand. Dragonscale's expression turned sour. He wasn't a match for Li Qie, and in terms of his weapon, his seal wasn't a match for the benevolent saber either. Once Li Qie took out his weapon, everyone understood that it was over for the Dragonscale bamboo. Despite knowing how strong Fierce was, no one expected that even a character like Dragonscale couldn't handle a single blow from Li Qie. Affected by both fear and anger, Dragonscale's eyes flashed with an idea. He soared to the sky and immediately stood above the other tree at the citadel. This other great tree was, of course, the Terminus Divine Ancestor. "Ancestor, please lend this junior a hand. My master is the Dragon Bamboo Vice Ancestor, your friend." He asked Terminus for help at this critical moment. The cultivators here might not know of Terminus' background, but they understood that he was the guardian of the citadel. He was rumored to be so powerful that even emperors couldn't kill him. Dragon Bamboo Vice Ancestor. The initially slumbering tree finally opened its eyes and stared at Dragonscale. Dragonscale didn't expect that he could wake up this guardian and was jubilant. He hurriedly said, "Yes, my master is the Vice Ancestor. He has told me about your supreme prestige and to ask you for assistance in times of trouble." Terminus slowly said, "Yes, I do know him. He has asked me about the method of returning to the void." "Ancestor, you are an incredible and omnipotent being." Dragonscale quickly added, "My master once said that you have always been protecting the Tyrant race. This is worthy of a lot of admiration. Ancestor, this Li Qie right here has no scruples and killed your fellow Tyrants. Please, take charge and avenge our fallen comrades." He was ecstatic since he didn't expect for this to work. It must have been his master's reputation that allowed for him to beseech this legendary guardian. The spectators were astounded by this. Despite the many wondrous rumors about this guardian, no one has ever seen it in action before. Nevertheless, no one dared to act presumptuously at the Divine Ridge Citadel or pick on the withered. No one expected that Dragonscale had enough connections to actually move Terminus. Chapter 1450. Many cultivators and experts felt envy after seeing the successful cry for help from Dragonscale. Someone enviously spoke, "The Dragon Bamboo Vice Ancestor is indeed special, he's famous all around the world. Just his old reputation alone is enough to ask for help from the Guardian, I suppose this isn't too surprising." Some considered the preeminent Vice Ancestor to be the #1 Tyrant below Tree Fathers. Him being able to take root in the earth gave him an unprecedented battle prowess. Some even considered him an Emperor assailant. Of course, fewer than few people knew about his origin. In fact, with respect to status, Terminus was much higher than the Vice Ancestor, it wasn't even close to being comparable. The Vice Ancestor came to ask for guidance from Terminus in the past. Because of this fateful connection, Dragonscale tried to ask for help. Li Qiye faintly smiled after seeing this. He watched this play out without a care. Terminus finally looked at Li Qiye and smiled as well, causing trouble at the Divine Tree Ridge. This is disturbing the peace. Dragonscale was elated to hear this. He thought that Terminus was talking about Li Qiye and has decided to help him. With Terminus' help, he was emboldened. "Li, did you hear that?" He coldly glared at Li Qiye and uttered, "Disturbing the peace of the citadel and killing our Tyrant race, this is worthy of 1,000 deaths." Many people took a deep breath after seeing the Guardian helping Dragonscale. "I'm afraid Li Qiye is in trouble, legend states that even emperors can't kill this Guardian." Some people felt worried for him. Even though his strength was as clear as day, the Guardian was very powerful. It has existed in the citadel for generations, perhaps it was even an unfathomable emperor assailant. This meant that Li Qiye was going to have a bad day. Perhaps it would mean defeat or even mortal danger. That's the ancestral terror for you, it has many connections. A charming spirit enviously said, "How many people in this world can actually ask the Guardian for help?" Because of his master, Dragonscale can actually do so. Yi Xiaoxiao was smirking while looking at Dragonscale's smug expression. In her eyes, he was simply hilarious. "I see." Li Qiye touched his neck and told Terminus, "My neck is feeling cold after hearing him. I'm so worried about my safety, should I kneel and surrender now?" Surrender? It is too late to surrender. Dragonscale continued, "You have broken the peace here and even killed members of our race, nothing can redeem these crimes. The ancestor will take charge for our race and kill an evil person like you. Li, your demise has come. Even if you were stronger, you are nothing compared to the ancestor. Even if you are a heavenly god, he can still crush you with one finger." He became very complacent at this time. In his mind, Li Qiye was dead for sure since Terminus was on his side. Not to mention Li Qiye, even Meng Jintian wouldn't dare to act up in front of this ancestor. Although these words were quite smug, many people stared at Li Qiye and felt that his defeat was certain. Maybe he could even die here. Everyone knew that no one in this world could stop this Guardian. Terminus finally opened his mouth and spoke, "So noisy, I'm talking about you." Being suddenly interrupted by Terminus left Dragonscale confused. He couldn't react and stammered a bit, "Ancestor, this Li, he shattered the peace of the citadel and killed our fellow disciples." A divine light shot out from Terminus' eyes as he slowly spoke, "Fool. You don't know that you have invited a catastrophe. Hurry and commit suicide as an apology. Maybe then, your ancestral Terra will be able to avoid a sect-destroying disaster." Terminus said this for Dragonscale's own good as well as to open a path of escape for the ancestral Terra. Dragonscale might not know who he offended, but Terminus did. Terminus was actually speaking up for the sake of the Terra. Otherwise, it wouldn't be difficult for the provoked dark hand behind the curtains to destroy the Terra. For generations, many invincible lineages had fallen because of him. Dragonscale couldn't react at all, he only stood there looking silly. He thought Terminus would back him up because of his master. The death of Wuxia was surely about to happen. In fact, such a reversal took everyone by surprise. They watched in astonishment and didn't know what had just happened. Ancestor, my master is the Dragon Bamboo Vice Ancestor, he has told me. When Dragonscale calmed down, he tried to speak again but couldn't find the right words. I know who your master is. Even if his true form comes here, my answer will still be the same. Terminus interrupted him, go on, it isn't too late to commit suicide for the Terra's sake. Dragonscale was completely speechless. Not even in his dreams would he expect for Terminus to take Wuxia's side. Alright, my patience is limited and so is my time, I have other things to do. Wuxia glanced at the dazed old man and flatly stated, are you committing suicide or do I have to help you myself? The geezer is right, it is not too late to commit suicide. Dragonscale stammered, I'll send you off then. Terminus unleashed a palm straight at Dragonscale after seeing this. Ancestor, I'm from the ancestral Terra, my master is the Vice Ancestor. Dragonscale's soul almost left his body after seeing Terminus take action. Terminus declared, this is for your own good as well as the Terra's. Boom! Dragonscale was slammed into a bloody mist without the chance to scream. Wuxia looked at Terminus and insipidly said, I was aiming to kill the young while waiting for the old to come out. Terminus could only smile helplessly. He killed Dragonscale in order to give the Terra a chance. This was because Dragonscale didn't know who he was messing with. If this continued to escalate, the ancestral Terra would be completely annihilated even if it was stronger. In this brief moment, the crowd was completely astounded. No one expected for the Guardian to kill Dragonscale. Everyone thought that Wuxia would be the victim instead since the Vice Ancestor had some ties with the Guardian. Not only did Terminus not save Dragonscale, he even personally put him down. This result was truly unimaginable and beyond everyone's expectations. If anyone sees the Prince of Darkness, tell him that from today on, I do not want to see anyone from the abyss or I shall trample it and place his skull at the highest location of the ridge. Wuxia's eyes swept through the crowd as he declared this without a care if there were still any disciples of the abyss left in the city. With that, he disappeared into a street with Yi Xiaoxiao. Terminus only smiled and slowly closed his eyes to return to his slumber. He is qualified to be called fiercest. People had no choice but to be convinced by Wuxia while watching his departing back, among the young, outside of the era evaders, who would dare to talk about taking the Prince of Darkness' head? Not just anyone could make this domineering statement towards the Prince and the Abyss at Godhalt. Even the most mighty genius would need to think twice before uttering these words. Alas, Wuxia did so today in a nonchalant and overbearing manner. Will he really become emperor? It looks like even the Guardian is protecting him. A Tyrant expert was in disbelief. Being old acquaintances with the Vice Ancestor, Terminus should have saved Dragonscale at the very least. However, he personally killed Dragonscale. The only explanation was that he held Wuxia in high regard and didn't wish to become enemies with the future immortal emperor. Chapter 1451, Wuxia brought Yi Xiaoxiao and Sima Yujian to another inn inside the citadel. After settling them in, he said, "Stay here for now until I come back." "Ego King, where are you going?" Xiaoxiao was curious because his expression was a bit different this time. However, she couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. "To meet someone." Wuxia smiled and turned to leave. However, before he made it to the door, he paused for a bit and added, "If I don't come back, just return from whence you came. Why? I'll just wait for you to come back. Xiao Xiao was quite puzzled. Maybe I'll be dead at that point. He chuckled and left. This response stunned the two girls since they didn't know his intentions. After spending several days together, both of them believed that he wouldn't die so easily, not even in the competition for the heaven's will. Moreover, their impression of him was that he wasn't someone so pessimistic. Confidence was ingrained in his nature, and in his eyes, no one could actually kill him. Thus, when he suddenly brought up death out of nowhere, it became quite ominous and confusing. He went deeper into the divine tree ridge at a quickened pace. Of course, he wasn't there to find anything or to pluck some immortal medicines. His destination was a particular peak. It pierced the clouds and reached all the way to the firmament. It wasn't the tallest peak in this place, but it could definitely be ranked among the top 10. He stood there and gazed at the heaven and earth in silence with thoughts rampaging through his mind. Even though he has never been afraid of anyone, there were certain things he found difficult to face. At this moment, he was about to face someone that he owes. The sun rose and set as he calmly stood there to enjoy the changes in the wind and clouds. It was as if he had turned into a statue. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed as he stood there motionlessly. Eventually, at sunrise, a figure descended from the sky. She looked just like an immortal with a peerless bearing. She floated among the bustling wind with the sun and moon as her companions. Anyone would be intoxicated by her magnificent style. The seemingly petrified Li Qie finally opened his eyes and looked at this woman. His heart slightly skipped a beat after seeing her. He carefully stared at her. It looked like the countless years did not leave their mark on her at all. Meanwhile, the woman chillingly glared at him. There was no hatred or anger, only coldness. He felt a slight pain after seeing this gaze. In the past, this pair of eyes used to be charming and bright just like the stars. Alas, the eyes have become cold all because of him. He took a deep breath and said, "I knew you would come. Maybe you have waited a long time for this day." She maintained her indifferent gaze. In her eyes, it was as if Li Qie was only a fleeting passenger in her life. "I know that you hate me." Li Qie couldn't do anything but chuckle, which is why I am here to pay the debt. It is time to end this instead of avoiding it like I always have. In the past, I felt that I would still have a chance to apologize, but it is different in this generation since I must go. Maybe I will never come back again. He gently sighed at this point. This is why we should end it all by giving you an answer. This will be considered completing one of my wishes. The woman continued to quietly stare at this stranger in her eyes. Nevertheless, she was still listening to him as if that was all she needed to do. He calmly met her eyes and smiled. "The years haven't been easy. Maybe you will never forgive me, and I know I am unforgivable on this matter. However, I'll still need to say goodbye to you in this generation. I don't mind whatever choice you make, I just know what I need to do, to see you one last time since we might not be able to meet in the future ever again. And yes, I'm very happy and excited to see you at this moment." There was still no response from the distant woman. He only sighed after seeing the lack of response and slowly walked forward to look at her. This made his heart quiver. After a long while, he reached out to gently caress her face. It was just as cold as her eyes. She looked like she didn't care that he was making physical contact. Li Qie gently spoke, "If there is an afterlife, I hope to be someone who can stay in one place, the one having to do the waiting. However, in this generation, I have no choice but to keep going straight. I have sworn to never falter and look back. This is who I am, my fate and my true pursuit." After one last glance, she suddenly turned and drifted towards the horizon. While watching her leave, Li Qie shouted, "You can think it through and we can end this if you want. I'm afraid this will be the last time I visit Heaven's Spirit. I might not come back after this final farewell." She halted for a second but still chose to leave in the end. He sighed again with disappointment because he understood that she still hasn't forgiven him. It was indeed his fault back then. The moon is sometimes round and sometimes a crescent, who can be perfect in this world? He murmured, immortal emperors and the dark hand behind the curtains, they are still helpless at times, things will not always go their way. Invincible in the 9 heavens they might be, but some things are still unsurpassable. So many people wish for power, wish to become emperors. He wryly smiled while staring at the sky, but one day, even the strongest will start to think about how amazing it is to be immortal. Their lives might be short, but at least they will still have a home at the end of the day. A tinge of bitterness ran across his face. Even top existences like them had too many ambitions and responsibilities. Power wasn't omnipotent at times. The world stood still. He finally heaved one last sigh before leaving. Back in the inn, both Xiao Xiao and Yujian were looking outside, especially Xiao Xiao. She anxiously paced back and forth with a worried expression. Li Qiye still hasn't come back after several days. She even wanted to go out and look for him, but Yujian held her back. She was ecstatic to see Li Qiye return and immediately jumped into his chest. The corners of her eyes and eyelashes were inadvertently teary even though she wasn't crying. Li Qiye grabbed her face and noticed her tears before smiling. Little girl, what is there to cry about? Am I not fine right now? Humph, I know an evil demon like you wouldn't die so easily. Xiao Xiao stopped crying and smiled, just like the old adage, a good person doesn't live long while a villain lives for 1,000 years. Someone as evil as you will probably live for millions of years. He couldn't help but smile while wiping her tears away. Yujian also smiled after seeing his safe return. As an assassin, her heart has turned cold like her blade. However, she was still quite anxious after he left, especially after hearing his final words. Her hanging heart was finally put down after seeing this. She felt an indescribable happiness. Chapter 1452, Li Qiye stayed back at this inn inside the Divine Ridge Citadel for several days without leaving the door. Xiao Xiao found his isolation quite strange. Both of them felt that he wasn't a timid person. In order to satisfy her curiosity, she quipped, Ego King, what are you doing? Are you trying to be a lady while learning how to do needlework? Li Qiye only chuckled, waiting for someone. Who and how long do you want to wait for? She was certain that something was looming on his mind after his return. He pondered quietly for a moment while staring out the window. A couple more days. If they don't come, then we'll leave the citadel for another place. He lamented in his mind. Outside of the Epic's leaf, he also came in order to deal with a grievance of the past. After doing so, he could finally go to the end of the war and fight with a carefree mind. However, if she didn't want to end this with him, there was nothing else he could do but leave Heaven's spirit with regret. Xiao Xiao didn't ask again. Despite her lack of experience due to her tender age, she could still read his expression. During their wait, the citadel was bustling to a chaotic level. People were everywhere as more and more cultivators came. In the beginning, many rushed over like bees after the news about the immortal medicine came out. However, some were still skeptical. Although they came to the ridge, they adopted a wait-and-see mindset. In the last several days, more shocking news came out about Jintian and the Prince of Darkness personally visiting the citadel. This came as a surprise to everyone. People knew that Jintian had come to Godhalt for more than a month now, and they thought he would have left already. Now, after hearing how these two were coming to the citadel together, people felt that something was different. A few big shots even picked up the scent of war wafting through the air. Could it be that Jintian and the prince want to deal with Li Qiye? People unavoidably had this thought. It wouldn't be strange at all. Li Qiye is Jintian's rival for the heavens will as well as a mortal enemy of the abyss. Plus, the Empyrean and the abyss were once family, so it makes sense that these two would work together. Some sect masters agreed with this sentiment. At this moment, fiercest is simply unstoppable with his meteoric rise. In this generation, who else is more likely than him to reach the throne? Even some sea demons who didn't like him had to make this comment. Prior to this, no one would place a Dao Jr. like Li Qiye on the same level as Jintian. Alas, in a short period of time, Li Qiye was relentless and murdered everything in his way while maintaining an imperious bearing. Even Jintian's avatar was crushed by him. Li Qiye's strength has reached an indecipherable level. With his current momentum, everyone thought that he had become Jintian's greatest rival. Thus, the prince and Jintian working together to deal with him was not surprising to anyone, even though it would have been unbelievable in the past. This news made complete sense, but shortly after their arrival, the true martial goddess visited the citadel as well. Now this took everyone by surprise. The entire ridge became lively with her presence. The Roaring Conch's oldest and most powerful ancestor has come into being. He is personally coming to visit the citadel right now. This message suddenly came from an unknown source. Strongest and oldest ancestor. Who? Some listeners were curious. The Conch Overlord. Even some older god monarchs had a strange glow in their eyes. They all had serious expressions after hearing this news. Who the heck is the Conch Overlord? The young ones have never heard of this title before. This was quite strange, since the oldest ancestor of the Roaring Conch should be quite famous. The Conch Divine Prince, the son of their progenitor, the Roaring Conch Sea God. A god monarch enunciated each word slowly. The Roaring Conch Sea God's son, the juniors took a deep breath after hearing this. In fact, those who knew this ancestor's background found this astonishing as well. Some murmured, "What the hell is going on?" First, it's the true martial goddess, now the Conch Overlord is out too. The divine prince and princess of the sea gods are coming out. Is it to vie for the new golden age? Someone speculated, maybe the Overlord came out to be the Sea Shield Prince's Dao protector. It was a very reasonable guess, because not long after the Overlord came to the citadel, news of another arrival spread. The Seven Martial Goddess has also come to the Divine Ridge Citadel. After hearing this, people started to get a picture of the overarching situation. An old sea demon stated, the competition for the sea god's position will be quite merciless this time around. The Divine Prince and Princess are coming out. I think the Seven Martial Goddess status is being greatly threatened right now. With the coming of these amazing characters, the citadel could feel a storm brewing as rumors spread everywhere. Ego King, it looks like you're about to be really unlucky. While Li Qiye was waiting inside the inn, little Xiao Xiao couldn't sit still and would occasionally sneak out to play. Today, she was gloating about his misfortune. I heard the oldest and strongest ancestor from the Roaring Conch is coming out. He's called the Conch Overlord. Heh, you killed so many of their disciples, I'm sure he is coming to cause trouble for you. Conch Overlord? You are talking about the cowardly turtle who hid in the Roaring Conch for millions of years without daring to come out? Cowardly turtle? Xiao Xiao curiously said, he's the son of a sea god, a real prince. So what? Li Qiye casually smiled. Because of a single phrase from immortal Emperor Jiao Heng, he immediately shrank into his shell for many years without coming out. Such a coward can't get into my sight. A phrase from immortal Emperor Jiao Heng? Xiao Xiao rolled her eyes and was extremely interested. Really? What kind of story is this? In fact, even Sima Yujin listened attentively, since these anecdotes were very interesting. It is a very old tale. Li Qiye noticed their interest. Since he had time anyway, he smiled and recalled, back then, this Conch Overlord was only a prince. He felt that he could do whatever he wanted just because his father was a sea god. He had grown accustomed to this lawless lifestyle at Heaven Spirit. One day, he met immortal Emperor Jiao Heng at the Mortal Emperor world, and his arrogant self offended the emperor. At this point, Li Qiye sneered before continuing, so, the emperor simply glared at him and said a single sentence. The story ends there. Xiao Xiao inquired, what do you mean? It means that the prince went into hiding and never dared to come out again. Li Qiye laughed. Hiding? Xiao Xiao was surprised. Just what did the emperor say? Li Qiye flatly stated, "Never shall you be allowed to become a sea god. Never shall you be allowed to become a sea god." Xiao Xiao continued, "The conch overlord went into hiding just because of this? Are you serious? Do you have to ask?" "Of course it is a true story." Li Qiye said with a smile, "You shouldn't underestimate immortal Emperor Jiao Heng's words. He is the only emperor in history to have 12 fate palaces as well as the only one undefeated throughout his life. But ultimately, they are just words. Plus, the overlord's father is still a sea god." Xiao Xiao didn't buy it. "You are looking down on the emperor's supreme position." Li Qiye gently shook his head, "A sea god is nothing. If immortal Emperor Jiaoheng wanted to kill his father, there would be no escaping death. Moreover, it wasn't just a simple sentence. His words were an unquestionable imperial order. It was a supreme law that branded itself on the overlord's body." Li Qiye chuckled. "But I heard others say that this overlord had once been recognized by the Trident." Xiao Xiao brought up another point. "This is also true. When his father was still a sea god, the prince has indeed used the Trident before. Not only did it not reject him, you can even say that it flourished under his control. Under the cover of his father's shadow, he indeed had a big chance of becoming the next sea god. Unfortunately, he offended immortal Emperor Jiaoheng. One simple sentence buried his life. Even his sea god father couldn't do anything about it." Li Qiye concluded with a faint smile. Chapter 1453, Are an Emperor's Words Really That Powerful? Yu Jin, standing to the side, chimed in with a question. Immortal Emperor Jiao Heng's reputation is not embellished at all. When his supreme imperial order brands someone, there's no removing it, ever. Li Qiye said, after that single phrase, the Trident abandoned the overlord and refused to come close. This meant that his dream of becoming a sea god was shattered. Even though his father was the current sea god, he still couldn't dispel the branding. Li Qiye continued, in the end, his father sealed him by banishing him into deep space. He wanted to use the power of time to slowly destroy the imperial brand. So does this mean that this brand is now gone from the overlord's body? Xiao Xiao went straight to the crucial point. It should be pretty close. Li Qiye replied with a smile, in fact, after offending the emperor, the roaring conch rarely showed its face. It wasn't until the emperor's era did they rear their ugly heads, and even then, it was all done in secrecy. He snuck out once to become the Tao protector of the young river devourer sea god. Alas, he didn't last long and couldn't bear the damage caused by the indelible mark, so he had to go back into hiding again. Li Qiye concluded, now that he's running here in public like this, it does look like the emperor's phrase has been removed by time. Yu Jin murmured, he probably wants to protect the Sea Shield Prince so that he will become the next sea god. Xiao Xiao added, Sea Shield has no chance even with the overlord protecting him since the true martial goddess has come out. I think she has the greatest chance. Li Qiye couldn't help but smile after hearing this name. He spoke with a tinge of emotion, she won't become the next sea god. Why not? Xiao Xiao disagreed, I feel that she has the greatest chance. What's so special about the conch overlord? I'm sure he isn't as strong. He might be a prince, but she is also a princess. Li Qiye denied, her talents leave no room for criticism. Moreover, her battle experience is rich as well. The overlord is no match for her in both experience and wisdom, but she won't become a sea god. No, she will never become a sea god. Xiao Xiao curiously asked, why can't she become one? A daughter of a sea god should have a better chance to become one more than anyone else. Just because. Li Qiye faintly smiled and looked out a window. A few old stories emerged in his mind again. Xiao Xiao could see that he didn't wish to continue this topic after seeing his expression. Li Qiye was staying at the citadel to wait for her, but she never came. Instead, someone else visited him. Xiao Xiao quietly told Li Qiye, the third elder of the seven martial pavilion wishes to have an audience. He withdrew his gaze from the window and leisurely replied, let them in. A while later, third elder entered. He didn't come alone this time since there was a girl next to him. This girl made everything inside the room bright, true to the proverbial saying, her presence brings light to their humble abode. She would attract gazes wherever she went. Not only was she beautiful, there was a special aura about her, granting her a unique and charismatic temperament. She was wearing a treasure armor that emitted a blue glow. Of course, this armor didn't hide her curves. Her breathtaking figure was still outlined beneath the armor. Her huggable waist, full and round breasts, slender thighs. Just one glance was enough to see them. The most attractive aspect about her wasn't her appearance or her alluring figure, it was her temperament and aura. She exuded an air of the ocean. Looking at her was the same as looking at the blue sky and sea, making people feel quite pleasant and comfortable. However, this oceanic aura wasn't weak, it was rather firm. This aura wasn't one of peaceful waters and more like a torrential wave. She was the tsunami that would fight the heavens and assault the tall peaks, not gentle rippling waves. After seeing the girl, Li Qiye smiled and commented, the culmination of the seven seas essence with a majestic bearing, it isn't unreasonable to call her the seven martial goddess. There was no need for an introduction. Young noble Li, this is our pavilion lord. The elder took this chance to introduce her. Li Qiye smiled while her eyes fell upon him. Her gaze was quite unyielding, it was as if nothing could shake her. She said, Brother Li, your reputation resounds like thunder. It is an honor to meet you today. Li Qiye looked at her and nodded, have a seat. She wasn't reserved and readily sat down. The third elder was perceptive and quietly left at this moment. Li Qiye was lying on his chair as he calmly said, I hope you are the bearer of good news this time. She took a deep breath before solemnly answering, our hallowed ancestor has agreed for you to see our progenitor. Li Qiye slowly closed his eyes and began, Prime, he is indeed a visionary sea god. Because of this, he was able to establish a foundation for your pavilion that has lasted millions of years. Is the sea god still alive? She finally asked the question that has been looming in her mind. Logically speaking, this sea god was no longer of this world. However, Li Qiye wanted nothing more than to see their prime sea god, and the hallowed ancestor had also agreed. This only added to her puzzlement. Li Qiye smilingly replied, you should be asking the old man, not me. The princess went silent for a moment. If the hallowed ancestor was willing to tell her, she wouldn't be asking him right now. Even though he has told her many things, his mouth was tightly shut about this matter. Even a pavilion lord like her didn't know the circumstances. She eventually asked, may I ask when you will perform the life replenishment for our hallowed ancestor? There's no rush. When I'm done with my own business, I will visit your pavilion and personally replenish his life. All you need to do is prepare the alchemy materials. Based on his attitude, the goddess could tell that rushing him was useless. It looks like you are in a hurry. Li Qiye smiled, the ancestor of the conch and the true martial goddess are both coming out, this must be putting you under a lot of pressure. I don't know how strong that sea shield prince is, but if he has that cowardly turtle protecting him, it might be difficult for you to become a sea god in this generation. The candidates for the position will fight alone in the future, so I have no fear. She answered, when that ultimate day comes, even if the true martial goddess challenges me, I will still fight without apprehension. She spoke in a sonorous tone and had an unyielding gaze. She wasn't blustering, these words came from the heart, showing her absolute confidence. Very good. Li Qiye said, being able to speak with such confidence, you are indeed worthy of being Prime's descendant and qualified to say this after learning the 7 styles. You just need more time to hone your skills, then you can fight the true martial goddess. However, time will not wait for you during the competition for the Grand Tao. She agreed with his claim. Despite her absolute confidence, she needed more time before being able to fight the other goddess in the future. Presently, she still lacked mastery and experience. Moreover, her opponent was someone who has been accepted by the Trident in the past. That particular gap couldn't be made up in such a short amount of time. While resting in his chair, Li Qie cheerfully spoke, because of this, you need the seven hallowed ancestor to help you for a while. He pinpointed the exact reason why they needed the assistance of the hallowed ancestor, making her dumbfounded. Li Qie asked with a grin, do you want to become a sea god? I will become a sea god in the future. She firmly uttered as if this was already a fact. The path to becoming a sea god isn't difficult. Li Qie's eyes remained shut as he answered, the Sea Shield Prince and the Conch Overlord are just a group of nobodies. As long as I take action for you, I can trample them whenever I wish. Now this took her by surprise. Chapter 1454, The princess mused his arrogant words carefully. It was understandable for him to not care about the Sea Shield Prince. After all, he was someone who could contend for the heavens will against Mengjintian. However, calling the Overlord a nobody was a matchless declaration of arrogance. She wryly smiled at this thought. Even before seeing him, she had already heard many things about him, especially his arrogance and aggressiveness. Today, after actually meeting him, all of these rumors appeared to be true. She eventually replied, I can definitely finish this path to become a sea god. Her intention was clear, she was refusing his offer. I know that with the hallowed ancestor protecting you in addition to your own strength and talents, your chances are quite favorable. Li Qie faintly smiled. However, after learning the 7 styles, don't you think you aren't being ambitious enough with just becoming a sea god? Even if you master the 7 styles afterward, you still can't surpass your progenitor. He stated, the prime sea god is at the apex of your pavilion and all the sea demons. Surpassing him is definitely difficult. At the very least, I don't see anything from you right now that can allow you to surpass him. I'm afraid your limit will be reaching his height. Li Qie cheerfully continued, I don't want to belittle you, but it is more likely that your top form will only be at the deep blue sea god's level. The princess turned silent. The word, confidence, described her with no sense of false modesty. In the future, she was sure that she could become a sea god as long as she doesn't get assassinated by someone like the Conch Overlord. However, she indeed wondered if she could ever become a character like the prime sea god even after reaching the peak. It was exactly as Li Qie had said, Prime was the unsurpassable pinnacle of the pavilion and the sea demon race. Keep in mind that there were rumors that Prime could fight evenly against immortal Emperor Muzhua even without using the trident. It could be said that he had trained the 7 styles to their ultimate form. Because of these wondrous achievements, he was considered the strongest sea god or even the greatest of them all in the eyes of the sea demons. Later on, the true martial sea god appeared and was an unparalleled prodigy with illustrious battle records. He even fought immortal Emperor Min Ren to a draw. Nevertheless, his own race could only consider this achievement as being equal to Prime at best. Remember that immortal Emperor Min Ren was the first emperor of the Emperor's era, he was the one who started this golden age. He re-emphasized while she was ruminating, you won't be able to surpass your progenitor. After a long time, she asked, then how will you help me? You can't possibly push me above the limit to become an even more amazing sea god, right? If I take action, there will no longer be any suspense in you becoming a sea god. Li Qie said, I chose you not because you are Prime's descendant, more importantly, you have enough confidence in a Tao heart that is as unyielding as a rock. However, it will ultimately be up to you to surpass your progenitor. Then what's the difference? She was confused, as long as people like the Conch Overlord don't kill me, I can still claim the trident. Plus, if the hallowed ancestor comes out, I won't be afraid of these assassinations anymore. Is that so? Li Qiye responded, it looks like you don't know a lot. The old man is really tight-lipped, he must be worrying right now. Please inform me then, brother Li. The princess slowly said this with sincerity since he has piqued her curiosity. Li Qiye asked, have you ever thought about why you sea demons can only become a sea god? Sharing the same sky of heaven spirit, why is it that you can't become an immortal emperor like the charming spirits? Is it because they are the favored children of the heavens? She was startled after hearing this. In fact, she has indeed wondered about this problem before, but there was no answer. Li Qiye continued, have you ever wondered why sea gods require the acceptance of the trident? Where did this weapon come from? Just what secret does it hold? These rhetorical questions left her feeling a bit breathless. After taking a deep breath, she replied in a serious manner, I'll explore this question after becoming a sea god. The princess had made up her mind to find the answers. It will be too late after you become one. Li Qiye smiled and shook his head, your progenitor had the same idea back then as well, unfortunately. She stared at him as her heart began to beat faster and asked, so our progenitor and even our other two sea gods have tried to find this secret? Li Qiye explained, that's right, they have searched for this answer. The truth is that many sea gods tried as well. There is a great secret within all of this. The old man knows about it, but you haven't reached the level to know, so he will definitely not tell you. She was digesting all of this information. Of course, she didn't blame her ancestor since he was surely acting for her own sake. Maybe our pavilion has a solution to this. She eventually said this due to her great trust in both her pavilion and forefathers. There is. Li Qiye replied, just like how the old man's solution is for you to marry me. After I become an immortal emperor and we come together, with my ancient bloodline, we will give birth to a strong offspring. The descendants will be able to sever the roots and will no longer be bound by the shackles of your bloodline. Her fair face turned hot after hearing this. Their pavilion had discussed this already, and the hallowed ancestor himself went to talk to her. In fact, she has already agreed to this proposed marriage. However, it was different when it came from Li Qiye's mouth. Even a straightforward girl like her felt a bit bashful. However, what I'm referring to is different from your ancestors' beliefs. He smiled, I can tell you a few things about the mysteries of the trident and also teach you a way to suppress your blood. After becoming a sea god and grasping these methods, you will be very grateful to me. The trident's mysteries? She slowly said, I won't deny that you are matchless and unfathomable. However, I don't think you know as much about the trident as our pavilion. What she said was the truth and not something out of pride. Their pavilion had 3 sea gods, meaning they had control of the trident for 3 generations. Their ancestors had studied this weapon very thoroughly. He smiled and revealed, I won't deny that. Unfortunately, I can control the trident even better than your pavilion. Believe it or not, even after you become a sea god, I can still forcefully take the trident away from you and there's nothing you can do about it. This is beyond just understanding the weapon and more to do with bloodlines. Despite their comprehensive research, even Prime was helpless in this matter due to many different reasons. In the past, Li Qiye had also researched the trident. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create such a powerful imitation. Without holding back, it could be said that outside of the Bone Sea, no one that was currently living understood this weapon more than him. More importantly, he has a supreme method of control in this matter. It wasn't just due to his understanding of the weapon, it was also because he had completely researched the sea demon's bloodline. Meanwhile, the goddess didn't know how Li Qiye took hold of these secrets. The princess asked, do you have any conditions? Li Qiye flatly stated, yes, I do. There is no free lunch in this world, if you want something, you must pay for it. She replied, well, may I ask what you want? Is it the 7 styles? Li Qiye couldn't help but reveal a leisurely smile, you are underestimating me. Little girl, it seems like you don't really know me. If I really wanted your 7 styles, I wouldn't need to perform a transaction with your pavilion. I can just go up there and seize them, it's that simple. A while ago, the only reason why I even made this proposal was to give your ancestors some face. I do not want to make blood flow like rivers at the pavilion since it is still of some use to me. Chapter 1455. The 7 martial goddess didn't know whether to be angry or just smile helplessly after getting a good taste of his overbearing nature. In all of heaven's spirit, how many people would dare to talk about making blood flow like a sea at their pavilion? However, in front of this man, she could only wryly smile. With all of his past exploits, he was domineering to an unimaginable level. They were bloody and had shown the world his power. Because of this, everyone found it natural when he acted this aggressive and fierce. Li Qie continued, the 7 styles are indeed amazing, but having them or not doesn't matter to me. I actually don't want them right now. She slowly asked, then what do you want, Brother Li? He smiled and answered, you. Me. She stared at him in a strange manner and didn't know how to respond. Don't think too much of it. Li Qie elaborated, I don't want a woman, just a sea god. I will give you a chance to break through. Of course, the height that you reach in the future will depend on you. If you can't reach that level, it will be very disappointing and due to my poor judgment. In the future, when you have the chance to see me again, it will be the time for you to pledge your allegiance, one that lasts a lifetime. The goddess breathed in deeply before giving her answer. I am grateful to earn your favor, but I'm afraid I am not lucky enough to enjoy your blessing. She spoke very politely. Anyone else would have called Li Qie insane. After all, why would a sea god willingly work for anyone else? This was simply impossible. They wouldn't even want to do so for an immortal emperor. You feel that after becoming a sea god, working under me will be a disgrace. He smiled since he understood her thoughts. Li Qie added, the truth is that if someone doesn't move me, even if they become a sea god, I wouldn't necessarily give them the time of day even if they wanted to join my banner. The princess was completely speechless at this moment. If it wasn't for his historical feats, she would take this as mere blustering. Li Qie finally sat upright and said in a serious manner, you might not know this, but I am not only giving you a chance, I'm also giving the pavilion as well as all the sea demons a chance. To be perfectly candid, I really don't care for your race's well-being, I'm far too lazy for that. Only a few among your race have been chosen by me. Therefore, a frank way of putting it is that even if your race faces extinction, it wouldn't bother me at all. He chuckled at this juncture. This made her shudder since she suddenly realized something at this moment. Why do I want to meet your prime sea god? He continued, do you think it is for my own gains? If I didn't care for your heaven spirit world, I wouldn't have any need to see prime and would just take away the 7 styles, who cares about you sea demons? Alas, I am still giving you, the pavilion, and the sea demons a chance. I can only say that I am too merciful in this matter. She felt a bit dazed. This really piqued her curiosity. Li Qie had given up a lot just to see Prime who shouldn't even be in this world. There were too many questions about this matter. The first 5 styles coupled with the marriage was an offer that no one could refuse. However, Li Qie gave up on them completely in such a nonchalant manner that she couldn't understand his motives at all. In the end, she slowly bowed towards him and sincerely said, I was out of line with my shallow knowledge, please forgive me. There's nothing to be forgiven. He replied, since you can understand and think it through, it shows that you're not stupid and can still be trained. She humbly spoke, regarding the unknowns of the sea demons, please point out my misconceptions so that I can see the clear sky beyond the clouds. Li Qie shook his head in response, I can't teach you this. We have different paths and goals. So what if you learn everything? It will only waste my breath and time. The princess slowly asked, then what is it that you wish for? Make a vow. He smiled while looking at her, if you swear allegiance to me after becoming a sea god, you shall give your race a chance. She turned silent after hearing the proposal. Nobody would accept this kind of condition. I'll give you another chance. Li Qiye saw her silence and added, after becoming a sea god, if you still don't want to obey me, then just challenge me, simple as that. If you defeat me, you can regain your freedom. If you lose, the same conditions apply. This took her by surprise. She didn't think that he would bring forth this additional clause. After musing her options, she made up her mind and solemnly declared, very well, I agree to your conditions. After becoming a sea god, I will pledge my allegiance to you. She had thought it over carefully. If he was actually plotting against her, he could have done so in a much easier manner. The marriage was already a foregone conclusion since she had already agreed to it. If he wanted to borrow her power, what was closer in this world than husband and wife? They just needed to perform the ceremony to become one. At that point, the pavilion would even use all of their strength to support him. However, he refused this marriage directly, proving that she wasn't his goal. Furthermore, he was giving her a chance to win her freedom. As a confident person, if she were to be defeated by him after becoming a sea god, there would be nothing else to say. Such a brilliant man would be worthy of becoming her leader. Good, few people can make this decision. He saw her use her true fate to make the oath and smiled. You might not have the great insight of your progenitor, but you certainly have his courage. She didn't become complacent from the praise and naturally replied, you flatter me, brotherly. Very well, I shall stay true to my word. It is time for me to teach you. With that, he took out the Pentadeo gates and used its eternal seal to lock this space. At the same time, he performed a supreme art from the space scripture to add another layer of containment by opening up an entirely new space. After these precautions were set, he utilized cryptic space to hide inside the multilayer spatial compartments. Such seriousness shocked the goddess. She was a discerning person and understood that all of these spatial methods were most likely on the same level as methods immortal emperors used. Brotherly, is there a need to be so careful? She spoke with a changed expression, who can actually come and eavesdrop on us? If it's just a normal conversation, it would be hard for us not to notice intruders. He smiled and said, however, I will not only tell you secrets that your hallowed ancestor has been keeping quiet about, I will also be performing something to your blood. This was when the goddess realized that the scope of this situation was far beyond what she imagined. Do you see why he doesn't want to tell you now? He is afraid of exposing your pavilion's plan, or rather, the prime sea god's secret plan. Having said that, he pointed at the sky. She inquired, the high heavens? No, not the high heavens. Your sea god hasn't reached that level just yet. Li Qiye elaborated, it is about your race, your origin. The princess felt as if she was being suffocated after hearing this due to her own astuteness. This was not a good thing, this was an omen that stemmed from her bloodline. This is also why your sea gods have a shadow council. Li Qiye chuckled. A shadow council? She was startled. Li Qiye noticed her expression and realized something, I see. The old man didn't tell you anything while the pavilion erased all traces of it in addition to forbidding people to talk about it. Chapter 1456, Li Qiye and the seven martial goddess talked for a long time. When she left, her expression was completely different. Ego King, what did you and the seven martial goddess talk about? Xiao Xiao was curious. They talked for several days in one sitting, so it couldn't have been a normal conversation. He blinked and replied, a man and a woman alone together, what else did you think we would talk about? Bah! She turned red right away and ruthlessly stomped on his foot, pervert, deviant. Take this. Little girl, where did your mind drift off to? We were talking about serious business. Only dirty-minded people would actually think about those things. Li Qiye laughed after seeing her explosive demeanor. Say that again. She aggressively posed with both hands on her waist again, her signature look when angry. Li Qiye never failed to find amusement in teasing this little pepper. He then stared at the sky. Even though the city was very lively at this moment, he found the sky to be quiet and lonely. "Pack up a bit, we're about to leave." In the end, he sighed and intended to leave the city in order to meet Su Yonghuang. She noticed his lonely expression and asked, "We're not waiting anymore. We can stay for a bit longer." She didn't know who he was waiting for, but when such a nonchalant person revealed this kind of expression, it meant that he was waiting for someone very important to him. "Forget it," he said with forlorn, "some things can't be forced in this world. Life will always carry some sort of regret. The moon is round and crescent at times, this is the course of life." Xiao Xiao quietly nodded and didn't pry any further. She went off to get ready with Sima Yujian in order to leave with him. During this moment, Li Qiye's heart suddenly quaked, causing him to frown. His blood energy surged as his eyes turned cold. He immediately started moving and exclaimed, "Let's go, we have to save someone." "Who?" Xiao Xiao was caught off guard. He didn't answer and left right away while the two girls quickly gave chase. He was afraid that the two couldn't keep up, so he simply pulled the two of them and crossed through space. In the depths of the ridge, many powerful cultivators were on an adventure to find the rumored immortal medicine. Of course, even if they couldn't find it, there were still other precious herbs and materials. It wouldn't be a complete waste of their trip. The deeper they go inside, the more dangerous it would be. Nevertheless, this place was extremely tempting even without the famous immortal medicine that was circulating around. Many grasses here were millions of years old. As one of the 12 burial grounds, its perils weren't only in name. Some locations were extremely dangerous, consisting of fierce and elusive beasts or man-eating poisonous plants. Some of the adventurers died without leaving a corpse behind. Of course, some were eventually taken over by seeds and turned into the withered. In fact, most cultivators preferred the former. After all, turning into a different race with something occupying their bodies was quite creepy. Thus, when they saw their companions being taken over, they would destroy their bodies first. Bang! 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 A severe battle was waging in a certain location. A woman was struggling with solar flames soaring from her body surrounded by floating suns. She was completely encompassed in this blinding light like a sun goddess. She was elegant and imposing. The suns surrounding her only amplified her dignified and unquestionable aura. She was gravely wounded, but she continued to fight without fear while finding a path of retreat. "Come!" she shouted while sending out a whistling flame. It turned into a fiery dragon and soared to a certain position in the sky. Boom! This fiery solar dragon instantly shattered the fabric of space at this location and created a terrifying black hole. Bang! Right after this explosion, a person jumped out of nowhere and ambushed this woman. She reacted swiftly and waved her hand to command more suns to attack. However, she was a split second too late and was blown away while spewing out a mouthful of blood. This young man, who came out of nowhere, disappeared just as fast. When he showed up again, he was already hovering in the sky. He seemed to be one with the space around him. The clouds obscured his face, so no one could see his appearance. It looked like he was the Lord of Space with full control. All aspects of space were in his grasp. The Sea Shield Prince's void physique is quite terrifying. Not only can he conceal everything, he is also omnipresent. Someone murmured while looking at the youth standing in the sky. This battle has gone on for some time and even attracted the adventurers seeking materials nearby. Well, that lady's extreme young physique is also very powerful. It is a shame that she is being suppressed by Godhalt. Otherwise, who knows who the victor will be? An older expert with keen vision noticed the intricacies within. Who is she? Many people couldn't recognize her, so they were very surprised. Even under the suppression of this land, she can still withstand the pursuit of the prince. Maybe she can even contend with him on equal footing. Why don't we know someone as powerful as her? Miss, you won't be able to escape. This continent might be vast, but it is only a foolish hope. The Sea Shield Prince hovered in the sky and glared at the woman. Be smart and hand over the diagram, then I'll stop pursuing you. People didn't know who she was or what diagram the prince was referring to. However, it must be extremely unfathomable and precious to make the prince personally give chase. Despite her injuries, she stood up and coldly retorted, in your dreams. Even under such dire straits, she was still noble and strong. If you keep on being stubborn, you can't blame me for being merciless. You asked for it by opposing the roaring conch. The prince's eyes turned cold with bloodthirst. The roaring conch is nothing. A voice slowly came about as a man hugging two women came forward. Someone shouted in horror, Fiercest is here. Fierce is showing up again. Many experts gave way after seeing Wuxia. In fact, the majority of them shuddered since they knew that his coming meant bad things were going to happen. Sea Shield, standing in the sky, coldly glared at Wuxia with a pair of eyes that flashed. The wounded woman heaved a sigh of relief after seeing him. She was none other than Su Yonghuang, who came to God halt before Wuxia. The prince coldly uttered, Wuxia, the conch will settle the score with you eventually, so do not interfere with today's business. Otherwise your sister. A kick came just as fast as the verbal retort. It suppressed the entire location so fast that even the prince couldn't react in time. He slammed into the ground and created a deep pit while his blood crazily spurted everywhere. The assailant was naturally Wuxia, who flashed behind the prince to deliver the kick. He then looked down on the prince and slowly said, the roaring conch only consists of a bunch of chickens and dogs. Know your place and stop prancing around in front of me. This overbearing and invincible style made all the spectators gasp. Fiercest's aggression is at an all-time high right now, he's completely matchless. No wonder he is Jintian's rival. Many shuddered with fear after seeing his invincible display. The sea demons were even paler. The Sea Shield Prince was the most hopeful to become a sea god, but he was beaten down in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1457, Wuxia's notoriety from his past exploits was well known around these parts. No one among the younger generation could match him. Today, he instantly stomped the most elite genius of the sea demons down to the ground and seriously injured him. This domineering presence left everyone astounded with dread. At this time, Xiao Xiao and Yujian helped carry Su Yonghuang over. Wuxia gave her a pill that she immediately swallowed it. Many people felt a chill, some even broke out in cold sweat after seeing this. A spectator stated with horror, she is in Wuxia's camp. It looks like the Sea Shield Prince has messed with the hornet's nest this time. Everyone knew that those who dared to touch Wuxia's people would suffer total annihilation. Wyvern and the Blood Shark village were past examples stained with blood. The prince crawled up, both shocked and scared while shouting, Wuxia, you. Wuxia nonchalantly looked at the prince before speaking, what about me? You think someone like you can touch my master? This made the crowd glance at each other in astonishment. This woman was actually Wuxia's master. No matter how they looked at it, these two didn't look like master and disciple at all. She wasn't as strong and arrogant as him. Some would rather believe that he was her master, the opposite was simply unbelievable. However, this actually came from Wuxia's mouth. Accept your death and apologize to my master right now, then I can let go of this matter. Otherwise, I will kill any disciple from the roaring conch on sight and trample your sect completely before this is over. Wuxia glared at the prince. The crowd was dumbfounded by these words. They knew that Fierce wasn't messing around and would kill all who stands in his way. The prince had a twisted expression and was trembling with rage. His face turned extremely red like a pig's liver, showing his indescribable anger. He had always been peerlessly famous even before Wuxia. Only characters like the seven martial goddess were qualified to be compared to him. Thus, he had been quite arrogant until now. The truth was that his pride was justified. His cultivation was great and he even has a half-completion void physique. These were enough to let him stand at the top of the younger generation. He was loved and respected wherever he went, but now, Li Qie spoke as if he was only an ant. This was utterly humiliating to him. Li Qie, do you think you can act presumptuously forever? The prince shouted, the roaring conch isn't made out of mud that can easily be toyed with by everyone. We have plenty of experts, you are simply suicidal for opposing us. In my eyes, the conch is indeed malleable mud. Your so-called experts are just weaklings. Oh right, you have that cowardly turtle, the conch overlord, as your backing. Good, if you can survive today, go back and tell him to crawl back into his shell and hide. If he dares to oppose me, I'll cut his head off and make soup out of him. Li Qie glared at the prince. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this. It was easy to envision him looking down on the prince. After all, his strength had been shown to everyone. Being able to contend against Jintian showed that he could only be stronger than the prince. But now, he even looked down on the conch overlord. This truly fascinated everyone. Keep in mind that the overlord was a divine prince, the son of a sea god and the strongest ancestor of the roaring conch. Who wouldn't show him respect in all of heaven's spirit? Even Jintian would have to tread carefully in front of him while addressing him with honorifics. However, Li Qie was arrogant to the point where he didn't place the overlord in his sight. This domineering nature was beyond words. You! The prince angrily pointed his trembling finger at Li Qie. His chest was heaving up and down so fast that blood almost gushed out. In the end, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Fine. Li Qie, I know you are strong, but I'll have to see it with my own eyes." Having said that, he instantly disappeared. The void physique, one of the 12 immortal physiques. The moment this physique is completed, one would be completely untraceable. It was everywhere yet nowhere, a physique capable of refining space and controlling the world. Many opened their heavenly gazes in order to find his location. However, these experts and their gazes failed to find him, it was as if he had completely vanished. At this moment, a silent punch headed for Li Qie. Despite not making any sound, it was mighty enough to drill a hole through the ground or sink an ocean. Bang! It couldn't connect with Li Qie's head. Li Qie casually repelled it with a fist. The prince was exposed under Li Qie's attack and went flying. Such a carefree retaliation resulted in Li Qie's victory. It wasn't because the prince was weak, it was because Li Qie was simply too mighty. He had entered the path of the heavens, a completely unprecedented one. This allowed each of his techniques to have a world-destroying power. With the grand primordial Tao, all the mysteries of the world were in his grasp. At this moment, cultivation realms didn't matter to him outside of trying to shoulder the heavens' will. The crowd shuddered in the face of this easy victory once more with cold sweat running. The sea demons were even more dejected. This prince and the seven martial goddess have been their pride. But now, the prince couldn't even withstand a single blow from Li Qie. They felt as if their self-esteem was being trampled by him. Bang! After a loud blast, the prince disappeared again. The space where Li Qie stood suddenly turned into a terrifying furnace. Space itself melted like liquid and submerged Li Qie inside. This terrifying power was refining him into liquid just like the space around him. Void refinement. Those who understood the void physique were startled. This is one of the scariest parts about this physique. When the surrounding space is being refined like this, the opponent inside suffers as well. It doesn't matter where they run, the result will be the same. They will be unable to escape the fate of being refined. Many held their breaths after seeing this. They wanted to see how Li Qie would escape this confinement. There was no doubt that he would be able to escape, it was a question of how. Playing with space. Li Qie chuckled in response, if you are at grand completion and capable of fortifying space, this might be more fun. However, this little trick alone isn't worth mentioning. Having said that, he gently pressed down with his palm. Buzz, a faint tremble resounded. The melting space was suddenly reshaped. In the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. Bang! Before anyone could react, the prince, who was hiding perfectly in the void, was swatted away like a fly by Li Qie once more. It didn't matter where he hid, he would be easily found again and forced down to the ground. There was nothing else for the spectators to say. Sea Shield was far from being Li Qie's match and could only take the beating. The gap between the two sides was too great. Only Zhentian, the Prince of Darkness, and the true martial goddess will be able to shake Li Qie. Others simply can't withstand a single move. The desperate sea demons had to accept this reality. Li Qie was too strong, the prince was not on the same level as him. Yu Jian, who was quietly standing next to Li Qie, was speechless as well. She understood that Li Qie showed mercy in the past. If he wanted to kill her, 2 or 3 moves would have been more than enough. With his current power, her god-slaying Dao would be as insignificant as an insect. She gently sighed after seeing this. There is always a higher mountain and a greater man. With someone like Li Qie around, everyone else would be overshadowed. It didn't matter how great of a genius they might be. In the end, all would become bones that paves the path for him to become emperor. Chapter 1458, In a flash, the world became quiet. Both sea demons and charming spirits were completely speechless and horrified. A casual attack was enough to defeat the Sea Shield Prince, this was both a blow to them and a cause for respect. Ah! The Sea Shield Prince suddenly howled with a fierce expression. No, it was more accurate to describe it as hideous since he was caught in a state of madness. This was too great of a blow to him. Until now, he has pridefully considered himself to be extraordinary. In fact, he was indeed extraordinary with few rivals among the younger generation. He could definitely sweep through all of the other geniuses outside of the era evaders. Who would have thought that Li Qie would make short work out of him so easily? How could he handle this humiliation? Rumble. In the blink of an eye, his body erupted with bright lights. It seemed as if he was being divided. Another Sea Shield Prince came out from his original body. This number eventually grew to 9 as exactly 9 identical princes stood in front of Li Qie. Their blood energies were surging, the world quaked because of them. The 9 princes exerted the same power and couldn't be distinguished from one another. They had the same cultivation and strength as the original body. Are these avatars? People couldn't tell the real one from the fakes. Normally, avatars would be weaker than the real body. However, this wasn't the case, so the crowd couldn't tell them apart. They're not avatars. A sea demon paragon murmured, this is the 9 images physique art created by the roaring conch sea god based on the immortal physique law. Die. The 9 princes' howl could shatter the sky vault. They all jumped at the same time and attacked together with heaven-shattering punches. Alongside this attack, a great ocean emerged behind them. At this moment, each of them looked like a sea god. 9 sea gods attacking together with their destructive oceans were flying towards Li Qie. They carried the power of the entire dragon demon sea. 9 of them meant 9 demon dragon seas, each with unparalleled power. A single punch could kill a god monarch. That's a real ace technique, what incredible power. Many were aghast after seeing this heaven-defying technique. Even though they knew the prince was not a match for Li Qie, this great technique gave them a sliver of hope. The sea demons especially desired a miracle for the prince to reverse the tide. Even if he couldn't defeat Li Qie, at least he should give his opponent some injuries. Li Qie simply disappeared in the face of this blow. A loud blast came from where he was standing. Suddenly, another 9 sea shield princes jumped up at the same time and unleashed identical attacks. Rumble. The direct confrontation affected the sky above. The stars were screaming and seemed as if they could fall down at any moment. 18 princes began their combat in the sky. 9 of them were created from the prince's 9 images physique art, while the rest came from where Li Qie stood earlier. Die. The Sea Shield Prince was a bit stunned to see 9 more identical people. He shouted and placed his palms together. The void turned into a crescent slash that aimed straight for his enemies. The other 9 also shouted and did the same. They used their palms to form a sword and unleashed the same spatial slash towards the first 9. Rumble. At this time, the 18 princes were ravaging the sky with amazing momentum. Both sides used the same techniques with the same power. No one could do anything to the other. It was as if the prince was desperately fighting against himself. What is going on? The spectators became silly while watching this. They didn't know where the other 9 princes came from. Is this another of Li Qie's demonic arts? This was the sentiment that echoed across the crowd after Li Qie disappeared and turned into the 9 identical princes. They had never seen this method before. It was one thing for him to turn into the 9 princes, but it was impossible to copy all of the prince's techniques. Moreover, these techniques were completely alike and had the same power. Symmetrical dimension, this was another wondrous spatial technique. The space scripture had 4 major arts, and parallelism was one of them. Symmetrical dimension was part of parallelism. When he utilized this art, it would create a parallel space that mirrors his combatants exactly in techniques, merit laws, and power. Under its effect, his enemies would have to fight against themselves. Outside of death or escape, there was no other way of dispelling this space. The prince crazily rose to his strongest state. However, the other 9 did the same. They continued to shatter the sky and fought until blood was spilled. This was the prince injuring himself. Everyone was at a loss for words while watching this. No one had an answer for this type of demonic art. Not interesting at all. After enough blood was spilled, Li Qie suddenly appeared and spoke while shaking his head. Bang! 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 In a split second, his soaring immortal and hell-suppressing physiques erupted at the same time. He directly lunged forward without using any techniques or weapons. The 18 princes were originally at a tie where no side had the advantage, so when Li Qie suddenly attacked, the prince was obviously not his match. 8 of them instantly shattered, the symmetrical versions shattered as well. The prince's real body was slammed flying outside with blood spurting everywhere. He was seriously injured. Li Qie withdrew the parallel space and grabbed the flying prince. Bang! 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 The prince was slammed side to side, causing the earth to tremble. Li Qie showed no mercy as he swung his opponent to the ground continuously. The prince was covered in blood and on the verge of death. Too weak. Li Qie casually threw the nearly unconscious prince to the ground and clapped his palms clean. This scene suffocated all the spectators. The peerless and beloved son, the Sea Shield Prince, was thrown to the ground like a dead dog by Li Qie. This was even more shocking than if Li Qie had just killed him. Li Qie glanced at the dying prince on the ground and said, "Someone like you still claims to be the heaven's son? Then wouldn't I be the high heaven's father?" Although these words were disrespectful, no one dared to say anything at this moment since Li Qie was fully qualified to utter such an overbearing statement. When Li Qie approached, the prince howled and created a monstrous explosion. In this split second, his body exploded completely into a bloody mist like dozens of suns exploding at the same time. This force was directed straight towards Li Qie. Li Qie didn't bat an eye in the face of this explosion. He placed his palms together. The incoming blood mist was completely compressed by the surrounding space before collapsing and disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, after he detonated his own body, the prince's true fate used this chance to escape into the horizon. The crowd shuddered after seeing the prince's method. He was quite resolute indeed, destroying his own body at the moment of life and death so that his fate could escape. "You're not chasing him?" Yu Jin couldn't help but ask after seeing Li Qie not wanting to do anything. "Let him live for now." Li Qie answered freely, "A monk can run, but not his temple." Having said that, he looked at Su Yonghuang and said, "His life will be yours for the taking later." Yonghuang coldly uttered, "I'll personally take him down next time." If it wasn't for the suppression of Godhalt, she wouldn't be afraid of Sea Shield at all. It would be impossible for him to defeat her. It was because of the powerful suppression here that allowed him to ambush her successfully. Li Qie looked at her situation and said, "Your injuries are serious, we'll go back for now." As the group was leaving, no one dared to block their path. Sea Shield Prince is Sea Shield Heavenly Prince in the raw, but I shortened it to be less wordy. The name actually means the Heaven's Son, or the Emperor in ancient China, or a prince. It just means the chosen one. Chapter 1459. After returning to the inn, Li Qie looked at Su Yonghuang and asked, "Why did that kid ambush you? What is this, you?" She angrily glared at him and reminded, "I'm your master, so be good and call me master, don't lose your sense of propriety." This beauty was indeed an elegant noble. As the descendant of an immortal emperor, her aura was dignified and stately. When she glared at him like this, there was a special style worthy of savoring. "Okay, I know you are indeed my master by luck." He smiled, "Even though I can give you some good stuff for being my master, don't always take advantage of me." "You." Her teeth were itching from anger, and she didn't let up her merciless glare. Before Li Qie, she didn't look like an imposing master at all. It was more accurate to say that Li Qie was her master. Despite being his master in name, Su Yonghuang had never taught him how to cultivate, it was only ever the other way around. Li Qie was the one who took care and guided her, so it was no wonder why he would tease her and call her a master by luck. He smiled at her annoyed expression, "Did you find that place?" "I did, and I also found my clan's treasure there. The ancestor did die on that spot." She gently sighed. Li Qie flatly said, in order to marry his sweetheart, he must have promised her seniors to go get an item. "How do you know?" She was startled because she only found out after seeing his dying message at that location. "I just calculated with my fingers." He leisurely replied, "What else could they be doing after visiting that place?" It wasn't just the ancestor, the lady also came with him. Both of them died there. She sighed again. "It's a blessing within a disaster then." Li Qie smiled and said, "It is still a meaningful death. He alone couldn't do anything in that place." Yonghuang eventually calmed down and told Li Qie with excitement, "There is a divine root there, an incredible one." "I know." Li Qie wasn't surprised at all, a highly coveted one, even by immortal emperors. "Unfortunately, they couldn't get it since the time isn't ripe." "What about now?" "I feel a great momentum suitable for ascension. Even though I don't really know alchemy, I can sense that the medicine has matured enough." She recalled her observation. "You should be happy about being able to maintain your Tao heart and not getting tempted by it. Otherwise, your fate would have been bad." He chuckled. "Of course I realized that, I'm not stupid." She gracefully glared at him with a charm that could make the heart beat faster. She was able to enter due to having two pieces of the diagram. She found the remains of her ancestor, and according to his last words, she knew that this place had a peerless divine root. Moreover, she felt an ascending momentum coming from that place as well. However, Li Qie had warned her before, so she fortified her Tao heart and didn't infiltrate any further. After taking back the treasure from her clan, she immediately left. At the same time, the Sea Shield Prince ambushed her because of the map. Who knows how he found this place or where he received the message that she had this map. Before she left the ridge, he ambushed her in order to take the diagram. Li Qie smiled while looking at her charming expression. She gently sighed and took out an old box before handing it to Li Chia. This is our Su clan's ultimate treasure. She didn't need to hide anything in front of him. They treated each other with sincerity, and she could give him her all. Li Chia opened the box and an immortal light gushed out. He couldn't help but sigh while looking at the treasure within. The past resurfaced in his mind. All along, he felt that he still owed the ancestor of this clan. He was the one who dragged her into the mess and gave her a promise. On the path towards the Tao, she had sacrificed a lot. She formulated plans for immortal Emperor Min Ren while carrying out conquests all over the 9 worlds on top of defensive campaigns. When the Emperor failed, she was there by his side. After he accomplished his Tao, she was also there, silently standing beside him. She laughed and cried together with him through good times and bad. For him, she didn't hesitate to abandon her clan and home. Unfortunately, as the Dark Crow, he failed to carry out his promise and couldn't make her the queen. The emperor back then seemed to be possessed and couldn't forget that idiotic woman. This eventually escalated into a conflict between him and the emperor. After this, the emperor stopped associating with him. The two of them parted unhappily. He had no choice but to enter an early hibernation. Even though the Su ancestor had never blamed him since she thought that it was her own choice and fate, he knew that he owed her. If he didn't involve her in the changing world, she could have lived happily as a golden daughter or a carefree princess. An ordinary life of happiness and harmony with her own family. He gently sighed while thinking of the past. It was all gone now, who knows who was right and wrong. The emperor wasn't necessarily wrong and he wasn't necessarily right. The only one who was hurt in the end was a woman who had sacrificed too much. With a sad sentiment running through his mind, he handed back the treasure box to Yong Huang and said, "Your clan's treasure has many incredible mysteries, so you should take your time learning them. Once you grasp its profundities, it will mean a lifetime of benefits." "I will." She took a deep breath and solemnly nodded. Xiao Xiao, who was standing to the side, finally found a chance to jump in and excitedly told the two, "Hey, where is this divine medicine you two are talking about? Let's go and have a look." Li Qiye saw that she was eager and couldn't help but smile. "I'll take you there, but not now. We will wait until after she gets better and kills the Sea Shield Prince." Li Qiye was definitely not a nice person. As an advocate for an eye, he will give Su Yonghuang a chance to kill the prince after the previous ambush. That's fine. Although Xiao Xiao was hot-tempered and unreasonable for the majority of the time, she could still read the situation and knew when to not push the issue. "You are still flirting everywhere, you even tricked an underage girl." Yonghuang looked at Xiao Xiao before glaring at Li Chia again. "Who says I'm underage?" Su Yonghuang had stepped on Xiao Xiao's tail with her comment. Xiao Xiao immediately jumped up with her aggressive pose, arched out her breasts with a slightly visible valley, and fiercely exclaimed, "This lady treads the world and Dieter's myriad realms, who dares to say that I'm underage?" Su Yonghuang didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Xiao Xiao's appearance. She had to shake her head. Li Qiye ignored Xiao Xiao and told Yonghuang, "In order to kill the prince, I will help you dispel the suppression of Godhalt first." Having said that, he placed his big hand between Yonghuang's breasts. She could feel his rough palm, causing her to blush. A hot wave coursed through her body. Even a calm woman like her couldn't help but slightly lower her head with an air of indescribable gentleness. Clank! The Grand Tao began to move with sonorous sounds. In the end, it was just like the opening of a lock. With a click, the suppressive laws were finally dispelled. So it's like that. She breathed deeply as if a huge burden had just been lifted. Even though this suppression wouldn't injure anyone, being here for so long gave people the feeling of being shackled. It was completely overwhelming. She felt quite comfortable as her energy billowed once more. Its return allowed her to reach her peak state. Her royal aura surged even more alongside an imposing momentum and a new will to fight. "Take your time recuperating. After you recover, your battle will come, there's no need to rush. He could feel her battle intent and chuckled, the prince won't escape. He has some backings at the Divine Ridge Citadel, so he'll come back for revenge soon enough. I'll be waiting for him to come so that I can personally decapitate him. Su Yonghuang's eyes flashed a cold glint, she was ready for war. Being ambushed by him had enraged her. If it wasn't for the suppression, she would have killed him already. Chapter 1460. While Yonghuang was recovering, the group stayed at the citadel to wait for her so that she could kill the Sea Shield Prince when the time comes. On this day, someone arrived at the citadel and caused a huge commotion even before entering. It was a middle-aged man with the bearing of a king. He didn't move very quickly. However, the world thumped with each of his steps. He was walking with a very particular cadence, neither fast nor slow. His steps weren't loud either, but people felt as if the world was shaking and that the ridge itself was a beating heart. Visual phenomena appeared at the citadel with his coming. The sky turned peerlessly green and the city was engulfed in a verdant light. This majestic life force spread to every corner of the city. In the sky, leaves began to fall. Each leaf was very delicate and seemed to be heralding new life to the city. Moreover, a path was formed below his steps with leaves and grasses. They were all precious alchemy ingredients. Wherever he went, plants would start to grow, providing an abundance of vegetation. Many people were afraid of these phenomena. This middle-aged man looked like the lord of the forest in control of all plants. After arriving at the outskirts of the citadel, his eyes swept by and the city suddenly lit up. His gaze was what illuminated the entire area. People felt a chill after sensing his gaze. It seemed that they were completely enveloped by his vision. Such a casual glance spanned the entire city. There was no place to hide. He didn't try to hide his own divinity and let it run rampant. It was omnipresent, to the dismay of the crowd. Who is this? People were in awe of his aura. Even the ignorant crowd would know that this newcomer was frightening. Alas, few at the ridge actually recognized him and his background. Someone finally recognized him, the Terra King. He didn't actually die. I clearly saw Fierce burn him to death at the Bone Sea. Why is he still alive and stronger and more terrifying than before? Terra King. Who? Many still didn't know him. They hadn't heard of this name before. A disciple from the ancestral Terra. I only know that he's a member of royalty there, no one knows the exact details. The expert who recognized him found this whole thing quite strange as well. Back at the Bone Sea, everyone saw the Terra King get burned to ashes by Li Chie's refined sun fire. But now, he was alive and countless times stronger than before. Don't you think you have the wrong person? An older paragon was skeptical and slowly said, this person is indeed a Tyrant, but even if I can't see through him, in my opinion, he isn't weaker than Jintian at all. Thus, this Terra King can't be unknown. The expert took another careful look and spoke in a serious manner, it is definitely that Terra King back at the Bone Sea. I'm definitely not mistaken in this. This is very strange, I clearly saw him die, why is he still alive and stronger than before? He was baffled by this bizarre occurrence. While many people were wondering about the Terra King's identity, he climbed up the divine tree at the citadel and stood on a branch near Terminus' decrepit face. He slowly said, Senior Terminus, I wish to hear your wise thoughts. Despite knowing Terminus' history, he still showed no fear. This was indicative of his might. However, Terminus kept his eyes closed as if he was sleeping. The king spoke again, Senior, my disciple has died at the ridge, I hope you can tell me what went wrong. Terminus finally opened his eyes and glanced at the king to say, Return from whence you came. The trouble in this world, let it disperse like the wind and clouds. My ancestral Terra's disciple will not die in vain. The king's eyes flashed with brilliance as if they were stealing the fortune of the world itself in a soul-devouring manner. That's your business. Terminus replied, I have said my part. Now go down, don't wait until I'm angry or I will forget about past sentiments and kill you right here. With that, he ignored the king and slowly closed his eyes again. Senior, we want blood for blood. Li Qiye has killed our disciple and retribution must be had. I hope you will not protect a human. The Terra King wore a solemn expression. Alas, Terminus was now ignoring him. Many were astounded to see the Terra King dare to talk to Terminus like this. Everyone knew just how powerful this guardian was. However, this unknown person shockingly talked to him in this manner. The king couldn't do anything about it, but he still said with confidence, the ancestral Terra shall eradicate the human junior. Please excuse us if we are to offend you in any way at the ridge, senior. Terminus didn't bother to pay any attention to him. If some people wanted to die and court their own death, that was their business. He didn't wish to be dragged into this battle. In his eyes, the Terra King was already a dead man, and it was only a matter of time before the ancestral Terra gets destroyed. At that time, Heaven's spirit will tremble. All the ancestors who believe that they're invincible will come to understand the type of existence they were provoking. Mournful screams will spread across the entire world, but it will be too late for those ancestors to start regretting their actions. The Terra King could read the mood, so he had to get off and entered the city. He told his disciples who were staying here, I will go see the Prince of Darkness and Meng Zhentian. This news immediately spread and shocked many experts. Just who the hell is this Terra King? How is he qualified to meet with Zhentian and the prince? People began to speculate his background right away. Ego King, you're dead now. A big shot who is very powerful and mysterious has arrived. He declared his intention of getting revenge for the dead ancestral Terra disciples. Xiao Xiao came back from playing outside very early on and grinned. She had a gloating look on her face and was happy to see a mighty enemy cause trouble for Li Qiye. So it's that Terra King. Li Qiye wasn't surprised at all. After seeing the phenomena at the city, he already knew who it was. Yeah, I heard he is going to see Zhentian and the Prince of Darkness right now. Ha, it looks like all of your enemies are working together to kill you. She laughed. Li Qiye chuckled and rubbed his chin, this is actually really good news for me. I was afraid that the people from that sect wouldn't come for revenge. Killing a minor character is meaningless. Only killing a big shot will truly provoke the hornet's nest. Ego King, what are you trying to do? Xiao Xiao immediately had a bad feeling after seeing his expression. He gently smiled in response, I have a dream where I plant a towering tree, and the ancestral Terra is a very good place. However, it does seem a bit cruel to use millions of corpses to nourish a tree. Isn't this situation just perfect? Since the ancestral Terra wants to kill me, it will be natural for me to annihilate them completely. The ancestral Terra? Don't you know that this is a place praised to be impregnable even by immortal emperors? She was a little startled. Li Qiye smiled and insipidly replied, it depends on the method. Nothing is impregnable in this world. Hard work will pay off, so as long as you are willing, you can destroy anything you want. If someone else were to say that they wanted to destroy the ancestral Terra, she would find it very funny. However, she wasn't amused at all when it came from Li Qiye and even felt a little creeped out. Sima Yujian, on the other hand, felt a bit sympathetic towards the ancestral Terra. She realized that he had been staring at that sect as if it was prey. He was a hungry wolf exposing his frightening fangs while the ancestral Terra was a fat sheep unaware of the danger. Chapter 1461, On the second day after the Terra King arrived at the citadel, many experts suddenly received a divine order. A convention of myriad races is taking place at the citadel. This shocking news spread across the city like a storm. A convention of myriad races? Many big shots were frightened after receiving this order, it hasn't been convened in a long time. The last time was before immortal Emperor Yin Tian's ascension to the throne. Even ancestors were shocked. Not just anyone can call for this convention. What's the reason this time? Who is qualified to preside over this meeting? Another piece of news answered this particular question. The son of a sea god and the vice ancestor of the Tyrants, they are capable of presiding over a convention of myriad races. Some grand characters were alarmed and murmured, "Is the storm coming now?" That's right, the storm is coming. All enemies of us charming spirits, Tyrants, and sea demons should be eradicated. Heaven's spirit must have the next emperor. This declaration stirred the people. The younger generation had never heard of this matter, so they asked out of confusion, "What kind of convention is this?" A senior explained, "There are two major points to this convention. First, all races can participate. Second, it is to deal with the problems of Heaven's spirit. This convention is very majestic and important. Generally speaking, the less influential people can only sit on the sidelines and watch without being able to make decisions. They will discuss all the grand matters in Heaven's spirit. Of course, the final say is up to the behemoths behind closed doors. They will announce the result to everyone at the convention." A junior replied, "So a lineage like ours will merely be listeners?" The senior nodded, "Yes, not too many people can actually make decisions at this convention. The rest of the participants are only there to hear the resolutions in order to avoid problems while implementing these decisions and to reduce further conflicts between the races. Normally, the decisions made there could affect all of Heaven's spirit. For example, the Lithodides sea god. After the battle at the War Cliff, his position was fortified. Afterward, a convention of myriad races was held and the sea demons, Tyrants, and charming spirits recognized his status. From then on, no more lineages directly tried to compete with him by stealing the trident. Because of this, he was able to wipe out all obstacles and become the next sea god. What's the purpose of this one then? The junior was unavoidably curious. The senior didn't answer this time and fell into silence. Ego King, the convention of myriad races is about to begin. Do you want to go listen? After hearing this news, Xiao Xiao immediately told Li Qie and cheerfully smiled, "I heard a sea god's son and the vice ancestor of the Tyrants are in charge. It looks like they are going to deal with you." Convention of myriad races? More like a convention of a massacre. Li Qie smiled, "It is best if they want to scheme against me so that I can kill all of them at once. There will be fewer problems that way." Su Yonghuang reminded him, "I'm afraid the enemies want you to do just that. They are digging a pit and waiting for you to jump in so that they can make you the enemy of all the races in Heaven's spirit." After several days of recuperation, her injuries were much better. Li Qie laughed in response, "So what if this is a trap? Nothing can be better, there can only be more enemies. Slaughter 100,000 and they will think they can still fight. Kill 1,000,000 and they would still think that there is a chance for retaliation. However, if you kill billions, all of Heaven's spirit will shut up. Silence will finally come. It's only a couple races. Just wait until I begin the massacre, people will soon figure out which side is the right one. Obey me and live, disobey me and die. Those who stand in my way shall be killed without mercy. It doesn't matter if blood drowns this entire world." He softly smiled at this point. It was a stark and jarring contrast between his gentle smile and the cruel contents of his speech. Xiao Xiao, who just wanted to tease him, felt a chill after hearing his response. She believed that he wasn't just speaking for fun, this was his intention from the start. Su Yonghuang couldn't do anything but wryly smile. She had grown accustomed to Li Qie's slaughtering wrath. In this split second, he raised his brows and told Yonghuang, "You want to kill Sea Shield, right? He will definitely go to this convention, so that will be your time to shine." Xiao Xiao added, "That scared conch overlord might be there to protect him." Li Qie casually handed an item to Yonghuang and said, "Go find the true martial goddess. If that cowardly turtle dares to cause trouble, she will protect you." Kill the Sea Shield Prince at the convention to show everyone the fate of those who dare to attack my people. Having said that, he turned and left. This surprised both of the girls. After calming down, Yong Huang raised her voice, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to see someone. Like I said before, don't wait for me. If I don't come back, just go back to your homes." He disappeared into the sky before finishing his sentence. A shadow crossed the city's sky. It was so fast that no one was able to detect it. However, Li Qiye immediately gave chase to this shadow. He could cross realms by utilizing the immeasurable speed of his soaring immortal physique. Eventually, he was able to catch up. It was the same woman who was drifting through the void. It looked as if she was walking slowly, but her speed was amazing. She looked like a strolling fairy with a wonderful posture, completely kingdom-toppling. This fairy-like woman landed on a peak and turned around to coldly stare at Li Qiye. Li Qiye also stopped and met her gaze. He said, "I've been waiting for you." He was met with the same indifferent gaze and silence just like last time. He bitterly smiled after seeing this. "I know it was all my fault, but no matter what, I hope we can end this so that you can have closure before I leave." Clank! A sword left its sheath with its tip touching Li Qiye's throat. If he moved even a tiny bit, it would immediately pierce through him. Li Qiye didn't panic at all. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed, "If killing me can take away the hatred in your heart, then go ahead. I won't be mad at you even if you chop me into pieces. You cultivate the death physique." In the end, she finally spoke with a voice as heavenly as an immortal. Despite the cold intent, it was still very pleasant to the ears. "Yes, you understand me too well." Li Qiye chuckled without hiding anything. She coldly uttered, "Understand you? If I did, I wouldn't have been tricked by you." He pondered for a moment before opening his mouth to speak. However, she interrupted him, "You shouldn't say it was all for my sake. I know you will say so since you always come up with an excuse. As the teacher of immortal emperors, you always come up with such perfect excuses." He earnestly said, "First of all, I admit that I have deceived you. Second, whether you believe it or not, I only hope for you to live on. I have promised your father that as long as I am alive, no one can kill you. It's fine if you don't believe me." She coldly asked, "You thought I was going to die? Was my defeat so certain in your eyes?" He wryly smiled, "I know you, but I know her even better. Do you think both of you could have survived?" She retorted, "So you chose her." "I didn't choose her." He sincerely said, "When her invincible Tao reached completion, I knew that she could suppress eternity itself. Nothing could have stopped her, not even you. Even against impossible odds, would you have stopped?" She didn't answer this time and only glared at him. "You know that you wouldn't have backed down and I know this as well." He met her gaze and directly stated, "In the final battle, there was only one result, your death. So I should be thanking you for saving me. I was the one who was wrong." She stared at him with icy eyes. "No, it was my fault." He bitterly smiled in response, "Everyone says that I can control everything and reverse the universe itself, but I am also powerless at times. Ultimately, I am fully responsible for what happened." Chapter 1462, It took some time before she finally answered him with a voice void of sympathy, "You think it is better if I live? Living like this is worse than dying on the battlefield." Li Qiye forced a smile and eventually answered, "I understand, that's why I owe you. I'm standing here in order to make it up to you. Back in the ancient Ming era when you were still a little girl, I personally sealed you from the secular world, hoping that you could live a happy life during a better time. At that time, I promised your father that as long as I am still in the 9 worlds, no one can take your life. Alas, you came into being early in that generation and it ended up like this. I have hurt you." He helplessly sighed at this point. Having said that, he stared straight into her eyes and solemnly stated, in the past, I didn't like going to heaven's spirit, but now, I am here as Li Qie to see and tell you that as long as you wish for it, I can make it up to you." She coldly glared at him. "Will you concede the heaven's will?" He looked deep into her eyes and nodded. "Yes, I will even concede the heaven's will. If you want to become an immortal emperor, this generation shall be yours." After some time, she emotionlessly replied, "I don't need anyone to give the position to me. If I desire the position, I shall sweep through all things and ascend myself. My throne does not need your support. I know, you have always been arrogant like this, never willing to bow down." He couldn't help but faintly smile. After a long time, she continued the conversation. "I don't want the heavens' will or the throne. If you want to make it up to me, it is quite simple. Stop and stay here, this would be more than enough." Li Qie began to quietly ponder her words. In the end, he looked up and said, "You should know that I can't do so. No matter the era, I will never stop. I will continue to move forward until the end of the world and fight to my last breath. No one can hold me back." She wasn't affected by his words, it was as if she was expecting this response. Nevertheless, she still asked, "Is there no exception? I can make exceptions for other things, such as the heaven's will. Despite knowing that I have to fight to the end, I can still give it to you and continue on regardless." He calmly let her gaze into his heart, however, stopping in something I will never do. I will never stay back, not in the past, the present, or the future. My Dao heart will never waver unless I am no more in this world. She spoke with a bleak tone. "I have never been an exception in your life." Li Qie stated in a serious manner, "It's not just you, I don't make any exceptions in this matter. It isn't because my love is not deep enough, it's because this is my ultimate pursuit in life. Without it, it won't matter if I am Li Qie or the Dark Crow, all will seem meaningless." I knew that you would say something like this. The conversation thus far didn't improve her mood. He gently sighed, "It's all my fault. You, Su'er, and Wenxin are the same. I won't stop because of you or them or anyone else for that matter. I am me, a moth flying towards the flame. I will never stop until the finality or death. I am grateful to have met you all who have made my life even more brilliant. I can only say that. I am too selfish." He concluded with a bitter smile. "Go." Eventually, she slowly spoke, "I am not a resentful woman, I don't need you to make it up regardless of whether you owe me or not." His heart fluttered as he looked at the woman standing so close to him and couldn't help but reach out to gently touch her beautiful face. At this time, images of the past resurfaced in his mind. In those times, he was a rash and violent youth named Li Qie who relied on his own talents and looked down on people while she was a woman trapped in love. Someone as proud as her could still be so gentle and lovely. Recalling the intimate scenes stirred his heart. Even an existence like him that had long forgotten what pain was now felt a slight prick. He murmured, "Goodbye, my little Yuer. If I return victorious, we can meet again. If I die, you may have to find and bury my body one day." She slowly closed her eyes. Pearl-like tears appeared at the corners of her eyes and began to drip down her cheeks. He made up his mind and turned to leave without stopping. He didn't wish to see her tears. Even when blood flowed like rivers and bodies piled into mountains, the overlord of the 9 worlds always remained as cold and emotionless as steel. He would never grieve and never cry. She couldn't help but open her eyes to watch his back gradually disappear into the distance. Li Qie continued to travel farther and farther. Voices echoed in his head and scenes of the past kept on resurfacing in his mind. Jian Wenxin once told him, "The heavens is too unreachable, there is nothing bad about being a trapped ant in this world." Recalling her words forced a bitter smile on his face. He quietly repeated his justification to himself, "Even if I am an ant, I will not yield to the heaven and earth. I will kill my way to the 9 heavens and never submit, for I am Li Qie." The citadel was still as lively as before, with many cultivators anticipating the upcoming event. Only more and more came to visit as time went on due to the convention of myriad races. This convention would be the highlight of this generation, so no cultivator or lineage wanted to miss it. Despite everyone being able to participate, the real hosts were the charming spirits, sea demons, and the Tyrants. These were the three strongest races and could even be said to be in charge of Heaven's spirit. The other races, such as the humans, stone golems, and the blood race, were only minor additions as spectators. They weren't qualified to make any decisions. Who called for this meeting and who will be running it? People were quite curious. Don't worry, the hosts are definitely qualified. The vice ancestor from the Tyrants, Meng Xintian, the Conch Overlord, and the Prince of Darkness signed their names on the divine order earlier. With the power and status of these supreme existences, they are indeed eligible to call for this convention. There's no doubt about that. A friend explained. Moreover, I heard that even the Lunar Grasp Fairy and the true martial goddess will participate. No matter how you look at it, this will be a good event. In fact, the invited experts had many speculations about the goals behind the convention. After all, it was very urgent without any prior signs. Many were caught off guard. It seems that they're in a hurry, and it's even taking place at the Divine Ridge Citadel. Why this location instead of any of the great powers? So strange. Someone felt uneasy about this sudden convention. Maybe it is to deal with fierce. A sea demon suggested. The convention was called upon by Xintian, the prince, the vice ancestor of the Tyrants, and the Conch Overlord, who all signed their names. Even the true martial goddess and the Lunar Grasp Fairy might participate, so it must be to deal with Wuxia. Maybe it is even more than that. Dealing with someone like Fiercest doesn't necessitate a convention of myriad races. Someone else who had a better understanding of the convention said, maybe outside of the three races joining forces against Wuxia, it is also to determine the candidates for the next emperor and sea god. People who hadn't participated before curiously asked, this can also be decided through the convention? It's possible. This knowledgeable expert responded, if the geniuses from Heaven's spirit are stuck in a deadlock, they will use this method to divide the benefits with agreements. Right now, I think Xintian will be the emperor candidate. As for the sea god candidates, it could be the seven martial goddess, the sea shield prince, or the true martial goddess. It is easier to decide the imperial candidate since the charming spirits want Xintian. On the other hand, it is a lot more intense for the sea god position. The sea demons don't want heavy losses during this competition. Chapter 1463, There were all kinds of speculations about the convention. Some believed that it was to deal with Wuxia, while others said that it was to determine the next sea god in order to avoid excessive wars. In fact, such things had happened before. Immortal emperors had been decided through this particular convention. These meetings made the three races of Heaven's spirit work together in order to defeat the chosen ones from the other 8 worlds so that their own could have this title. As for the sea god's role, the Lithodide sea god was chosen after stabilizing his own position through the convention. Right now, the sea shield prince, the seven martial goddess, and the true martial goddess had the best chance to become the next sea god. The sea demons might be using this opportunity to pick one of them. The true martial goddess was clearly the most optimistic among the three. Nevertheless, the other two weren't bad either, especially the prince since he had the Conch Overlord as his backing. This overlord was the son of a sea god, and with regards to seniority, he far exceeded the other children of sea gods. However, some also thought that this convention was about the medicine of immortality because the summon to the Divine Ridge Citadel was too hasty. Thus, many believed that this was a ploy to form an alliance between powerful lineages and individuals to obtain the medicine. The convention borrowed a large space from the Tyrants. The old ministers of many sea gods came as well in order to stop troublemakers and to prevent unwanted complications. The old ministers are keeping the peace for this convention. Many were surprised to hear this. It meant that this convention was held to a very high standard. Any disruptor would be severely punished. These ministers used to work under sea gods, so they were quite influential in heaven's spirit. Thus, any troublemakers must think twice before being rash here. The convention finally began as many cultivators rushed into the temporary venue. Even though the decision-makers were from the powerful lineages, even the weaker ones were allowed to enter. Because of this, the venue was quickly filled with a sea of people, including members of all races. Despite the high volume, the venue was still orderly without any confusion. The participators sat in accordance with their status and sect. No one dared to do anything out of line. After all, the presence of the ministers prevented any mishaps, otherwise death might be the outcome. Rumble. Right when people were seated, a series of explosions occurred. 2 carriages shattered the void while causing the world to quake. They lined up together and sailed into the venue. Everyone was rendered breathless by the auras that came from them. Someone shouted after seeing the carriages, "Meng Zhentian and the Prince of Darkness are here." Zhentian still emitted an aura capable of suppressing the heavens with divine rings coming out of his body. Each of these rings emitted an unbearable pressure. His carriage was being pulled by a half-phoenix with the crimson flame ancestor holding the reins. As for the Prince of Darkness, his carriage was completely black and seemingly made from some ancient metals. The carriage itself emitted a chill that went straight to the bone. The prince became famous long ago. Despite being an ancient character, he still looked very young with his black crown. Atop of his head was a divine reflection as dark as ink. This mirror looked like an abyss. Anyone who stared at it would fall deep into the bottomless abyss and disappear forever. Because of this, many didn't dare to look at him. His divine reflection was too scary. Anyone who took a glance at it would feel their knees giving in and barely be able to stand straight. After arriving, the 2 went to their respective pavilions. The whole venue was made in the shape of a fan. The very top had 3 separate royal thrones reserved for sea gods, tree fathers, and immortal emperors. Of course, these 3 beings were absent today, the seats were merely there as a formality. Below these 3 royal thrones was another row with floating pavilions in the air. They were linked together to form a huge hall. Only characters on the same level as Meng Zhentian and the prince were eligible to be in there. These were the main decision-makers of this convention, the supreme experts. Further down were rows of seats meant for cultivators from all over the world. A bit after the duo arrived, a middle-aged man landed from the sky. His arrival signaled strange images of trees growing in the air with countless leaves falling down. It gave the venue a newfound vigor. This was naturally the Terra King. He didn't converge his aura at all, so visual phenomena always accompanied him. Many were surprised to see him walking into the venue with such an assertive posture. After all, there were many important characters here while he was unknown. This was quite an incredible showing. However, the unbelievable happened. The old ministers led the way and allowed him to enter one of the pavilions as well. To be eligible to sit in a pavilion like Zhentian and the prince, just who the heck is he? Many were startled to see this scene. After all, only the influential powerhouses were able to stay in those buildings. However, this middle-aged man called the Terra King was able to do so. No one could guess his real identity. Even god monarchs from the previous generation were unfamiliar with him. Someone who was very knowledgeable patted his chest to guarantee that the Terra King wasn't a famous character at all. He definitely never showed his face to the world before. Another team came right afterward. They all had magnificent auras with soaring blood energies. Anyone would retreat before such a mighty army coming from the distance. It was led by an old man with ashen hair. He was trembling while walking down the road, so the Sea Shield Prince was helping him. Despite being a famous contemporary genius, he still acted very respectfully before this old man. There was a sacred light behind him. Despite not exerting his invincible divinity, there was a shadow standing there. It was distant and untouchable as if it was located deep in space. Nevertheless, it was definitely present behind the old man. Because of this shadow, anyone would feel frightened while standing in front of him. Some sea demons even kneeled at its sight. The divine conch prince is here. Even the older generation respectfully spoke after seeing the old man. This was the conch overlord, and the shadow behind him was the conch sea god. The sea demons were worshipping the old sea god. The overlord was also led into a pavilion since he was qualified to be there in terms of status and position. Even Meng Zhentian, the Prince of Darkness, and the Terra King stood up to greet him. So exciting, it looks like I'm here on time. A leisurely voice came about not long after the overlord took his seat. These words immediately attracted countless eyes. Fiercest is here. Someone screamed while looking at the youth with a carefree smile on his face. Li Qiye cheerfully walked into the venue. No sea demons dared to stop him from participating. The ones in charge even guided him into the area where the humans were sitting. Fiercest is so domineering, he actually dared to come even under such circumstances. Both friends and foes spoke with admiration. There were rumors that this convention was meant to deal with Li Qiye. Plus, because of the top experts presiding over it, anyone who came would be at a disadvantage. People thought that since there were so many enemies here, Li Qiye might not show up. There was the risk of them working together to kill him here. Who would have thought that he would come and all by himself too? Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain yet he still goes up. This courage and determination is indeed worthy of reaching for the throne. A sea demon god monarch became a fan of Li Qiye. Chapter 1464, Li Qiye entered and smiled at everyone. He leisurely strolled in as if this was his own garden. Meng Zhentian, the Prince of Darkness, the Terra King, and the conch overlord also looked at him from their pavilions with glints in their eyes. However, they were all influential big shots with illustrious fame. Despite their past grievances with him, they still remained calm under this situation. Li Qiye looked around and said, "So many came I see. It would be good if everyone is here, I can take this rare opportunity to deal with all the past grievances. There's no need to run back and forth." His arrogant tone left everyone breathless. Many couldn't help but praise him in their minds. An expert slowly praised, "This brat is arrogant and overbearing to a crazy level." Everyone knew about the feud between Zhentian and Li Qiye. With all of his enemies here, he was still completely unperturbed and was even provoking them. Anyone would have to admire him in this situation. "Fellow Daoist, the human clan section is over here." A sea demon was leading Li Qiye towards the human seating area. It was a desolate corner at the back of the venue like a vacant place meant for a squatting beggar. Humans have been weak at Heaven Spirit for a long time and had no status worth mentioning. It was easy to see that they would be arranged to sit in this tiny corner. Li Qiye didn't bother giving it a glance before dismissively speaking, "Who says that I want to sit there? Human cultivators sit over there." The sea demon guide put on a stern face. Many sea demons didn't like him and viewed him as an enemy. If they weren't afraid of Li Qiye's power, they would have attacked him already. In their eyes, humans were only a minor race akin to little insects. Since when were they allowed to be so presumptuous? Alas, Li Qiye was too heaven-defying, there was nothing they could do. "I will sit over there." Li Qiye glanced at the top and smiled. "That's reserved for the 3 supreme races." The sea demon turned a bit cold at this moment. "What is this about supreme? They're only a bunch of weaklings." Li Qiye smiled and went forward. "Sir, please show some respect." An old man blocked his way. There were divine diagrams on his body with dozens of experts accompanying him. It was clear that none of them were weak due to their powerful blood energies. "That's a minister." Someone whispered, "I heard there are 8 old ministers in total presiding over this convention." Li Qie glanced at him and flatly said, "Back down, good dogs don't block the way." The old man's expression immediately changed. He had worked under a sea god before and had an illustrious prestige that was respected by all. But now, Li Qie showed disdain right away. How could he not become angry? The old minister raised his voice, "You should sit where you belong, don't trouble yourself." Li Qie smiled and leisurely said, "I'll be sitting up there at the foremost position." The old minister coldly said, "The pavilions are meant for the 3 supreme races, please go back." "Who says that I want to sit at those pavilions? A bunch of nobodies wants to sit on the same level as me. Go, place an imperial throne in front of those 3 royal thrones and I shall sit there." Such words left everyone gasping for breath. Everyone knew just how domineering he was. If he really wanted to sit in a pavilion, this old minister wouldn't have been able to do anything to him outside of just creating some minor annoyances. But now, Li Qie actually wanted to sit above the 3 thrones that symbolized the greatest existences. Remember, they represented an immortal emperor, a sea god, and a tree father of heaven spirit. Even Jintian and the prince's group wouldn't dare to talk about sitting in front of these royal thrones. However, Li Qie demanded to be seated in front of them. This demand was too overbearing and out of line. A sea demon couldn't help but yell, "You have no respect for anyone, you actually dare to blaspheme the great beings." The minister's expression turned unsightly as well. As someone who had worked under a sea god before, he couldn't tolerate Li Qie's attitude towards a sea god. Li Qie lazily glanced at the minister and casually said, "If you don't want to, then go to the side, I'll let someone else prepare a seat." Where did this ignorant fool come from? "Minister, let people take him out." The conch overlord finally spoke. Even his feeble words were full of unquestionable divinity. Everyone turned silent and held their breaths after hearing the overlord. The atmosphere became quite tense since a battle might break out at any moment. The minister coldly spoke, "Sir, will you leave, or do we have to escort you?" The experts behind him were quite eager, evident by the cold glints in their eyes. Once the command came out, they wouldn't hesitate to call Li Qie. Bang! 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 Before the minister could even finish, the experts behind him were sent flying at the same time. They all spewed out blood, creating a spectacular scene that resembled a blooming blood lotus. Meanwhile, Li Qie still stood there as if he didn't move from start to finish. He nonchalantly stated, "Do you know why I spared your life? It is because I need a slave to wipe the floor. After all, these bloodstains would make people feel uncomfortable." Such a big tone. The other 7 ministers stood out and immediately surrounded Li Qie. "Just a bunch of errand boys and lowly vassals, you're not even soldiers." Li Qie didn't bother looking at them. "Go, do your job and find me an imperial throne, then place it above these 3 seats, then I shall spare you all." Naive fool. The ministers were furious. How could they endure this humiliation? One of them grimly said, "Human ant, you aren't even qualified to sit at the pavilion, yet you dare to boast about sitting on the throne above?" Even though they knew just how powerful he was, the most powerful beings such as the conch overlord, were here at the convention, so they weren't afraid of Li Qie. Moreover, they had found him unpleasant to the eye for a long time now. "Who says he isn't qualified?" A voice came about. It wasn't only pleasing to the ears but also carried a mighty prestige. A woman slowly walked inside. The whole venue lit up because of her presence. All eyes darted towards her. This woman was tall and slender. She wore a dark blue gown that perfectly outlined her wonderful curves. She also had a shawl fluttering in the wind and a pair of eyes as bright as the stars. This woman was so beautiful that she could make others sigh in admiration, a goddess. There was an aura of the sea accompanying her. It was as if wherever she went, an ocean followed. She was its daughter, the goddess of the sea. There was an old man walking right behind her. He wore a silver armor and looked quite gallant while standing there like an unclimbable mountain. Su Yong Huang, Yi Xiaoxiao, and Sima Yujian were right behind them as well. True martial goddess. Many people shouted after seeing her. Some sea demons even kneeled on the ground. Her dazzling presence was a marvelous sight. Seeing once is better than hearing 100 times. All three races felt an innate respect after seeing her arrival. This was the daughter of the true martial sea god. She was considered to have the highest talents among sea demons. Back in her father's era, she was accepted by the Trident as well. Everyone thought that the moment her father passed away, she would certainly become the next sea god. At that time, some even believed that she could even surpass her father's achievements after taking the position. However, for some unknown reason, she suddenly disappeared without a trace from this world. Even her own father stopped talking about her. Her comment at this time made Jintian's group, who was sitting in the pavilions, bet their eyes with an ominous feeling. Chapter 1465, Li Qiye couldn't help but smile after seeing her arrival. He stared at her with quiet jubilation. Your Highness. The ministers immediately prostrated after seeing her. It didn't matter which sea god they used to be under, the true martial goddess was a real princess. She was above them in terms of bloodline and status. Go, prepare an imperial throne. She ordered the minister with a calm yet resounding tone. The minister's expressions changed after hearing this. They didn't expect this at all. Everyone at the venue was astounded as well, especially the sea demons who found this to be unbelievable. Soon after the words came out, they exchanged glances to the people next to them. Some even believed that they had misheard. For the sea demons, her arrival was a boost to their race's prestige. With the conch overlord and her here, the sea demon race had a greater presence. Thus, they were initially very excited. But now, she was actually speaking up for Li Qiye, she was clearly on his side. This sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. The sea demons turned silly and couldn't react for a long time. The prostrating minister couldn't help but say, Your Highness, please reconsider. If you all don't want to, I won't force you. She leisurely told the old man next to her, All Marshal, go place an imperial throne above those 3 royal seats. All Marshal. A sea demon paragon was amazed and screamed, He is the all-martial general, the strongest general of the true martial sea god. He is still alive. Everyone took a deep breath after hearing this. Even Jintian's group grew serious as they stared at the old man next to the goddess. All-martial general, he used to be an arrogant genius from our race. After losing to the true martial sea god, he decided to join the sea god's banner and had many illustrious exploits. There are rumors stating that he is only inferior to the sea god by a slim margin. A charming spirit expert was startled. Anyone who knew about his battle record would be full of admiration. This was an invincible being almost comparable to a sea god. And now, he was accompanying the true martial goddess. What was the significance behind this? The general hesitated for a moment and asked, Your Highness, this might not be proper. All-Marshal was still the strongest general under a sea god, asking him to place a throne above the other 3 was too much. It was the same as placing Li Qiye above a sea god. It's fine. The goddess calmly replied, Young noble Li should sit there since he should rule from above the 9 heavens. Such words stunned the crowd again. Not only was she his backing, she also gave him her unconditional support. Your Highness, we also respect you as a divine princess, but the matters here aren't decided by you alone. The Prince of Darkness finally spoke. Don't forget your identity. This action is blasphemous towards the prestige of a sea god. Don't stain your father's brilliance with this. The conch overlord also chimed in with a cold tone. Conch, I am not here as a sea god's daughter. My position today is only an unworthy follower under young noble Li, plus, if he wants to sit up there, he has no need for your approval. She took her time answering, he shall preside over the 9 heavens as the ruler of the universe. She spoke very quietly, yet each word was quite impactful. Your Highness, please reconsider, don't be so impulsive. It was Jintian's turn to speak. Today is the convention of myriad races to discuss the matters of the world. You are also someone who can become a sea god. Become a sea god? She chuckled in response, I have never thought about it. A mere sea god is nothing worth yearning. Such words were too much to take in. The crowd glanced at each other. A sea god was the pinnacle in terms of achievements for sea demons, the supreme existence in their minds. However, a daughter of one actually viewed this position with disdain. No matter how one looked at it, this was too hard to believe. All marshal, put the imperial throne up there already. She ordered again with a commanding tone this time. All marshal finally walked forward without hesitation. He didn't know why his princess wanted to do this, but he was certain she had her own reasons. In his life, the 2 people he admired the most were the true martial sea god and the goddess. There was nothing to say about true martial, this was an existence that could compare to the ultimate prime sea god. As for the goddess, after returning from her disappearance, she became even more unfathomable. Each of her actions had an unquestionable feel to them as if she had grasped the entire universe. Until she came out from her self-imposed isolation, the general had always protected the true martial island. So presumptuous. The overlord stood up while the shadow behind him emitted the terrorizing aura of a god, causing many experts to quiver. Conk, you want to fight? Her pretty eyes contained a mighty force as she took a step towards the sky and coldly uttered, come out then, I want to see just how much you have learned from your father. Her answer had reached the epitome of aggressiveness and made people look at Li Qie since her demeanor was very similar to his. In terms of seniority, the Conk overlord was much older than the true martial goddess, but today, she didn't place him in her sight. Your Highness, do you think you can sweep through the world? The Terra King stood up as well. His surging life force was like a tree that blotted out the sky. I shall sweep through everything. A natural voice sounded as another person descended from above. This was a woman no different from a celestial being. Her supreme style instantly won everyone over. She wore a black dress while her features were beautiful beyond words. After seeing her, everyone realized that calling someone a celestial wasn't just a description any longer since a real one stood before them. After seeing this girl, many people would start to think of a particular phrase, immortal's legacy. Outside of her cold gaze, she left no room for criticism. Li Qie revealed a bright smile that could melt snow. This was a smile that came from his heart. Lunar Grasp Fairy. Even the Prince of Darkness was alarmed after seeing this fairy-like woman. The title left people astounded. It was a magical title that would cause people to be dazed for a long time. In Heaven's Spirit, there was another popular adage, who is invincible in the current generation? Lunar Grasp alone. She might be the only one in the world that would dare to declare her intent to sweep through everything and suffocate the crowd. Lunar Grasp Fairy, your arrival is the convention's honor. Juntian stood up and slowly said, if you are here to help preside over the current situation of Heaven's Spirit, nothing could be better. Today, he will sit above the 9 heavens. The fairy coldly interrupted Juntian. The listeners were shocked once more. Some even thought that they were dreaming. The group sitting inside the pavilion was astonished by this declaration and had ugly expressions. Young noble, the imperial throne is ready. At this time, All Marshal had prepared a seat above the other 3 and bowed towards Li Qie. In fact, he didn't know Li Qie's identity or why his own princess was so supportive of him. A mere seat took this long, what a trite development. Li Qie gently shook his head. With that, he stepped towards the sky. After seeing Li Qie's advance, the Terra King raised his voice, Li Qie, unless you are an immortal emperor, you are not qualified to sit there. Li Qie didn't even bother looking at the king, he only smiled. The fairy pointed at the Terra King and emotionlessly declared, "Get in the way and I'll wipe you out." With a grimace, the king replied, "Fairy, don't think you are unstoppable. You still aren't an emperor." The fairy interrupted right away, "I can kill this puppet body within 3 moves, so bring your real body here. If the real one comes, you might last 100. The crowd started to break out in cold sweat after hearing this. Just how domineering and invincible was this? Everyone understood that she wasn't all talk. Li Qiye stood in the sky and softly said, "Don't scare him too much or he might not actually come. Sigh, the 2 of you coming here is ruining everything for me. I wanted to wash myriad races with blood, but it looks like it won't be possible anymore. Oh well, I'm in a good mood anyway, I shouldn't be so down about it." This is something that can be very frustrating about ED that isn't found in other novels. I actually missed this the first time and had to go back and re-edit. There are 2 different types of seats found here, king and emperor thrones. In a normal novel, you can simply translate it as throne and it would be fine and dandy. In ED, if you don't translate the normally unnecessary adjective, it will mess you up. Li Qiye's chair has the word emperor, while the other 3 chairs only had the word king. King equals royal and emperor equals imperial. This is a very minor detail in Chinese. However, in order to keep this detail in English, it makes the translation sound worse, but the distinction is there. I wouldn't do this in Spirit Vessel, but in ED, more often than not, I need to add the adjective beforehand even when it is just a normal word like throne, or it'll be messy. The cultivation realm is different. It does make ED a lot more wordy in comparison. All in all, the translation has been moving towards not translating superfluous words, but this does cause trouble at times versus translating each word true to the raw. Chapter 1466, Some gasped after hearing this. They were completely speechless since he prefaced everything with massacring races. They understood that he only came to cause trouble with wanton regard for the prince and the others. Li Qiye, who was floating in the air, slowly reached out and smiled, "Runan, come with me to the throne." The true martial goddess smiled and held Li Qiye's arm. The 2 then walked towards the imperial throne. Everyone was silent while watching Li Qiye. Letting a sea god's daughter help him towards the throne, just how domineering was this? Who else in this world would dare to do something like this outside of a sea god? No one knew what kind of spell he had to make the goddess listen to him in such a respectful manner. Before all gazes, he finally reached the imperial throne above the royal thrones. He sat down in a nonchalant and natural manner as if this spot had always been meant for him. Everyone immediately held their breaths while watching him loom above everyone else. They were completely marveled by this scene. Even before top experts like the prince, Jintian, and the overlord, Li Qiye didn't care for any of them. He tyrannically ascended to the throne and looked down on the 9 heavens. Who else could do this in heaven's spirit? He leisurely sat there and was too lazy to glance at Jintian's group. This group's expressions were quite unsightly. Li Qiye's actions not only suppressed their momentum, it was also showing blatant contempt. They were 4 top experts, yet Li Qiye treated them like air. Even Jintian, who had mastered self-restraint, was angered. If it wasn't for the true martial goddess and lunar grasp fairy backing him up, they would have rushed over to kill him. In their eyes, even if Li Qiye was strong, he wouldn't be able to escape the 4 of them. Unfortunately, the 2 women were on his side. They didn't know how to feel at this moment. All of their calculations was for naught because of the heaven's whim. After reaching an agreement, they convened this meeting. In their eyes, even if the fairy and goddess didn't fully agree with their decisions, they might not necessarily oppose it either and definitely wouldn't be on Li Qiye's side. After all, one was a sea demon while the other a charming spirit and Li Qiye was only a human. Because of this, the group was very confident that during the convention, even if Li Qiye came to cause trouble, it would all be fine. It could even be said that they were certain of being able to kill him on the spot. In their plan, they hoped that Li Qie would actually come. Killing him here would allow them to deter the others who had their own plans. However, this current development was beyond their expectations and calculations. All became meaningless because of the two women. The Terra King couldn't help but scowl while looking at the throne above. He was the main proponent of this convention and aimed to kill Li Qie for revenge. This development wasn't something he expected either. Li Qie took note of this and casually glanced at him with a smile. "Dragon bamboo, you insignificant tree, there's no need to look at me like that. Don't assume that you are a tree father just because you learned the method to return to the origin from Terminus. Not to mention that you are only a little broken bamboo, even if you were a tree father, you still wouldn't be able to get into my sight." Dragon bamboo? The vice ancestor? Many were startled to hear this name. At this moment, they finally understood why this no-name Terra King was this powerful and arrogant. According to legend, the dragon bamboo vice ancestor from the ancestral Terra was an existence only inferior to tree fathers. He was able to take root in the earth just like them. The Terra King coldly uttered with a murderous glint in his eyes, "We need to settle our scores. You should crawl out with your true body now." Li Qie leisurely smiled, attaching to a junior like this, even if you could exert 20 to 30% of your power, it still wouldn't be fun. "Come, I have a divine tree in need of supplements, and an old tree capable of connecting to the earth is very nutritious indeed." Li Qie's blatant disdain left the Terra King with a twisted grimace. The murderous intent in his eyes grew even more intense. It turned out that after being taught a bit by Terminus, he used this method to return to the origin and took root in the earth. However, it wasn't easy for him to move afterward, so he couldn't leave the ancestral Terra. Later on, he came up with a technique that allowed him to attach himself to a suitable junior. The Terra King was a suitable host. Thus, one of the Terra King's 3 souls was left behind with the vice ancestor. Because of this, even if he were to die, as long as his soul was still there, rebirth was possible. This was the reason why he was still here after being incinerated to ashes by Li Qie. At the same time, this allowed the vice ancestor to walk in this world instead of being confined to his own ancestral ground. Daoistly, the vice ancestor is an unparalleled existence. Jintian finally spoke, "Your words are too frivolous." Li Qie looked at him and grinned, "Frivolous? I have always been frivolous like this, you got a problem?" Jintian shook his head in response, "I have always regarded you as a respectable opponent, it is unfortunate that you are shallow and arrogant like this. An immortal emperor is the ruler of the 9 worlds, how could one be, okay, don't be sour with me." Li Qie interrupted him, "Shallow and arrogant? If I wanted to become emperor, what can the villainous heavens do about it? Don't use that crap about the prestige of the crown against me. Jintian, if you want the heavens' will, just go all out for it, there's no need to maintain a certain visage all the time. Stop being a prostitute yet still demanding an honorary plaque. Ta Kong is much better than you in this regard. At the very least, he wasn't like you who started hiding just because of the Dragon King's statement, a little legion playing around yet still dares to call itself heaven suppression. Not knowing your own limits. Although the emperor lost many times in his life, he still courageously walked forward without changing his initial goal. This is a must-have quality for all emperors. Being shallow and arrogant doesn't matter, as long as you have an unchanging heart, you will be qualified to compete for the heavens' will. Someone as indecisive and superficial as you will never become an emperor regardless of your talents." With that, Li Qie sneered. "You." Jintian turned red after Li Qie revealed his secret. He couldn't maintain his carefree act any longer and suddenly stood up to glare at Li Qie. This secret astounded the crowd. No one expected a story like this to be behind it all. So it turns out that Jintian didn't stop competing for the heavens' will in order to give it to immortal Emperor Ta Kong. It was because of a single phrase from the Black Dragon King. At that time, Jintian was a hot-blooded youth reaching for the throne. He named his legion Heaven Suppression after his own name. However, the Black Dragon King's seaside city was named Heaven Protector. In one encounter with the Black Dragon King, the king gave him this evaluation: a little legion playing around yet still dares to call itself Heaven Suppression. Not knowing your own limits. Because his legion's name conflicted with the king's city, the young Jintian decided to give up after taking the king's attitude into consideration. He had offended the Black Dragon King and didn't want a direct confrontation, so he evaded him until after the king's generation before coming back out for the heaven's will. There were rumors in Heaven Spirit saying that Meng Jintian gave up the heaven's will because of his brotherly love for immortal Emperor Ta Kong. No one expected that the truth was far from this. In fact, some people were aware of this. Existences such as the Prince of Darkness knew full well. However, they had no need to make it public. After all, the Black Dragon King reigned for 3 generations. Being afraid of him wasn't shameful at all. During his era, even immortal emperors respected him, let alone others. Because no one revealed this truth, Jintian's prestige became even better. Some people even praised him for being righteous and benevolent. Now that this belief was completely debunked, Jintian glared at Li Qie and wanted nothing more than to rush out and fight him to the death. It was the Conch Overlord's turn to speak, arrogant junior. Such malice in your slanderous words. You are only a villain, you're not qualified to reach the heaven's will. Villains and the wicked are still capable of becoming an immortal emperor as long as their hearts are firm. Li Qie smiled and stated, and if I'm a villain, what are you? Just a useless piece of trash. You thought that you could do whatever you want while relying on your father's power. Unfortunately, your eyes were there for no reason and actually offended immortal Emperor Jiaoheng. His lone phrase robbed everything from you and turned you into a cowardly turtle. Chapter 1467, Li Qie didn't hold back at all while criticizing the Conch Overlord. He has revealed another old story to the astonishment of the crowd. The young ones had never heard about it. In their eyes, especially the younger sea demons, their divine prince was a supreme existence with a noble bloodline. Who would have thought that he was suppressed for a lifetime because of a single sentence from immortal Emperor Jiaoheng? A few ancient paragons from the previous generation had heard of it before. However, out of fear for the Conch Overlord's power, no one was willing to talk about it. If the Overlord were to know, it might bring about a fatal disaster. Being suppressed by the Emperor was a great humiliation for the Overlord. He didn't know where to place his old face right now after Li Qie told everyone. Little animal, come out, I'm going to make mincemeat out of you. A fiery rage spewed out from the Overlord's eyes. Li Qie had uncovered his shame, so he definitely wouldn't forgive Li Qie. Without killing the brat, this rage would never subside. Is it that fun to tease them? Lunagrasp coldly stared at Li Qie and said, quickly deal with them already, then go get the heaven's will. You can't put it like that. Li Qie smiled and waved his hand, since they want to team up to kill me, I should take my time destroying their morale first before killing them. No rush. Lunagrasp ignored him and walked forward while glaring at the Overlord's group. Too much nonsense, we're only wasting each other's time. If the 4 of you are not convinced, come together. I'll deal with you and dissolve this convention. The crowd became slack-jawed after hearing this. The word domineering wasn't enough to describe her. 1 against 4 was unbelievable. These 4 were top experts. It could be said that few could match them in the contemporary. However, the fairy didn't care for them and spoke as if she could make short work out of them. Just how confident and overbearing was this? The group had no response either. Her words pressed down on them like a mountain and made them feel breathless. It was because she wasn't all talk, this was something within her abilities. In this brief moment, the cultivators here glanced at each other. This was the Lunagrasp fairy, someone who had defeated Empress Hong Tian in the past, a genius who had swept through the 9 worlds with marvelous achievements. Luna grasped Fairy, there are still Emperor Assailant ancestors in this world. The prince answered her challenge. This was to remind and warn her that she wasn't the most powerful in Heaven Spirit. Li Qie laughed and freely asked, are you talking about the old man lying deep in the spirit abyss? Tell him to come out. The fairy emotionlessly spoke, only an emperor assailant, he's not an immortal emperor. Only an emperor assailant. Such a powerful statement. Emperor assailants were completely dreadful. In the eyes of many, these existences consisted of people like the 7 hallowed ancestor. However, the fairy made it sound as if they weren't much at all, that they weren't worth mentioning. Her confident and invincible style suffocated the atmosphere. Jintian's group were quite uncomfortable, but they had to endure. Regardless of what happens against the fairy, the only person who would benefit from this was Li Qie. Good, if no one is going to fight, allow me to say a few words. Li Qie smiled and spoke after noticing that Jintian's group didn't want to be the first to take the stage. He sat on his imperial throne and casually swept through the crowd. At this moment, he turned into a supreme ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It is good that you all have started this meeting. Very well, if this is to decide who will become the next emperor and sea god, I'll make the decision for everyone. He paused for a bit before smiling, naturally, no one else will become emperor but me in this generation. As for the sea god position, I'll also pick someone. It shall be the 7 martial goddess. The crowd didn't know how to react to this. It was understandable that he would claim to be emperor considering his arrogant attitude. However, his appointment of the goddess took everyone by surprise. Many thought that his candidate would be the true martial goddess. After all, she had advantages far beyond her competitors, not to mention that she was on his side at the moment. Thus, this strange decision made everyone think that the 7 martial pavilion was also on his side. Jintian coldly said, Li Qie, you can't become emperor just because you want to. He no longer referred to Li Qie as Daoist Li, as he was unable to restrain his anger. Li Qie flatly denied, if I say I'll become emperor, then I'll become emperor. Humph. The Sea Shield Prince snorted at this time. He was quite unhappy as well since he was one of the candidates to become the sea god this generation. Several behemoths in Heaven Spirit had made a deal. In particular, the sea demons had reached a consensus that if the true martial goddess had no objections, the Sea Shield Prince would have priority over the 7 martial goddess. But now, Li Qie has chosen his rival before everyone could say anything. How could the prince not become angry? The prince didn't dare to yell at Li Qie, but the overlord couldn't let this develop any further. If the convention actually decided for the 7 martial goddess to be the next sea god, it would be very unfavorable for the prince. The overlord coldly exclaimed, Junior, a human like you is an outsider. Since when do outsiders get to dictate our sea demon's business? The position of the sea god has to be decided by us. I agree for the 7 martial goddess to become the next sea god. The true martial goddess added with a smile. Many were shaken after hearing this. This came from a very influential person, and she didn't seem to be kidding. With her support, it meant that the 7 martial goddess would have an advantage over the Sea Shield Prince. The Roaring Conch was quite inferior to the 7 martial pavilion in terms of strength and influence. Its status was not as prestigious among the sea demons. Even though the Sea Shield Prince had the overlord as his backing, the pavilion also had people on the same level as the overlord. This was the reason why the Conch decided to work together with the other great powers in Heaven Spirit to shake the pavilion's influence. But now, the true martial goddess' open support immediately weakened the prince's position. The 7 martial goddess status had been elevated. The island and the pavilion working together with a sea god's daughter could definitely change the overall situation of the sea demon race. At that time, as long as the pavilion said the word, many sea demon lineages would stand with them and this new alliance would completely suppress the Conch's prestige. The overlord was alarmed to hear this open support from the true martial goddess. Your descendant, Sea Shield, has no chance of becoming a sea god. Li Qie flatly said before the overlord could retort, tell him to come out since he has attacked one of my people. The wisest thing for him to do now is to take the initiative and accept his responsibilities. Junior, what do you want? The overlord glared at Li Qie. Nothing. He smiled in response, don't worry, I won't do anything or people will call me a bully. The person he attacked will be the one to kill him. Of course, I will give him a fair chance since that's just who I am. With that, Su Yonghuang slowly came out. People held their breaths since everyone here knew about the feud between her and Sea Shield. The overlord coldly uttered, the convention of myriad races isn't suitable for a duel. He didn't want Sea Shield to fight under these circumstances. Winning was one thing, but if he were to lose, it would be a great blow to his status. Chapter 1468. While sitting on the throne, Li Qie laughed at the Conch overlord's refusal and leisurely said, it's fine if Sea Shield doesn't wish to fight. In that case, there is only one path left for you all, a route towards certain destruction. Your so-called 4 experts will not leave this convention alive. Everyone here felt fear after hearing this. With these 4 presiding over the convention, not many in Heaven's spirit would dare to cause trouble. However, this didn't apply to Li Qie since he blatantly threatened them. Just how mighty and overbearing was this? He really didn't care for them at all. The group's expression became unsightly. As top characters of their respective generations, all of Heaven's spirit was afraid of them. No one dared to act this presumptuously, but Li Qie had done so time and time again. Even a mud Buddha would turn angry after so many transgressions. The Prince of Darkness coldly asked, Li Qie, do you think you alone can stop the 4 of us? God Halt was the Spirit Abyss territory. No one has ever acted presumptuously here, let alone directly provoke them. That is, until now. Li Qie smiled and casually replied, only a bunch of nobodies who can't reach the apex. Luna Grasp lost her patience and declared, I have had enough of this nonsense. The 4 of you, come now. I'll take care of you before ending this convention. The Terra King stood out and shouted back, Lunar Grasp Fairy, you are too arrogant. So what? She turned towards him and pointed a finger forward. A starry light condensed at her fingertip, a strike capable of stealing the fortune from the world, reversing the yin and yang, and severing all karma. She immediately took action while showing an overbearing stance. Not only was she beautiful, her style was quite aggressive as well. The Terra King was alarmed by this incoming strike. He spread out both palms and a barrier was immediately erected in front of him. Majestic mountains sheltered him inside. It looked as if under the protection of these perilous mountains, no one could ever get past them. Nevertheless, the fairy's finger strike exploded and shattered all of them in the blink of an eye. The Terra King was shaken by the explosion and blown outside. The Terra King felt the crisis and crazily shouted while flying in the air, open. Waterfalls descended from the sky, each carried a wooden breath and poured down endlessly. These laws came together and turned into a sky-piercing tree that emitted an enormous amount of dazzling divinity. It was as if a tree father was coming back to life with an oppressive aura. Shortly afterward, runes emerged around the tree as if they came from a tree father. Each could suppress the heavens. Clank! These runes turned into a sword that spanned thousands of miles. This sword could cut down the stars and deities. Whoosh! It soared upward before slashing down at Lunar Grasp. The fairy opened her palm to seize the universe and lock time itself. When she closed it again, a loud explosion came that looked as if the universe had shattered and time was extinguished. Everything turned into ash with her closing palm. Clank! The sword shattered into dozens of pieces. Poof! The Terra King spat out blood. Next, his body trembled with bone-cracking noises. He wasn't the same Terra King as before. The last one was him having control over his own body. This time, the Vice Ancestor was in charge, so he had a portion of the Vice Ancestor's power. However, this didn't matter. The fairy's attack still annihilated him. Unless the Vice Ancestor's real body came, he simply wouldn't be her match. Many couldn't calm down while watching this shocking scene. The Vice Ancestor who took over the Terra King's body was defeated in a flash by the fairy. Even Jintian and the prince took a deep breath. They knew just how powerful this form from the Vice Ancestor was, but it couldn't handle a single move from the fairy. That's Empress Hong Tian's strongest rival. Many felt dreadful because of her invincibility. Only a puppet, not worth mentioning. The fairy coldly said, "Crawl out with your real body and I'll still beat you down." She was too domineering. The Vice Ancestor was in existence only second to real Tree Fathers. Many people trembled before his name, yet she didn't care for him at all. Su Yonghuang glanced at Li Qie. The fairy's attitude seemed to come from the same mold as him. The Terra King finally got up but was shivering with rage. He was currently at an impasse. His real body was taking root back at the ancestral ground and he must pay a great price in order to take over this body completely. However, if he didn't fight, being shown such contempt by the fairy would leave him without any face. Since the younger generation wants to settle their grievances, we of the older generation shouldn't interfere. The prince told the conch overlord, "Brother, your disciple is a gifted genius with no fear for battle, let him beat their morale down to the ground." The prince didn't wish to fight the fairy directly. Their alliance was very powerful. If the four of them could maintain this state, the future was very hopeful. If something were to happen to the Vice Ancestor today, it would be a great blow to them in the future. One must be able to endure minor setbacks for the grand plan. Because of this, after thinking it through, the prince decided to let Sea Shield fight in order to dampen the fairy's sharp momentum. The overlord pondered for a moment and found that this was the wisest decision. The Sea Shield prince was their conch's pride, he wouldn't necessarily lose to a human. Moreover, he defeated her in the past. "I understand." Sea Shield took a deep breath and bowed. "This is the ancestor's weapon, it will aid you." The overlord called him over and handed him a pair of gloves. The gloves emitted a shining light as well as the aura of a sea god. The moment the prince put them on, his hands turned into the hands of a sea god. There was a lot of history behind these gloves. It was a proud creation of the roaring conch sea god that accompanied him to many battles. Later on, he gave it to his son, the conch overlord. Sea Shield readied himself for battle and walked out proudly. Each of his steps was quite steady and showed his great determination. They weren't fast, but they were very orderly as if each step was measured by a ruler. His body was shrouded in fog, allowing him to turn invisible. This fog allowed him to integrate with space itself, making him even more mysterious. The prince coldly declared, "You and me, it's a fight to the death." He spoke with great conviction, confidence, and a surging battle intent. He believed he could defeat Su Yonghuang since he had done so before. Moreover, his ancestor has given him a powerful pair of gloves. These gloves were much stronger than an ordinary sea god's weapon. He himself was already powerful enough, so these gloves empowered him even more. Furthermore, if he were to win this fight, it would fortify his position among the sea demons and allow him to make his mark during this convention of myriad races. This, in turn, would boost his chances of becoming the next sea god. Because of this, winning was a must. It would allow his reputation to last for ages. At this moment, he could already see the scene of him returning triumphantly. He wished to kill Su Yonghuang in order to break Li Qie's morale. In fact, the prince and Jintian had this thought as well. During the battle, Li Qie couldn't do anything if Su Yonghuang was going to lose. One could only blame themselves for not honing their skills enough should they die in battle. He would have no chance to save her under such circumstances. Chapter 1469, Many people were holding their breath beneath the stage out of concern for the situation. They were anxious to see who would win in the end. Many here wished for the prince's victory, especially the sea demon race. Li Qiye was already putting enough pressure on their prince. If he were to lose to another human, their race would be completely overwhelmed. Su Yonghuang stepped up and glanced around with her phoenix-like eyes. She was cold and proud without putting on airs. Nevertheless, her noble aura was still exuded. This wasn't consciously done since it was her natural and flawless temperament. She coldly glanced at the prince before speaking, "Come." "Very well." After replying, the prince immediately disappeared without a trace. Even those with their heavenly gaze activated couldn't find him, he was completely gone. This was one of the magical properties of the void physique. It allowed for its user to be undetectable while being able to reach any location. At minor completion, their body could fuse with space. It could even be said that space became their body itself. Thus, they were omnipresent. Some people even said that void physique users were the most suitable to become assassins. The prince's physique hadn't reached grand completion just yet, but his half-completion physique was enough for him to exert a mighty force. Buzz! In a split second, a ray aimed straight for Su Yonghuang was shot. When it was mere inches away from her throat, the surrounding space finally shook a bit. At this moment of life and death, Su Yonghuang shouted and her extreme yang physique erupted with its powerful sunfire. Rumble! The impossible happened. The fire wrapped around her body and stopped the ambushing ray. Boom! This fire didn't subside after the successful block. It was akin to thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time. This power incinerated the space where the prince was hiding. A black hole appeared, so he couldn't hide there any longer. Alas, he was extremely fast and disappeared after his previous spatial location was ruined and entered another space. Clank! 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 Extreme yang laws emerged from Su Yonghuang and turned into a suit of armor. Her noble aura was now even more heroic and valiant. Boom! An endless amount of sunfire was still spewing from her body and ravaged the space around her. Zzz, it seemed as if the sky was being incinerated completely as crackles could be heard everywhere. Under the destruction of her sunfire, even the void itself was being burned. This pervasive fire wouldn't stop. It could reach and engulf any spatial area with haste. The majority took a deep breath after seeing these flames. One would find it prohibitively difficult to hide in the presence of this amazing power since space itself was being annihilated. Strangely enough, despite this havoc, the Sea Shield Prince was still nowhere to be found. It was as if he had evaporated from this world. Of course, the people here knew that he wasn't dead just yet. They were only curious as to where he was hiding. Some began to sweat for him. Where the heck could he be to hide from this raging sunfire? Su Yonghuang didn't become careless. With her extreme yang armor, she simply let her flames destroy the world without giving the prince the slightest opening to attack. As an extreme yang physique user, she knew full well that as another of the 12, the void physique's profundities couldn't be inferior to her own. Whoosh! The space where she stood suddenly twisted and morphed into a sticky quagmire, making her quite sluggish. The prince suddenly appeared and seemed to have opened a spatial door to appear next to Yonghuang. He seemed to have isolated space itself so the fire couldn't reach him. Boom! He formed a divine Madra that came crashing down like a tidal wave. Its water engulfed the world as if the entire force of the dragon demon sea was slamming straight onto Su Yonghuang. This power subdued her sunfire and dimmed her armor which, in turn, made his Madra attack even more powerful as its water swept through her space. However, her fire only weakened for a short moment. The sunfire erupted again with loud explosions like iron chains locking down the area. Its power surged exponentially and the water immediately evaporated. Even though her space was being controlled so that she was sluggish and had a hard time fighting back, she didn't use any merit laws or techniques. Erupting her vitality and the flames was her counter-attack. The roars of fire dragons echoed as they split the earth and shattered his Madra seal. When the ferocious dragons came for him, he swiftly vanished again. These huge dragons searched around but couldn't find any trace of him. Suddenly, he emerged once more right behind Yonghuang for an ambush. The flames that were wrapped around her body instantly coiled around him in order to burn him to ashes. However, he was skillful and vanished again before being touched by the flames. Several more rounds were exchanged. The prince's attempts of ambushing Yonghuang ended in failure. However, by relying on his void physique and hiding in space, Yonghuang couldn't do anything to him either. The spectators watched with bated breaths. They didn't only want to witness the victor of the duel, they also wanted to see which immortal physique was stronger. The battle was completely even for a while. The two sides held back their killing moves while trying to find their opponent's weakness before delivering a fatal attack. Meanwhile, Li Qiye simply smiled without giving Yonghuang any pointers. Looking at the physiques themselves, it was impossible to categorize them in order of strength. Each had their own advantages and disadvantages. Their users actually mattered more than the physiques. Li Qiye naturally knew the weaknesses of the void physique, but he didn't tell Yonghuang. He wanted her to learn about her physique's shortcomings and advantages in battle. Prior to this, the prince couldn't last a single move against Li Qiye. It wasn't only because Li Qiye was powerful and knew the void physique like the palm of his hand. The fact that he cultivated the space scripture played a great part to this. Thus, the void physique's strong points were nullified by Li Qiye. However, this wasn't the case for Yonghuang. She wasn't well versed in spatial manipulation. Because of this, despite clearly having the upper hand, she couldn't do anything to the prince. The other real experts present, like the prince and Jintian, also realized this. In terms of power and cultivation, Su Yonghuang had the obvious advantage. However, there was no way for her to suppress or kill the prince without understanding the weaknesses of the void physique. Chapter 1470. While Yonghuang was searching for the void physique's weakness, the prince was naturally searching for her extreme yang physique's opening as well. A while into the fight, things turned into a stalemate where neither side could do anything to the other. The prince couldn't break through the dominating solar flames since he couldn't withstand its heat. Meanwhile, the void physique allowed him to be completely undetectable, so Yonghuang couldn't kill him either. All the spectators now understood that Yonghuang was also unaffected by the suppression from Godhalt. A while ago, she was wounded by the prince due to this suppression, but without it, the prince had no advantage to speak of. Buzz! The space around her began to melt like liquid similar to the snow in spring. Without a doubt, Sea Shield was changing his strategy. After several unsuccessful ambushes, he has decided to refine space instead. The void physique was capable of this task. At this moment, he was still nowhere to be seen, but the surrounding space turned into a furnace that began to burn with an invisible flame. The crowd felt anxious after seeing this. The majority thought that the prince could decide the outcome of this battle with this move. Whoosh! With the hissing of fire, the unbelievable happened. The location where Yonghuang stood crazily shrunk. The large amount of sun fire was being compressed into the space around her. In the past, her flame was all-encompassing and devastated the void. But now, it was being pushed down by a powerful force and became a small fireball. This fireball was wildly collapsing like a sun. One could easily imagine the power contained within. All of the melted space around it was also condensed into a tiny section. The collapsing of this sun also made the space around it shrink. This was Yonghuang's chance to counterattack. The prince wanted to refine space while she was waiting for this moment in order to make the space inside collapse entirely. Boom! After the process reached a certain level, this space suddenly exploded with an incredible power. Space itself shattered into little pieces and left behind only black holes and indelible scars in the sky. Pluff! Blood spurted out. The prince, who was refining space, was affected by this blast. He couldn't suppress this space any longer. The explosion blew him outside, causing him to spew out blood as his body seemed to be crushed and battered. Buzz! Before he had the time to stand, the broken fragments of space along with the refined fire instantly turned into a Tao chapter. It diligently followed the prince and left behind a mark on his body that would last as long as the prince was still stained with the presence of space. The void physique specialized in hiding in space, so how could he not be touched by it? Because of this, he couldn't escape the mark left by this Tao chapter. This was Yonghuang's counterattack. The fragmented pieces of space had fused with her flames after the monstrous explosion and turned into this chapter. This made it impossible for the prince to escape from being marked. Buzz! Right when he was injured, he vanished again and hid in the void. However, Yonghuang didn't even bother looking this time. With a loud bang, she raised her hand and a gigantic fire dragon roared. Next, a huge dragon claw slammed down and blotted out the sun. The space shattered while the prince, who was in hiding, was blown away again. He spat out another mouthful of blood, but his speed was still fast enough to disappear once more after the initial contact. Bang! The other claw of this dragon slammed down and shattered the region again, blowing the stealthy prince away. Bang! 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 The nearby space continued to be smashed. Regardless of how he tried to evade Yonghuang's extreme yang physique, the prince had nowhere to hide. It was extremely difficult for him to run due to the mark imprinted on his body. The only way was for him to abandon this fight and run far away. Of course, Yonghuang wouldn't be able to hold him back should he choose to do this. After all, she was no match for him with regard to spatial movement. There was no doubt that she has found the flaws of the void physique. Her mark from the fusion of her fire and fragmented space allowed her to detect him. An ordinary mark could be dispelled by the prince in a brief moment. However, due to the nature of its parts, it wasn't easy for him to do so for this particular mark. Too weak. Li Qie flatly spoke without looking, an imperfect void physique cannot compete with a perfect extreme yang physique. He had expected this outcome long ago. Even though the Roaring Conk's void physique had been improved and derived from 2 generations of sea gods and was heading towards perfection, it was inferior to the real deal from the scripture itself. This made it possible for Yonghuang to find its weakness during this battle. Thus, the prince could only await his death. Open. In the end, the prince knew that he couldn't erase this mark, so he had to counterattack and used his killing move. With his cry, the space around him fluctuated. Bang! With a loud blast, 9 sea shield princes appeared. He has finally used his greatest technique, 9 images physique art. Die! His cry echoed across the world. All 9 of them wore the sea god gloves that poured out an endless light, illuminating the sky. It looked like a storm of brilliant powder falling down. Without a doubt, he was using the power of his gloves as well in order to destroy Su Yonghuang right away. In the beginning, he didn't want to rely on these gloves. Unless there was no other way, he would rather use his own power to kill her, this would boost his prestige even more. If he used his sect's strongest weapon to kill her, outsiders would think that this was an empty victory. Bang! All of the sunfire returned to Yonghuang. Her 9 palaces soared to the sky and formed a kingdom. This kingdom was extremely vast and contained an inexhaustible sunfire. The fire turned into countless creatures. There were dragons flying in the sky and elves swimming in a sea of flames. All of these existences here were worshipping the many sun gods inside. Su Yonghuang stood there with sun palaces behind her. They were all created from solar metal with a sun god presiding in each one. All of them were giving birth to the most tyrannical flame in this world. She was the ruler of this kingdom, the supreme sun goddess. Inside this kingdom, everyone was subject to her punishment and suppression. 4 palaces to form a domain, 8 to form a kingdom. She had 9, thus she could create a kingdom with herself as the ultimate sun goddess. Even the prince, with his best techniques, was sucked into this kingdom. With a loud bang, all 9 princes were suppressed. To a certain extent, even the gloves weren't spared from this fate. Their brilliance that was blinding the sky earlier has dimmed down quite a bit. All 9 princes howled, "Break for me." They wished to tear apart this kingdom and destroy Yonghuang. At this critical moment, 9 monstrous palms came down. Each of them was accompanied by the laws of a sea god. They came crashing down on the entire kingdom and caused it to tremble. The sun gods in the palaces felt this immense pressure. The power of a sea god was ravaging this world. The prince was already powerful, so he was able to use these gloves to an outstanding level. Chapter 1471, Bang. 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 Under the suppression of the 9 gigantic palms, Su Yonghuang's fate kingdom began to tremble. Even bursts of cracking noises resounded as the kingdom began to collapse with the appearance of chasms. After all, these were the gloves of a sea god, the strongest weapon of its type from the roaring conch. Even though the prince was the user, he could utilize its mighty power since he was a descendant from the same branch. Clank! In the blink of an eye, a spear was in Yonghuang's hands. The base was as red as fire with sparks jumping off of it. The moment she grasped it, her body was ignited and exuded a surging battle intent. She gave off the sense of being ready to conquer the world, the reincarnation of a war god. Screech! With her spear pointing at the sky, a vermilion bird flew out. This creature was already powerful enough, but it fused with the extreme young physique to give off an immaculate union. A fiery divine bird was basking in the refined sun fire to come back to life. Its immortal aura instantly engulfed the world. The spear and bird allowed Su Yonghuang to look down on the rest of the world. People marveled at her current appearance. That's the Su clan's vermilion spear. Li Qiye smiled after seeing her weapon and her sonorous battle intent. Before he knew it, it was as if he was looking at the Su clan's general again. Screech! The bird roared and soared across the 9 heavens with its wings ready for battle. It instantly blew the 9 palms away. Even the weapon from a sea god couldn't stop this heaven-shaking attack. Despite the incredible origin of the prince's gloves, this spear also had an amazing origin. It used to follow its master, the renowned female general, through many conquests across the world. Because of its might, she was able to perform many illustrious deeds for immortal Emperor Minren and flattened many obstacles on his path towards Emperor. The prince spat out blood again. The 9 images disappeared and his real body emerged. Clank! Another spear crossed the sky without hesitation straight for the prince. This thrust was extremely domineering, especially inside the vicinity of her domain. Even a true god wouldn't be able to stop it. How dare you? This spear was too dangerous, so the overlord couldn't sit still any longer. He stood up and the divine shadow in him instantly erupted with an endless aura. Many people shivered after sensing this wondrous and explosive aura of a sea god. Conch Overlord, you wish to fight? Right when the overlord wanted to help, the true martial goddess also stood up without using any techniques or variations. A pair of eyes behind her opened and lit up the world. They could see through the yin and yang and loomed above the samsara cycle. They were extremely profound as if they had experienced the vicissitudes of countless eras. When they opened, it felt as if a sea god was coming back to life. Its brilliance made the many existences in life feel an overwhelming sense of respect. The eyes of a sea god. Many sea demons screamed and quickly prostrated with their foreheads touching the ground, not daring to look at it. One was a divine prince while the other was a divine princess. However, the goddess' talents were much greater than the Conch Overlord. Overlord, you are too old and no longer a match for me. The light of a sea god bathed the goddess and transformed her into a similar being. Many people trembled before this radiant scene. She was much stronger than they had imagined and definitely more qualified than anyone else to become the next sea god. Some even felt that even if someone else was accepted by the Trident, she could still forcibly seize the weapon for herself. The Overlord was livid after hearing this, but what was the use of getting angry? He understood that the goddess had inherited a part of the true martial sea god's power. Even with his father's protection, he still couldn't contend with her. Ah! A shrill scream echoed as blood fell into the water. The vermilion spear had penetrated the prince's chest and held him in the sky. This scene was too shocking. The once most talented sea demon has fallen to the hands of a human. His bloodied body being paraded like this was too much to take in. Finally, Yonghuang recalled her fate palaces and casually flicked her spear. Boom! His body dispersed into a bloody mist from the vibration. Nothing was left of him. The Overlord's expression became extremely ugly and white. As the prince's Tao protector, he failed to save the boy in the end. The Lunar Grasp fairy coldly concluded, "The convention is over, time for everyone to leave." The whole scene turned silent after her words came out. Zhentian, the Prince of Darkness, and the Terra King couldn't do anything. Just Lunar Grasp alone had suffocated them with her pressure. Moreover, the true martial goddess was also present and could definitely suppress them. Not to mention wanting to kill Li Qie, even self-preservation was difficult at this moment. If it came down to it, maybe Li Qie would work together with the two women to destroy them. In the end, the Prince of Darkness scowled and left after angrily swinging his sleeve. Zhentian and the Terra King were helpless and had to follow him. The Overlord endured his anger and eventually left with the disciples from the Roaring Conch. This was originally a big event where Zhentian's group wanted to unite the three great races to deal with Li Qie and kill him while he was still in his cradle on top of determining the future emperor and sea god for Heaven Spirit. Alas, Li Qie ruined everything with Lunar Grasp and the true martial goddess as his backing. Their plan failed completely with nothing to come of it. Everyone else left quickly after the four experts' departure. They didn't dare to linger around. Shortly after, this convention of myriad races abruptly ended. Only Li Qie's group was left. The true martial goddess glanced at Lunar Grasp and told Su Yonghuang's group, "Let's leave for now." With that, she was the first to leave the venue. The rest of the group followed her, so only Li Qie was left with Lunar Grasp. The same scene played out again. Li Qie smiled while the fairy coldly stared at him. A while later, he initiated the conversation, what is your pick? Will you come with me and fight to the end or settle our feud? The fairy eventually responded, "I will defeat you." He looked at her and answered, "Right now? If you want to fight, so be it. I will go all out." "No." The fairy replied, "I'll defeat you after you become an immortal emperor." "I see." Li Qie didn't find this surprising since he understood her personality. He chuckled and asked, "What happens if I lose and what happens if I win?" She stared at him for a bit before answering, "If I win, you will stay here for me. You will no longer continue forward until I am no longer in this world." "Very well." Li Qie accepted, "If I win, you will go with me. I don't need you to fight by my side, just watch me go to the final battlefield at the end of the world in the future." "All right." She agreed with his condition whether she wanted to or not. His penchant for touching her flawless face resurfaced while the fairy gently tilted her head in order to be even closer to his rugged palm. After a while, he smiled and said, "Beating me as an emperor? My little Yuer, you won't be able to defeat me after ascension while staying in the 9 worlds. You must be prepared to go forward with me if you want to beat me, that's your only chance." "I will." The fairy coldly said, "I know what I'll be facing." With that, she fell into silence. The secrets regarding what was above the 9 worlds were told to her by Wuxia. At this moment, she recalled the time when they were stuck together like glue. She finally looked at him for a long time as if imprinting his image into her mind. "Don't die so easily until I beat you." Having said that, she turned and left. "I won't die so easily." He spoke with a smile while looking at her departing figure. Chapter 1472, with the conclusion of the Convention of Myriad Races, the Lunar Grasp Fairy left while Wuxia's group returned to the inn. He told the group after they were inside, "Take your leave." The rest left, only the true martial goddess stayed behind. In fact, Su Yonghuang and the others were very curious about the relationship between Wuxia and the goddess. They weren't the only ones. Even All Martial, who had been accompanying the goddess, was very interested. He wanted to know Wuxia's identity. Who the heck could Wuxia be to be so adored by the daughter of his sea god? With the two alone, Wuxia felt warm while looking at her. He hadn't felt this for a long time, it was as if he was meeting family again. "Welcome back, Runan." He smiled and opened his arms. The goddess smiled back, filled with happiness. She jumped into his embrace and hugged him tightly. She rested her head on his shoulder and happily said, "You have finally come into being, the clouds and wind in this generation will move at your command. It's not easy for us to meet, let's not talk about mundane matters." Wuxia laughed. He pulled her over as the two sat by a window. She was still leaning on his shoulder and watched the sunset with him. Wuxia cheerfully asked, "Why did you come out in this generation?" "Something's changing in Heaven's spirit, so I came out to take a look. The maelstrom, the divine tree ridge, and even the bone sea are moving, so I was jolted during my slumber. I didn't expect to see you, young master, come out. Right, the world is changing. The disaster will befall Heaven's spirit ahead of time." He gently stroked her soft hair. She didn't answer and continued to relax. Wuxia whispered softly, "Maybe you should take the true Martial Island and leave. Even if the disciples there can't leave, you still can since you have severed your bloodline and free to go wherever you wish." She still didn't answer and took full advantage of Wuxia's rare moment of gentleness. The true martial goddess' name was Tantai Runan. Very few in this world knew of her name. Moreover, the only ones who could call her by her given name were Wuxia and her deceased father. As the daughter of a sea god, she had his divine bloodline flowing through her as well as the bloodline of the sea demon race. However, as one of the strongest sea gods, true martial was visionary. He didn't wish for his daughter to walk on the same path as him in the future and wanted nothing more than for her to be free of the sea demon bloodline, to be able to travel across the 9 heavens without restraint. Alas, her divine bloodline was extremely powerful. It wasn't easy to sever this connection at all. Because of this, even the sea god had no method to sever his daughter's bloodline. This was the era when immortal Emperor Min Ren was in charge of the 9 worlds. At that time, the sea god went to meet the imperial teacher, the Dark Crow, in order to search for a method of severing. They made ample preparations and worked together with immortal Emperor Min Ren to blind the heavens' eyes and removed all related karmic fate. Finally, with the help of the sea god and emperor, they managed to sever her bloodline and disconnected her from the sea demon race. Because of this, Runan seemingly disappeared from the world overnight as if she had evaporated. She gently spoke after a long silence, "This is still my birthplace, the land I grew up. Even though I have severed my karmic connection with the sea demon race, I still hope to stay until the disaster so that I can contribute. Right, many people love this heaven spirit world. It is an amazing land that gives birth to many talents. However, it will eventually face a terrible disaster. Nevertheless, this hasn't deterred people and wise sages from working hard to stop it." Wuxia spoke with a tinge of emotion. Runan quietly spoke, "I'm glad that you aren't forcing me, young master. In fact, I don't want to leave you at all even if you aren't an immortal emperor. Your presence in the White Crane Legion will make it shine even brighter. No, young master, my mission is complete. I trust that even without me, the White Crane Legion will still be brilliant in the future. It will certainly accomplish many wondrous deeds in your name. Since you have spent so much effort on it, it will surely be amazing in the future. Among the 4 legions of the Dark Crow, the Tiger Legion was the fiercest, the Azure Dragon was the most destructive, and the Silver Fox the wiliest. Those who knew about the tales of the Dark Crow, the hand behind the curtains, have more or less heard about these legions. Some eternal existences were certain of their presence as well. However, the 4th Legion had more speculations about it than the others. Even the most knowledgeable ones weren't sure of this particular legion. This was the most mysterious among the 4 legions. Some ancient existences believed it could have been the Vermilion Legion, Black Dragon Legion, or an Imperial Legion. In fact, the other 3 legions themselves didn't know much about the 4th. Only the truly loyal confidants of the Dark Crow were privy to this information. The missing line was, the White Crane, most secretive. This elusive legion had always been hidden and nameless like hermits even on the first day of its inception. It wasn't the Vermilion Legion with many illustrious battle record and not the Black Dragon Legion that has deterred 3 generations. It wasn't started by an immortal emperor either. Nevertheless, people still somehow knew about the 4 legions of the Dark Crow due to the popular saying. It was secretly founded by Li Qie during immortal Emperor Min Ren's generation. Tantai Runan was its first commander while immortal Emperor Min Ren served as the chief instructor. At the very beginning, it had a secret mission that was completely different from the other 3 legions. In fact, Li Qie had had this grand ambition even before the emperor's era. However, his resources and strength were lacking, so he couldn't carry out such a grandiose idea. It wasn't until he was in charge and immortal Emperor Min Ren started the emperor's era did he have the means to carry out this magnificent plan. This gave birth to the White Crane Legion. It shouldered a mission unknown to the world. Li Qie smiled and said, as its first commander, I still hope to see you leading it in the future. After severing her blood, she decided to stay with Li Qie. He also intended to train her, so he spent painstaking efforts in doing so. It was no exaggeration to say that the effort he poured into her was no less than one for an immortal emperor. Nevertheless, she didn't become one. Keep in mind that before the bloodline severing, she was already a blessed woman with exceedingly high talents. After staying by his side and enjoying his full tutelage, one could easily imagine how incredible her achievements were. I also want to follow you one day above the 9 worlds to see your great style while hunting emperors and gods. She spoke, however, I still want to contribute my strength to this world, just like my father who still worries so much about it even before he left. The same goes for you, young master. You have been protecting the 9 worlds all along. There are always places that you can't forget, that you keep yearning for. That's why even though you have entered the upper world, you still return to the 9 worlds in the end and continue to train more immortal emperors. I'm not as great as you say. Li Qie smiled and shook his head, I didn't return to protect the 9 worlds. I am simply strengthening my means in this generation. When my wings are strong enough, I will go back. Runan didn't back down. It doesn't matter what your goal is, it cannot be denied that you have poured an endless stream of new power into the 9 worlds. Which emperor could compare to your contributions? He looked out the window with forlorn and didn't respond. She also chose not to break the serenity and continued to borrow his shoulder. Chapter 1473, The atmosphere was serene as Li Qie and Tantai Runan sat by the window to watch the sunset. Young master, is there no chance for a turnaround at Heaven's Spirit? A long period passed before Runan softly broke the silence. Yes. Li Qie chucked, if not, I wouldn't have negotiated with the 7 Martial Pavilion. When that day comes, you might have to take the reins. If that is my fate, I am willing to face it. She spoke very gently, but her words carried a resounding determination no lesser than a man. He patted her head and softly said, "But you know, your father asked me to cut off your bloodline since he didn't want to see you on this path. He wished for you to soar farther, even out of the 9 worlds to see new sceneries." She answered, "I know, I can only say that I'll be letting his love down. After all of that, I'll still be staying at Heaven's Spirit in the end." After a quick rumination, Wuxia stated, "You must be mentally prepared. This path will not be easy, even I don't dare to predict the outcome. When it comes, the chance of your death is very high. If you are the one planning everything, I will put my trust in you." She smiled. "Who are you?" "Someone who has hunted emperors and gods and even massacred them above the 9 heavens. The fate of Heaven's Spirit is surely within your grasp. You are too confident in me." He couldn't help but smile and gently shook his head. Shortly after, he turned austere. "Ronan, I'm not certain in this matter. This is Heaven's Spirit, not above the 9 heavens. There are too many limitations in this world while lacking the same circumstances from the upper world. If the 9 worlds were blessed with these conditions, I would flatten everything in Heaven's Spirit as long as you say the word. Alas, this is not the case." He gently sighed at this point. "Right. Ultimately, there are too many limitations here." She understood and nodded. "All along, the immortal emperors in this world have worked very hard. One can't say that they haven't amounted to anything. However, success is impossible for just one emperor. Moreover, even if one of them could do it, it would break the balance. Who knows what would happen then? Thus, these emperors in the past could only try to maintain this balance. After the changes this time, I'm afraid the balance won't last much longer. It's coming." Wuxia pondered for a moment before replying, "But I can't wait until that day, so I can't lend you a hand then. Young master, you have your own pursuit while I have my mission." Ronan revealed a carefree smile. "For millions of years, you have never stopped for anyone. I don't wish to be the shackles that force you to stop, since you will cease to be the young master that always courageously treads forward in my heart." This was a beautiful and charming smile. Every spectator would be intoxicated by this sight. "If you didn't have this inhibition, I would definitely take you with me." Wuxia couldn't help but sigh with a feeling of disappointment. Despite wanting her to stay by his side, he wouldn't force her to do so, just like how she wouldn't ask him to stay and give up many million years of persistence. She held his hand and declared, "If I didn't have this hang-up, I would also want to go with you to the end of the world." He smiled back while holding her hand. "Okay, young master, let's not talk about these sentimental things." After a long time, she began, "Why not visit my true Marshall Island? You haven't been there since last time." "Sounds good." He agreed. "I've played enough here at the Divine Tree Ridge. There's only one more thing to do, but there's no rush. I'll visit your island then. You guys should go first, I'll go shortly after." Ronan calmly left. She brought her disciples and all Marshall out of the citadel. "Your Highness, I have something on my mind." All Marshall couldn't help but ask after they were on their way. She slowly answered, "All Marshall, my father regards you as family, as do I. You don't need to hesitate if there is something you want to say." The general carefully mused for a while before speaking. "Please excuse my insolence, but I feel that your Highness' actions this time of supporting a human is not optimal. This will offend our own kind." "So what?" She shook her head. "They don't know who they are provoking. There are too many idiots among the sea demons who don't understand their own precarious position." Well, the general was startled, but he took his time absorbing her answer. "Your Highness, offending the sea demons is fine, but I believe that placing the imperial throne over the 3 royal thrones was not wise. Your father was a sea god, All Marshall, I know what you mean." Ronan interrupted him and chuckled. "You think that it is an affront to a sea god's prestige. However, the truth is that even if my father was still in this world, he wouldn't object young nobly looming over him." "What, this, the general was stunned speechless. "All Marshal, you don't understand, I acted to save those fools. Do you really think that bunch could do anything to young Noble Li? If they don't know when to stop and actually anger him, that would be extremely terrifying. In his wrath, he would wash the sea demons with blood, the dragon demon sea will become a scene of red for several years. At that point, the entire region would be deafened with lamentation. Because I came forward, young Noble Li gave me some face. Otherwise, a massacre would have come to Heaven Spirit. The roaring conch and the ancestral Tyrant think they are invincible, but in his eyes, they aren't even street thugs." "Really, is this true?" The general was completely taken aback. How could this be possible? Massacring the sea demons wasn't as easy as it sounded. Aside from immortal emperors, few could accomplish this task. She flatly replied, "It is because you still don't know his identity. Such a thing isn't difficult for him at all." "Forgive my ignorance, Your Highness, who is he then?" The general had to ask, "How come I haven't heard of his name in the previous generations?" "All Marshal, his name is taboo, not just anyone can talk about it." She shook her head. "It is normal to not know who he is before reaching a certain level. Moreover, even those who know about him wouldn't want to talk about this type of forbidden existence. He has influenced one era after another in the 9 worlds. From the Desolate Era to the Expansion, then the Ancient Ming Era, and finally, the Emperor's Era, he has always been the ruler with a firm grasp on the development of the 9 worlds." Her eyes lit up while recalling his tales. The dark hand behind the curtains. All Marshal realized something and thought about a particular legend. He took a deep breath and said, "He's the dark hand behind the curtains. His Majesty has mentioned this to me when he was still in this world." "Yes, that's him." Runan nodded. "Remember, when the day comes when I'm no longer in this world, the true Marshal Island must stay respectful towards him." The general finally realized who he was facing and trembled inside. The true Marshal Sea God had talked about this matter to him before. Even an existence like True Marshal didn't dare to say much about the Dark Hand, he would always have a wary expression when this existence was brought up. Who was True Marshal? He was the supreme of the sea demon race, an existence praised to be on the same level as Prime. In the past, he fought evenly against immortal Emperor Min Ren even without the trident. Min Ren was no slouch either since he brought about the Emperor's era. From this, one could extrapolate just how strong True Marshal was. Nevertheless, an existence like this still kept his mouth shut regarding the Dark Hand, he even feared him. This showed just how terrifying the Dark Hand was. The general knew very little about this story. Like Runan had said, one wouldn't be able to find out until they reached a certain level. Because the sea god mentioned it to him in passing, the general realized that the most terrifying being in this world was not an immortal emperor. There was another eternal being that sea gods had to take the long way around. Chapter 1474. After Runan's group left, Li Chiye called for the girls. Yong Huang was present as well. He wrote a letter before handing it to Sima Yujian. "You have learned all that you need. I have nothing else to teach you about the god-slaying Tao since you are only missing experience and more training. These things will be up to you to hone." Having said that, he paused and sighed. "It depends on your own fortune to see how far you can go in the future. It is possible to reach the end of the Tao on this path to become an immortal emperor. An assassin isn't doomed to a lightless fate or to walk on an evil and unorthodox path. Your god-slaying Tao is still a majestic grand Tao that can end at the throne. It can still open the doors to the great mysteries and beyond. Ultimately, all of this is up to you, no one else can help you." The cold Yujian quietly nodded and memorized each and every word from him. Becoming an emperor isn't dependent on your talents or how righteous your Tao is, it depends on this. He pointed at his heart. An unchanging Tao heart makes everything possible. She naturally appreciated his words carefully. After losing to the swift Tao god, she had given up on becoming an immortal emperor. Moreover, she thought that an assassin would have no chance of becoming one. However, she gained something from his guidance. It was as if a great door has just been opened. Go back from whence you came. Li Qiye said, give this letter to your ancestor as well as my regards. She quietly accepted his letter. Although she didn't know what the relationship between him and the god-slaying Knight Core was, logically speaking, he should be a talent from there as well since he knew their Tao so well. Alas, no matter how she looked at it, he didn't look like one of them. He finally gently waved his sleeve and told her, go. Yu Jian didn't know what to say at this moment. Their relationship was a little strange. In fact, she didn't even know what it was. Li Qiye was originally her target, but he had turned into someone who answered inquiries about the Tao for her. Of course, he still wasn't her senior or peer. It was a very vague relationship. Nevertheless, he still carefully taught her without any hidden motives. No one else would believe such a thing. Take care. This was all she could say despite the many words scrambling through her mind. She didn't know what else to say other than this. She nodded towards Yi Xiaoxiao to say goodbye before her figure flashed and disappeared. After she left, Li Qiye smiled and told Xiaoxiao, little girl, you have played enough now, it's time to go back to the Golden Isle. Who says I have to go back? She glared at him and declared, I still haven't had enough, I'll go back once I'm bored. This girl had too much fun with her freedom and didn't want to go back at all. How could Li Qiye not understand her? He shook his head and tried his best to convince her, listen, your bloodline is the most precious in this world, so you should treasure it. Since it has just awakened, try your best to understand it completely instead of wasting this opportunity. Please, I am a genius that can easily understand its profundities. She held her waist and fiercely stared at him a bit. Oh, Ego King, seeing as how you want me to leave so quickly, are you up to something? Having said that, her gaze shifted towards Yonghuang standing next to him and smiled, I see, I'm the third wheel here and bothering the two of you. I got it, you two must have that type of relationship. With that, she revealed a dubious smile. Yonghuang's face turned red after hearing this, but she immediately regained her seriousness and said, what nonsense are you saying? I'm his master. Stop. Xiaoxiao spoke with disdain, please, the two of you don't look like master and disciple at all. You think I don't understand this Ego King? Humph, he is the biggest narcissist in the world and considers everyone else beneath him. In my opinion, if he wanted to eat you, he would definitely have his fill. Plus, for someone like him, so what if you are his master? He doesn't follow any guidelines either and will do whatever he wants. Li Qiye didn't know whether to laugh or cry after Xiaoxiao's evaluation of him. He shook his head and said, okay, little girl, stop smearing me like that. She cheerfully retorted, who says I'm smearing you? Her eyes started shifting around as if she was coming up with a devious plan. Li Qiye immediately knew she was up to something after seeing her expression. She grabbed his arm and told Yonghuang with a gloating look, it's no use even if you are his master. See, I am his wife, his official wife, the number one, the biggest. So in the future, if the two of you want to exchange flirting glances or engage in some, you have to get my permission first. So, use this opportunity to win my favor. Xiaoxiao wasn't only gloating, she even showed her dominance over Yonghuang. Being teased like this by a little girl left Yonghuang quite annoyed. Alas, there was nothing she could do. The girl was too crazy. Instead, Yonghuang placed her frustration and blame on Li Qiye with a side glance. This playboy went everywhere and always fooled around. Now that he got this little girl involved, things like this will keep on happening. Hey now, stop flirting with each other in front of me as if I don't exist. Xiaoxiao immediately took advantage of Yonghuang's weakness and laughed. Okay, little girl, stop. Li Qiye playfully flicked her nose and smiled, whether you are willing or not, get ready to pack up and go back to the Golden Isle. This is your time to understand your bloodline with an isolated cultivation. Moreover, the two ancestral trees there will help you. Others wouldn't even be able to dream of such a divine opportunity. Even though Xiao Xiao understood the intricacies in this matter, she still had no interest. I know, but cultivating all day is so boring. Li Qie explained with a grin, you will still have to do it even if it's boring. Otherwise, you will waste your bloodline. If you don't try your best now, your future will be bleak. Even your amazing blood will be reduced to something ordinary. The heavenly Tao requires hard work, it doesn't favor the lazy. Xiao Xiao angrily said, I know, don't nag like my mother. Coming from a tree father lineage, how could she not understand this logic? However, she was still young and didn't break her habits just yet. Li Qie continued, keep working hard on cultivation. Once your bloodline reaches grand completion, maybe I'll take you to an even more brilliant and magical place. If you are too weak at that time, I won't bring a stepchild like you along. If that's the case, you'll be missing the best chance to broaden your horizons. Where? Her interest was immediately piqued after hearing this. I'll naturally tell you once you accomplish something. A mysterious smile appeared on Li Qie's face. Forget it then, no one wants to know anyway. She spoke with contempt, but this was the opposite of what she was thinking. Despite her unwillingness, Li Qie still sent her away since he valued her greatly. Her bloodline will be very useful in the future, so he didn't want her to waste this peerless bloodline. You keep on using these tricks to fool little girls. Yong Huang angrily glared at him after Xiao Xiao left. Li Qie smiled and leisurely commented, do I sense some jealousy right now? With an annoyed expression and a slight blush, she replied, stop thinking that you're a gift to all women. Li Qie laughed and lightly said, come, we'll visit the true Martial Island for a bit. It's a good place with countless wonders. Yong Huang didn't say anything, but she did feel a strange sense of indescribable loss in her heart that lingered for a bit. The convention ended so quickly that it set off a wave at the Divine Ridge Citadel. Before it began, no one expected for it to end in such a manner. The main characters were Meng Jintian, the Conch Overlord, and the Prince of Darkness. However, they left in dejection. The entire process shocked all the participants. The citadel was in a clamor with many discussions everywhere. The main character became Li Qie. The most shocking thing was a human winning the support of both the Lunar Grasp Fairy and the true martial goddess. Those who didn't see it with their own eyes would never believe such a thing. It's really incredible. The true martial goddess and the Lunar Grasp Fairy actually supported Li Qie. He's a human though. Both sea demons and charming spirits were confused. One was the daughter of a sea god while Lunar Grasp was from the charming spirit race. From many different perspectives, the chances of them helping a human were minuscule. After all, the human race had no status to speak of in heaven spirit. Alas, the goddess didn't support the Sea Shield Prince and the fairy didn't help Meng Jintian. Before the convention, many people speculated that even if the Lunar Grasp Fairy didn't support Jintian, she would at least remain neutral towards Li Qie due to being from different races. Therefore, this result went against everyone's expectations. Chapter 1475, Is Li Qie really going to become the immortal emperor of this generation? Many charming spirits were shaken and muttered to themselves. In the past, everyone was optimistic about Meng Jintian. In their eyes, even if the 9 worlds were to be connected again, Jintian would still have a great chance of winning. After all, he had experience in the battle for the heaven's will. Moreover, his strength was virtually flawless. Some were certain that no one else would become emperor but him. Plus, at the final battle, the charming spirits in heaven spirit would all help Jintian. Even the sea demons and Tyrants would be on his side. After all, after one full generation of accumulation, Jintian had ample resources and connections in heaven spirit. If he were to call for it, many experts from the previous generation would be willing to follow. There wouldn't be any shortage of god monarchs or even god kings. However, this Li Qiye came out of nowhere and resoundingly at that, killing both gods and devils standing in his way. In a short amount of time, his fame completely eclipsed Jintian, especially after this convention. He became even more brilliant with the support of the Lunar Grasp Fairy and the true martial goddess. Jintian was overshadowed while standing beneath Li Qiye's radiance. Some charming spirits who were optimistic about him were quite stirred. It looks like both the fairy and goddess are bullish about Li Qiye. A charming spirit clan leader spoke, with them as his Tao protectors, it would be even more difficult to do anything to him in the future. Everyone knew that before the appearance of the next emperor, many imperial lineages and great powers would place their bets. If they picked the right candidate, it would be another generation of prosperity. If they guessed wrong, it would bring about declination or even total collapse. Thus, these sects needed to speculate whether they should support a particular candidate or not. After all, these candidates required help before ascension. If, say, they finally showed support after he became an immortal emperor, it would be completely futile to try and gain anything out of it. Because of this, after the convention of myriad races, the great powers in heaven's spirit began to hesitate. They didn't know whether to place their money on Li Qiye or Meng Jintian, unlike the past when Jintian was the clear victor in the eyes of all the races. After all, humans were too weak in heaven's spirit. Everyone felt that Li Qiye's chances were too small regardless of his great talents. However, everything was now different. Li Qiye was exceptional and ferocious. The tide was reversed since he had won some new and powerful support. Because of this, a few lineages who were on Jintian's side started to waver. Not necessarily. Some of Jintian's stout supporters still believed in Jintian's chances. A few charming spirit lords continued to support him and even tried to lobby the other great powers. Li Qiye might have the fairy and the goddess as his backing, but remember, heaven's spirit is a vast world. The three races are very powerful, and it's not like the two women are the strongest. There are still existences at the Emperor Assailant level yet to come out. I have received some reliable news that more Emperor Assailants have agreed to come out and become Jintian supporters. His steadfast supporters continued to talk to the wavering powers. After hearing about some more Emperor Assailants coming out, the hesitating sects palpitated. If Jintian truly had such protectors, his chance would be greatly boosted. On the same day, people also heard about the fairy and goddess leaving Godhalt and heaved a sigh of relief in response. This was a rare opportunity for the few who wanted to scheme against Li Qiye. The true Martial Island was very mysterious and elusive. Some said that it could travel and appear anywhere in heaven's spirit. As for why it wandered around so much, this remains an unanswered mystery. One particular hypothesis was that the island was on a divine turtle that carried it around. Another one stated that the reason why it had such mobility was that the sea god had refined the entire island into a moving ancestral ground. Regardless of the speculations from outsiders, not many have been able to see the island itself. Only extremely amazing characters were privileged enough to be invited to the island. The scenery was very charming on the island with great peaks, verdant thickets, and towering waterfalls. Auspicious beasts and birds were everywhere to be found, but they didn't disturb its serenity and peace. Li Qiye and Tantai Runan sat by a precipice and enjoyed the breeze while playfully swinging their feet. She leaned on his shoulder and looked down on the entire island. The two of them didn't say anything and basked in the peaceful silence. Li Qiye wistfully spoke, "Millions of years have gone by, but the mountains and rivers remain the same, unlike the fleeting inhabitants. Yes, it would be amazing if father was still here." Runan gently sighed and added, "I couldn't send him off back then. He only wants you to leave and go far away. He didn't want you to come back. Even though you couldn't send him off, I'm sure he feels very happy to know how far you have come." As the Dark Crow, Li Qiye naturally knew what true Martial was thinking. This was an unfathomable character since he was on the same level as Prime. Being a child of the Sea Demon race, true Martial understood their race's mission. However, the love of parents trumps everything in this world, and true Marshall was no exception. He didn't want to see his daughter having to face this mission. As a sea god, he naturally knew what his daughter would have to do after becoming one herself. Because of this, the price didn't matter in his search to sever his daughter's bloodline. This was why he paid an exorbitant amount for the Dark Crow to do so. He wanted his daughter to soar to the free sky and swim in the liberating ocean instead of being shackled in heaven's spirit. Of course, Runan understood her father's good intentions and actions. Nevertheless, a full circle came around since she still returned to heaven's spirit, the thing her father didn't want to see the most. It wasn't for that mission or whatever but for the land itself. She truly loved it. I know, after a long time, she lamented and continued, I still want to see him again in this lifetime. Li Chiye slowly answered, it's not impossible. Even though the world says that sea gods are dead and no longer in this world, many things are still alive and continue to exist. This is just like the ancient bloodline itself. After generations have died, it will continue to be passed down. She quietly nodded and knew what Li Chiye was referring to. She eventually asked, when the heavens will comes back, will you start your journey, young master? I don't need the heavens will for something so simple. He gently shook his head, in this generation, there is no turning back. I have to move forward until my death or the start of the new epoch. It isn't easy to win in the final battle. What are you waiting for then? She knew just how cruel the final battle will be. Despite knowing that Li Chiye could very well die in battle, she still wouldn't try to stop him. This has never been her intention, and she didn't want him to stop either, for it would go against his courageous creed that has lasted for millions of years. No regrets, no retreat, no stopping. I'm waiting for grand completion. Li Chiye explained, I need a chance to reach the ultimate grand completion, a heavens will at its pinnacle, and the highest of accumulations. Otherwise, death will await me regardless of how powerful I am. I'm certain you can wait until then. Runan gently replied, you have been plotting for generations, so waiting a bit longer won't cause any harm. Indeed, it shall come. Too many people have been buried and too many bones have been paved. Gods and emperors, how many of these invincible beings became nothing but bones in the end? Maybe I'll be around long enough and see your triumphant return. She held his hand tightly and intertwined her fingers with his. Li Chiye declared with a smile, when I am victorious, it will be a glorious and beautiful era. Their casual conversation would make others think of two lovers sweet-talking to each other. No one would expect it to be a discussion about a heaven-shattering event. Chapter 1476, The Divine Tree Ridge was still bustling with activity after the convention of myriad races. Many cultivators chose not to leave. The reason was very simple, Jintian's group was still here. They even traveled deeper inside this region, but no one knows why. However, many speculated that they were searching for the legendary medicine of immortality. Although no one had seen it yet and they held a skeptical attitude about its existence, the group of 4 experts continued forward. The Prince of Darkness was the most familiar with the Divine Tree Ridge and led the way. Because of this, everyone guessed that they were searching for this alchemy ingredient. This was why the majority of cultivators were still staying at the ridge. No one truly gave up on this type of medicine. A while later, even more came to the ridge for their search. There was no lack of experts following Jintian's group either. If such a medicine did exist, the Prince's Alliance had a better chance of getting it than anyone else. It wasn't only because they were powerful, more importantly, no one else in this world could understand the ridge more than the Prince. Because of this, the cultivators trailing in the distance thought it wouldn't be bad to get some leftover soup from the group. Their presence made even more cultivators believe in the rumors. Thus, they explored and excavated everywhere. The entire region became quite lively. Whoosh! As everyone was turning the ridge upside down, immortal rays rushed to the sky on this particular night. They floated up in the air and grew even more numerous, taking up all the space and lighting up the night sky at the ridge. They seemed to be attracted by something as they floated in the air. The cultivators at the ridge were stunned since they didn't know where these lights were coming from. Eventually, the lights came together and formed different circles. A total of 9 light wheels appeared in the sky and continued to rotate with changing colors. It was a magical scene. It gave the illusion that time was flowing like the reincarnation cycle. Everything was affected by its movement, including karma, the yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the 6 realms. This reincarnation flow was wondrous. Many felt dizzy while looking at it. Those with weak wills couldn't stand this continuous rotation and immediately fainted on the ground. Eventually, the light from all 9 wheels gathered together. With a loud blast, it became a great ray that shot down into a certain location deeper in the ridge. There must be a treasure there. The cultivators eventually calmed down and felt jubilant. Many of them rushed towards the location where the light disappeared. In just one night, it became a competition to see who could get there first. No one wanted to lag behind since they believed that a treasure had just come out. Sure enough, on the second day, a heaven-shattering news came about: the legendary medicine for immortality has been found right at Reincarnation Valley. Of course, this valley was previously nameless. The cultivators who rushed there named it Reincarnation. Next, another news came with lightning speed. Zhentian, the prince, the overlord, and the Terra King have all entered Reincarnation Valley. Many cultivators turned crazy after hearing this and frantically rushed in regardless of how dangerous this place was. This was especially true for the older generation. God monarchs and god kings came in droves. There was nothing more tempting than eternal life for these powerful beings with withering lifespans. They were on the verge of death and had nothing left to lose. Even before death, they would try to seize it with more effort than anyone else. The appearance of this medicine of immortality inside the divine tree ridge also spread across heaven's spirit in the shortest time possible. The same question emerged again, even more resoundingly than before: is there really a medicine of immortality in this world? Even the sealed old monsters had to climb out of their hibernation. In a short period of time, heaven's spirit was in a furor. The world shook because countless great characters were rushing towards the divine tree ridge at Godhalt. On this day, numerous portals were opened and their lights lit up the sky. As for the ridge, many powerful auras swept through the region as these experts arrived. There were rumors about emperor assailants coming out as well to vie for this item. Li Qiye was alarmed as well by the immortal light shooting towards the night sky. While staying at the true Martial Island, he looked at the 9 disappearing lights and smiled. After so many years of waiting, the time is finally ripe. What a shame that so many emperors couldn't wait until this day. Su Yonghuang was alerted as well. She immediately went to find him and said, "This aura, it is just like that great momentum I felt in that place." She was referring to the place where her ancestor died. She had entered that area, but only the outskirts by the corpse. That's the place. Jintian's group has found it. With the Prince of Darkness there, it isn't strange that they're able to find it. After all, he is the local snake who is very familiar with the ridge. Yonghuang spoke in awe, so they came for this legendary medicine. In fact, not long after she got here, she had heard people talking about this medicine growing at the ridge before. Li Qiye smiled and said, "There's nothing surprising about this. Meng Zhentian didn't only come for the convention. If that cowardly turtle, the conch overlord, came as well, they naturally had a plot going on." Li Qiye paused before flatly adding, "But there is definitely no medicine of immortality in the world, at least, not at the divine tree ridge. If it's not for immortality, what is it for then?" Yonghuang was surprised after hearing this since everyone else said otherwise. Li Qiye slowly uttered, "Reincarnation 9 leaves. Reincarnation 9 leaves." She had never heard of this item before and asked, "What kind of immortal vegetation is it?" Li Qiye only smiled before turning to leave. Under the moonlight, Ronan also stared at the wheels rotating in the sky and said, "The reincarnation 9 leaves have finally matured." "Yes, it has indeed after so many years." Li Qie loudly laughed. She withdrew her gaze and looked at him to say, "I heard that father went to the ridge to find it, and not just once either. After several fruitless trips, he finally found the place with the final leaves. I'm sure he must have consulted you about this. Unfortunately, he still returned empty-handed even after going there." Li Qie smiled without answering her. "The 9 leaves have always been a myth. Not only sea gods, even emperors have searched for it. Some emperors were successful, but since it wasn't ripe, it would have been meaningless to take it." She had to ask, "Can it really make people reincarnate and live again?" "I don't know." Li Qie shook his head. "According to the records, this is possible. However, I have never obtained mature leaves before, or I wouldn't have been waiting for so long. From one of the tattered records, 1 leaf can indeed allow someone to reincarnate once. However, the chance is only around 20%, 1 in 5. Failure would mean turning into ashes." She curiously asked, "Can one person use several leaves?" "It's possible." He replied, "The more you use, the less potent it will be. For example, the first one is 20%, the next one will be reduced by half, and so on and so forth. Of course, you can also test your luck and eat all 9 at the same time. Maybe you'll get lucky and be successful." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.